Well, welcome everybody to the 2021 More Than Sound Exploring Contemporary Themes in Sound Studies Symposium, sitting in what I must say are RMIT University's very impressive TV studios. I'd like to begin today's proceedings by acknowledging that this symposium is being held on the traditional lands of the Woiwurrung, Wurundjeri and Boonwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and I pay my respect to elders both past, present and future. I would also like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the many lands that our presenters read from today, and also pay respect to their elders past, present and future. Given the sonic focus of today's symposium, I would like to read a short excerpt from the 2020 book Songlines, The Power and Promise by Margot Neal and Ling Kelly, part of the first Knowledges series edited by Margot Neal. Songlines are a practice and method Australian Indigenous people apply to store and reveal knowledge about the land through the voicing of song. Neal recounts the following story, which I'll read from the book. Singing country can locate places previously unknown by the singer. When a Western person was driving in the area of the Canning Stock Route in 2012 with two local Aboriginal people aged in their late 40s to early 50s, every 10 minutes or so a land feature would cue a song from them. At one point, one of the men excitedly asked the driver to stop the car and indicated that over to the left side of the road there was a waterhole high on the other side of the escarpment. When asked how he knew this, if he had not been there before, he said it was in the song his auntie had taught him. With some scepticism, the driver agreed to walk several hundred metres and scale the rubbly escarpment. To his amazement, the waterhole was exactly where the song stated it would be. This was no surprise to his informants. They would have been surprised if it hadn't been there. As such, it is important to acknowledge the existence of songlines, both ancient and new, that crisscross this vast Australian continent. Songlines, Lynn writes, presents a structure for knowledge that is literally grounded in the landscape. It is important that we sound studies enthusiasts consider that for millennia it is sound and song that has been a central practice to the custodians of the many countries of this continent. But it is about even more than just knowledge keeping. The songline is a power that exists in the land and is constantly regenerated through ceremony. Neal writes the following. Once the song is activated by people's return to country and by their singing the songs of country, the song is deposited back into country. The power of the song needs to be returned to country to keep it alive, or country will die. It's a bit like recharging batteries. In ceremonies witnessed in the central desert, the ceremonial ground is prepared with a painting relevant to the dreaming ancestor being honoured, and the highly ritualised performance takes place on one day or over many days. The power of the performance is absorbed into the country and all remnants of the ground painting are erased, so as not to lose any of that power. The power that goes into the earth and thus into the songlines. And with that, I would now like to hand over to Professor Tim Marshall, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the College of Design and Social Context, who is kindly opening our symposium today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. And I am indeed Tim Marshall, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Design and Social Context, and I'm delighted to be here to help launch this really impressive symposium, More Than Sound. As you can see, I am not in RMIT's wonderful TV broadcast studios, so I hope you are hearing and seeing me okay nevertheless. So I started here at RMIT about 6 months ago after working in New York City for about 17 years at the New School, and principally as the Dean of Parsons and then as the Provost of the New School. And some of you may know the extraordinary history of both mainstream and avant-garde sound, music, and performance across the history of the New School. The first courses on electronic sound art were taught there. John Cage taught there for many, many years, both experimental sound and mushroom identification. Steve Reich and many others have moved through that institution, as well as people like Burt Bacharach. So it was one of the most fulfilling parts of my job, I have to say, as provost, to work with the Dean of the Performing Arts there, Richard Kessler, who led the rebuild of performing arts to reclaim this avant-garde history, which had somewhat become lost over time. And this included us bringing in John Zorn's East Village venue, The Stone, which is dedicated, as many of you will know, to a very eclectic improvisational work. And we brought that into the New School. So we had, before the pandemic hit, performances 6 nights a week. Philip Glass moved his ensemble into the university, and many other initiatives like that were brought about. So when I left to join this wonderful institution, RMIT, I confess I was largely ignorant of the remarkable work going on in sound here. And I told people as I was leaving New York City that this would be what I was going to miss the most, being connected to this area. Now, when I arrived here and undertook a few town halls to introduce myself to the community and spoke to this work that we'd been doing, many academics from across the college in the sound area started contacting me and making me aware of the remarkable work that is going on across the college and the university in the areas of sound arts, sound design, sound technology, and sound studies. And in some respects, we're a bit liberated to fully explore sound by not having a legacy music school. So I'm delighted to help launch this important event. The More Than Sound Symposium offers a great opportunity to travel intellectually and creatively across this vast terrain. As you all know better than I do, sound is a study, a practice, a complex psychological, emotional, and empirical area of interrogation, a rich terrain of poetics, and is highly technical engineering and a science unto itself. Sound communicates, and as you just heard, it maps, and it reveals, and it discovers. It is an experience, and it shapes understanding. Given it encompasses such a diversity of approaches and contexts, and is both its own subject and a method and a tactic for many other disciplines and processes, it is as such quintessentially transdisciplinary. Now, that goes without saying that we're coming together at a time of great difficulty related to the pandemic, and in response, and as you just saw, we are utilizing RMIT's world-class broadcast studios as a means to disseminate this internationally high-quality presentations that will be available open access in perpetuity. And as you know, the symposium focuses on 4 themes in sound studies and invites presenters and facilitators to talk to these themes. We have world-leading presenters from 3 countries, including the Netherlands' Leiden University, the UK's Oxford University, and here in Australia, the universities of New South Wales, University of Melbourne, and Deakin University. And of course, we're showcasing scholarship from the design and social context schools of design, of art, of media and communications, and of architecture and urban design, and includes contributions from RMIT-based sound scholars and practitioners. The symposium is funded by the Australian Research Council via Jordan Lacey's DECRA grant, and we thank them for this. And today is the final output of this grant, which in part launches the Sonic Gathering Space, an innovative biophilic sound design intervention housed in the grounds of RMIT's Alumni Courtyard. And of course, we're not in the grounds of the Alumni Courtyard, and due to the lockdown, that launch cannot occur, but Jordan will be making it the focus of his presentation today. So thank you again. I'll hand you back to Jordan, and I hope you have a great day, and I look forward to watching the broadcasts over the next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim, for that very thoughtful introduction to the symposium and opening. I very much appreciate you taking your time out from your busy schedule today to do so. And I'd like to thank everybody who's tuning in now or who will tune in to the various presentations as they unfold during the day or into the future, given, as Tim said, that these presentations will be available for perpetuity on the YouTube channel. If you haven't already, I suggest you attach a good pair of headphones to your computer, as we have a lot of high quality audio and video coming your way, as one would expect from the exciting range of presenters that we have today and facilitators. Before I get into housekeeping, so to speak, by way of introduction, I'm going to spend some time discussing how this symposium came to be, and I really would like to focus on the meaning and the purpose of the More Than Sound title. As Tim introduced, the origins of this symposium are to be found in an Australian Research Council project I have been working on for the last 3 years, entitled Translating Ambience, Restorative Sound Design for Urban Soundscapes. I'd always planned on a symposium to launch an urban sound art installation called the Sonic Gathering Space, which, as Tim has already told us, is one of the major outcomes of this research project. As it happens, I won't be launching the Sonic Gathering Space today, as it isn't finished due to the ongoing lockdowns here in Melbourne. In fact, we've had 6 of them, and this latest one is truly dragging on, as I'm sure we're all feeling, but the end is in sight. However, I will be speaking about it during my presentation. At any rate, I decided it would be more interesting to expand the remit of the symposium by broadening its focus within the field of scholarship I am involved in, sound studies. The choice of the title of the symposium, More Than Sound, has been derived from 3 trends or perhaps developments that can be identified within sound studies. Firstly, it's interdisciplinarity. Secondly, it's atmospheric entanglements. And thirdly, the emergent connections between sound studies and more than human scholarship. I'd like to spend just a little time discussing these. Firstly, I am continuously struck by the interdisciplinary nature of sound studies. The study of sound seems to have a unique capacity to provide fresh and interesting perspectives across a vast range of disciplinary areas, including the sciences, urban design, humanities, and the arts, amongst others. Sticking for now with the arts and humanities, I'd like to outline just some of the studies to which sound has been applied or has opened up a whole new way of considering a discipline. I don't include any of the presenters involved in this symposium in this overview, as they will soon be discussing their own approaches. So I really just want to skim across some of the significant contributions that I'm aware of. Anthropology and ethnography. Holger Schultz, in his edited volume, the Bloomsbury Handbook of the Anthropology of Sound, writes that a sonic anthropology explores the endless multitude of all the minuscule, erratic, and entangled encounters with sounds and the sonic, with the unheard and the barely audible, as well as the accidentally overheard and all the phenomena of extreme loudness in everyday life. And somewhat connected, Sarah Pink introduces multiple sonic approaches for conducting sonic ethnographies as a way to understand human connections with the world through sound. Philosophy. Through philosophical discourse, Salome Vergelin writes of the sonic possible worlds that listening practices can reveal, and in Christoph Cox's Sonic Flux, an argument for the materiality of sound is developed. Sound art. Sound art practices and the relationalities they reveal are wide-ranging, including Brandon LaBelle's extensive oeuvre and Douglas Kahn's Noise, Water, Meat, which, to quote, places aurality at the centre of a history of the arts, and the large-scale sound art festivals, including Raquel Castro's Lisboa Soa, and here in Australia, Liquid Architecture's incredible output, and also public placement of sound art by people such as Marie Holland and Sam Owinger, amongst others. Theory and practice of atmospheres. The apprehension of sound has been very important to the development of ambience and atmosphere theory, especially via the scholarship of Gurno Burma, Jean-Paul Thibault, and Ulrich Schmidt. Gurno Burma has done a lot of work, a lot of important work, investigating ways that sound art installations can stage or design urban atmospheres. Cultural studies. Sonic perspectives are applied to reveal political and cultural forces shaping societies, including, for instance, the study of racialised oral representations in Jenny Stover's Sonic Colour Line, and the gendered dimensions of sonic culture as discussed by Marie Thompson. In film, the impact of filmic sounds on installation practices, ambiances and listening is discussed and practiced by Buddhaditya Chattopadhyay, with precedents including Michel Chion, amongst others. Histories. The rich field of audio technology histories and cultures by Jonathan Stern and Karen Bisterveld, amongst others. And urban sound design, which is of particular interest to me, includes many urban sound research centres such as Acoustic Ecology at Simon Fraser University, Sound Art Research Centre at Queen's University Belfast and Grenoble University's Cresson, and that list goes on. I admit that this is a short and insufficient summary of the range of sound study scholarship. It ignores, for instance, the numerous interdisciplinary projects driven by the sciences. My short list is simply to illustrate that sound is very often about more than sound in itself, and that its application is able to continuously discover new ways to reveal knowledge across multiple domains. The second reason for the More Than Sound title refers to the fact that sound is only one of the central atmospheric mediums in which our bodies are always immersed and entangled. We hear sounds mainly in air, of course, but we can also listen in and through water and the vibrations of solid matter. I am reminded of Steve Goodman's Ecology of Vibrational Effects, which is an effective way to consider the dynamism and transversality of the sonic field, like a blanket that cloaks the earth in which our bodies are immersed. However, although we might focus our study on sound only, sound is always entangled with other sensory perceptions, particularly light and smells, but also temperature, rhythms, air pressure, and many other invisible atmospheric mediums. It's true that we can focus on sound in itself in regard to specific effects on bodies, or perhaps via the dissection of a Schaefferian sound object, or to objectively measure acoustic presence and pressure via instrumental technologies, etc. And yet, at the point of perception, one can never experience only sound. Even if we privilege its existence via our attention, it is always mixed with other sensory perceptions that shape our overall perspectives of the world. Tim Ingold makes such an argument in his paper Against a Soundscape when he aligns the phenomenon of sound with the movements of air as wind. In short, our multi-sensory selves always ensure that it is more than just sound that shapes us. Even if we could somehow blindfold ourselves, cover up our skin and peg up our noses, there is always some other sense that will be touched somehow. We can also consider the effect of sound and atmosphere on the autonomous body. Our neurological systems are always responding to the world, typically beneath the level of perception. And so our response to the world is shaped without or being aware, i.e. without our being aware. For instance, when the heart rate rises before we feel fear or attraction, or when we are affected by a persistent sound before we come to consciously hear it. And so it is more than just sound that affects our sensing bodies. And thirdly, the More Than Sound title is a reference to the entanglement of sound studies and sonic thinking with more than human scholarship. What this means, of course, is incredibly broad, as the more than human is a highly flexible concept and idea. Just one example, Lona Gaikis, in a recent paper, Thinking with Suzanne Langer, Sonic Entanglements with the Non-Human, writes that the combination of sonic art systems with biological processes, in this case the sound artist works with the electromagnetic effects on trees, leaves behind anthropomorphism and scouts the experience of more than human sonar environments, meaning non-human but also inanimate, technical and purely speculative or incorporeal entities. Considering this example, along with many other discussions, it seems accurate to say that the non-human is to speak to or for other life, that is, not just human, and the more than human is to refer to experiences or phenomena that exceed human perception, what Will Scrimshaw may refer to as the immanent outside. For instance, this might include experiences that exist outside of the bounding conditions of human perception, such as acoustic frequencies beyond our hearing threshold, or more speculatively, those forces and intensities that can be felt but cannot be fully apprehended or understood. For instance, Morton's hyperobjects, Jung's archetypes, Whitehead's eternal objects, or Bunurong elder Auntie Caroline Briggs's Bunjil, the eagle creator spirit who inhabits land and sky. And Auntie Caroline Briggs has written a wonderful book including those stories. In each case, these forces are more than human. And so the title plays with these possibilities. More than sound is more than human, so to speak. Salome Vergelin's recent book, The Political Possibility of Sound, includes entanglements of sonic thinking and the more than human. For instance, in the application of post-human thinkers such as Rosie Braidotti and Karen Barad. In Vergelin's essay, Sonic Materialism, A Philosophy of Digging, she writes, "The human too is matter," which is a thought that re-engages the body and mind's own materiality in order to be with that of things thought, unthought, and unthinkable. I hear in this passage something of invisibility, affectivity, and the mystery of what isn't yet thought or known. Here, sound reveals that which lies beneath perception. As such, more than sound, in this third sense, refers to those imaginative, mysterious, or even numinous experiences existing beyond the mechanical and material dynamics of sound that might be reached by the act of bodily listening. There are 4 themes included in this symposium which in different ways respond to one or more of these 3 trends or developments in sound studies that I've just attempted to summarise. Of course, there are many more themes and developments in sound studies, but that's the 3 being concentrated on here. 4 is, of course, a limitation, but one can only fit so much in a day. As I mapped out at the beginning of my introduction, there are many scholars who could speak to other themes that would be just as relevant to the symposium's intentions. Today's presenters are diverse and divergent. However, there is, broadly speaking, a relationship to environmentally generated sound and or the ways in which sounds entangle with bodies, living and non-living, and certainly all of the presenters are engaged in some way with practice-based research. The 4 included themes are curated sound, embodied sound, ambient sound, and sonic cities. And a facilitator has been invited to introduce each of the themes in relation to their own disciplinary approach. So I'll only make a brief comment on each here by way of introduction. Firstly, curating sound. The curation of sound is something of particular interest to gallery studies, though it is also of concern in public spaces where sound installations are situated. Both Caleb Kelly and Lawrence Harvey have completed multiple high-profile gallery installations that are centred on sound. Caleb Kelly presently has a travelling exhibition exploring the materiality of sound in relation to its origin and propagation, and Lawrence Harvey has an extensive track record with multi-speaker gallery installations and performances that spatialise sound. Their session will be facilitated by Ben Byrne, who has a wide-ranging curatorial practice, with the one I know best being his curated performative outdoor events, especially the Avant Whatever Festival. Excuse me. Secondly, embodied sound considers the sounds of human and non-human bodies that are emitted from our resonant interiorities, those cavities that sound, and project into the world. Nora Newmark is a leading non-human sound scholar who writes about the propagation and movement of human and non-human voice. And Catherine Clover is a celebrated sound artist engaged in the practice of non-human soundings, particularly in collaboration with avian life. Their session will be facilitated by Tessa Laird, a writer and art critic involved with more than human scholarship. This session will involve a collaborative audience performance led by Kath Clover. A score can be found on the website, which Kath will discuss later. Thirdly, ambient sound is focused on phonography or field recording practices. Field recording is an increasingly popular practice, becoming more widespread as technologies become more attainable. Philip Samatzis has developed an international reputation as a sound installation artist and performance sound artist with a wide-ranging phonography practice, particularly in cold and hard-to-reach places. I will also be presenting my own key research outcome of my ARC research project, the Sonic Gathering Space, as part of this session. This session will be facilitated by the respected atmosphere and geography scholar Shanti Sumateo, whose many research projects include the listening, comprehension and study of sound. And finally, I am giving myself the honour of facilitating the Sonic City session with our two keynote presenters, Gashia Ozunian and Marcel Cabusson. Urban sounds, their geographic placement and their design is a growing field of study that takes on the significant challenge of shaping sounds in public spaces. It is born in the work of R. Murray Schafer and the World Soundscape Project, which has now branched into multiple fascinating approaches to the study of environmental sound. Gashia Ozunian and Marcel Cabusson are each presently engaged in a number of high-quality urban sound art projects. It will be fascinating to hear their presentations and to be involved in a post-presentation discussion with them both. And finally, today we launched the film Rock Pull Dialogue, Terix. I'll refer to this in my own talk, but please know you can access this at any time. It sits on the YouTube channel where all of the presentations are taking place. The film is by Dirk de Bruin, with soundscapes by myself and Michael Grave. We filmed this together, the three of us, while exploring the grassy landscapes of southeast Australia. It's something you might want to dip in and out of during the half-hour breaks in between presentations. And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of the facilitators and presenters for taking the time to prepare their presentations and for being here today. It does take time to do these things, and academics very often are stretched for time. So many thanks to each of you. And I'd also like to sincerely thank both Simon Maish and Ari Sharp, who have helped coordinate this event and who are right now working hard to bring you this broadcast. I'd also like to acknowledge and sincerely thank Luke Raisbeck, along with his team, Chris Yip, James Gormley and Matt Dunham, who bring the expertise and infrastructure that allows this symposium to be aired via RMIT's TV studios in which I now sit. And also a shout out to Edward Rossi for his wonderful job in designing the More Than Sound website. And lastly, if you are out there on the other side of these screens, please do engage with the Q&A at the end of each session. We have someone monitoring the chat screen so we can make sure all questions get to the facilitators during the Q&A. Once again, you might want to dig out your high quality headphones, as I believe we will be treated to some very interesting sounds and videos today. And so that is it from me by way of introduction. Thank you very much for being here. Please enjoy the symposium. And I would now like to hand over to Ben Byrne, who is facilitating our first session, Curated Sound.
Hi all, and welcome to Curated Sound. Thanks to Jordan, and as he mentioned, our tech Simon and Ari, and the media precinct team at RMIT, to Tim also, and to all of you for joining us today. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Kulin Nation as the First Nations people of the land on which I join you from today, Brunswick in Melbourne's inner north, Bullock Beck, as it is known in the Woiwurrung language. I further acknowledge the First Nations people of all the lands, waterways and airs we occupy today. In person, but also through the infrastructure and extractive industries on which we rely, from copper and fibre optic networks to deep sea cables, server farms and power sources. I pay respects to their elders, past, present and future, as well as to any and all Indigenous people here today, and thank them for having me as an uninvited guest. On the Curated Sound panel, as Jordan mentioned, we'll have Lawrence Harvey and Caleb Kelly. Shortly, they'll each give a presentation, followed by shared discussion and time for questions at the end. I'm Ben Byrne. I'm Program Manager and Senior Lecturer in the Bachelor of Design Digital Media at RMIT, and I've worked extensively as a curator in the sonic arts, from festivals like Electro Fringe and Liquid Architecture, to founding and running Avant Whatever and its many activities, including its last festival, which happened online in 2020 at avantwhatever.com. Avant Whatever has always had rich online dimensions, starting as a label that released both physical editions and downloads. But in recent years, I've focused more and more on working online, and the pandemic has necessitated taking that even further. as it has for all of us. I'm currently especially interested in combining systems administration, or sysadmin, and curatorial work as community organising. But still, I must emphasise linking back to doing public work in physical space and engaging with wild spaces, shall we say, or wilder spaces, be they in urban environments or regional areas. Curation is typically understood as a contemporary art practice, as well as part of archiving and preservation work. The sonic arts tends to have promoters, bookers, producers, and artist organisers, but more rarely, and arguably recently, specialised curators. Nonetheless, curated sound is familiar to many from our own experience as listeners, most obviously with music and the ways in which we all curate our own music collections and sources, take recommendations from friends, and follow the selections of our favourite DJs in clubs or on the radio and online. Curating is, for me, driven by listening, a practice based in attentiveness, sharing, and care. I'm interested in creating situations for listening, for myself and others, fostering sonic activity and forums for it. Anchoring curatorial practice in listening, I find, necessitates a commitment to ethics, not to a particular ethic or moral framework, but to the struggle to work ethically, to begin acting by listening. For me, that in turn foregrounds the need to attempt to work sustainably in many different senses, ecologically especially given the climate crisis we all face, to face the influence of big tech and the digital, and to respect and support Indigenous sovereignties. Sonic arts practice extends across a variety of contexts, from concerts to radio, outdoor, public and site-responsive work to online. But both our presenters today will focus on sound in the gallery. Sonic practices have something of a complex relationship with gallery spaces. Caleb has written extensively in his book Gallery Sound on how, despite the acoustic challenges they can present, galleries have a rich history as soundful spaces. And yet in recent years, major art museums and curators have simultaneously staged a sonic turn and continue to struggle to create spaces for listening. It is less than 10 years ago that the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA in New York, staged Soundings, a contemporary score, in 2013, an exhibition curated by Barbara London, which MoMA describes as the institution's, quote, first major exhibition of sound art. And a number of high-profile shows have followed around the world since, including here in Melbourne. Nonetheless, it remains common to find sonic works presented as playlists on headphones squeezed into anterooms and works either turned down or drowned out. Our panelists today each have long histories and rich practices curating sound and have worked to create spaces for listening in galleries. Associate Professor Caleb Kelly from UNSW Art and Design will present later on his curatorial work emphasising sound's material dimensions in his talk Material Sound. Caleb has a long history as a curator, and I first encountered him in Sydney in the early 2000s through his series Impermanent Audio. Specifically, I remember a night he organised at the Frequency Lab artist-run space in Surrey Hills, featuring Magma Finder, Julian Knowles, and Pimmon. It blew my mind. I'd never heard anything like it before, nor have I since. Pimmon's performance in particular was otherworldly, but the context was key as much as the sounds coming from his laptop. The lab was a quietly welcoming space, once you found it in the sprawling and yet hidden Hibernian house, with its mess of studios and at most semi-legal spaces. And Caleb fostered attentive listening in audiences who would sit on the floor silently and often with eyes closed. He's also been a curator of other events, like High Reflections and What is Music, and numerous gallery shows, including the currently touring Material Sound. Sadly not staged here in Melbourne, as it was to be currently due to the lockdowns. He's the author and editor of numerous books as well, including Gallery Sound, published in 2017. First, though, we have Associate Professor and Director of Siles Sound Studios at RMIT School of Design, Lawrence Harvey, presenting on his work focused on spatial sonic practices and his attention to speaker placement in the gallery to those ends, in his talk Dynamic Geometries, Curating for Spatial Listening. We're now colleagues in the School of Design, but I first encountered Lawrence when I was visiting RMIT on behalf of UTS as I worked on the development of a new program, an accompanying symposium for them in 2007. I was working on liquid architecture in Sydney too, a festival which emerged from RMIT, and Lawrence gave me a tour of the studios. SAR was running their Auditory Cities concert series around that time, and I was deeply impressed by the depth and breadth of sonic activity in Melbourne, and at RMIT in particular. Lawrence founded SAR Sound Studios, which officially opened at RMIT in 2004, and is now a key part of the Master of Design, Innovation and Technology, or MDIT program. Lawrence and the studios have run numerous concerts and other events, most recently Sight and Sound earlier this year, a collaboration between the Sound Studios, McClellan Sculpture Park and Gallery, RMIT Sonic Arts Collection, and academics and students from RMIT's College of Design and Social Context. Over to you, Lawrence.
Thanks, Ben. Just give me a cue, Simon. All right, thanks very much. Thanks, Ben, for that introduction and also for acknowledging the traditional owners of the country where we meet today. I'd also like to thank Jordan for the invitation to today's symposium and also to the team who I know have been working very hard behind the scenes. And I'd also like to welcome our other national and international presenters. Throughout 2019 and early 2020, we were preparing a new concert series in Melbourne, along with a number of international collaborations. At the same time, we were collating and organising documentation for a new website, which is now live. This meant we had a better collection of material to reflect on nearly 20 years of practice as an electroacoustic studio in a school of design. So this presentation today explores two related strands of that practice, the speaker orchestra performances and the spatial sound exhibitions we've delivered since 2002-2004, and in particular, the thinking behind the auditory spatial environment of those events. So before discussing 5 projects as case studies, I'll briefly introduce the international domain, touch on some influential concepts, and then into an exploration of the methodology and processes behind selected concerts and exhibitions. Next slide, please. Let's briefly consider sound in motion. These images show 2 ways a pre-20th century composer or performer might spatialise the relationship between sound source and a listener. Moving sound sources on horseback to create what we'd now call panning or spatialisation, or by introducing height, increasing the sense of immersion in a musical performance by placing the musicians on an overhead balcony. Next. Let's fast forward to the 20th century and the emergence of just one approach to spatialised performance, that on speaker orchestras. Next. In the early 1970s, as we know, 2 French studios developed concert systems for presenting electroacoustic music over portable arrays of loudspeakers. The GMEB shown here is detailed in Christian Closier's paper, the jambophone concept and the cybernophone instrument. Closier describes it as a processor simulator of sonic electroacoustic space, as well as a polyphonic acoustic synthesizer of musical spaces. Next. The acousmonium first appeared at the GRM in Paris in 1974. Just checking, you should have do you go one more there, please? Thank you. And again? Thank you. The acousmonium first appeared at the GRM in Paris in 1974, and according to Francois Bayle, the acousmonium effect is to create, and I quote, a group of sound projectors which form an orchestration of the acoustic image. Next. The images shown here of the acousmonium in the 2010s. While each concert system differs in spatial arrangements, speaker types, mixer desk setups, they share common attributes for this discussion. They're all portable. The loudspeakers are used for sculpting spectral qualities and energy in the space. They're reconfigurable and adapted to the acoustics of the performance space, audience size, and the repertoire being presented. And although the systems were predominantly used for 2-channel works, they can also be adapted to multi-channel works. Next. In his paper Rethinking Beast, John T. Harrison notes that, and I quote, for musical purposes, precise localization is less important than general qualities, such as frontness or a sense of height. dynamic aspects such as degrees and types of motion or degrees of diffuseness. Pictured here is selected international systems. Across the top row, Harrison's system at the University of Birmingham called BEAST. In the middle, the Motus system in Paris, the AMEG system in Switzerland. And then across the lower row, Music and Audio Arts Sound Theatre, University of Kent, and Sound Junction event at University of Sheffield. And the final image in the bottom right-hand corner is Hydra from Harvard University. Next. Just a couple of comments about my own interest in this area. Next. My own interest started in this practice started around 94-95 while studying at Les Ateliers UPIC in Paris. I also attended the winter series of the GRM concerts in the Salle Olivier Messiaen at Radio France at that time. During lockdown in 2020, I used the opportunity to sort various boxes of old files and found this program note brochure on which I sketched a particular acousmonian setup at one of those events, installed for a weekend series of concerts. Next. The slight gap in the middle of this image is the audience area, and the Bose 802 speakers shown as squares at the bottom of the image were across the rear walkway of the main hall. Small sketch of the speaker trees, and all other speakers were on stage. Next. So after attending a lot of concerts at that time and then returning to Melbourne, I collaborated with audio engineer Michael Hughes on two large electroacoustic music series. The first of these in '96 was The Reflective Space, a program on the left and image of that particular space on the right. Next. The second series was in 1998 at the Australian National Academy of Music. The image shown here is from, on the right, is from Curtis Rhodes' book Microsound. Curtis was one of the guest artists for that series, and the image shows the setup in the South Melbourne Town Hall for his concert and premiere of Half-Life. Both systems in 96 and 98 were around 20 to 30 loudspeakers, and we used hired and sponsored equipment. Next. So just before diving into the case studies, I'd just like to mention that both of them, the case studies use both the RMIT Sonic Arts Collection and our speaker orchestra. The Sonic Arts Collection now holds over 40 international works commissioned or acquired by RMIT and feature in exhibitions, performances, and teaching and research activities of the university. Next. The speaker orchestra shown here is used for presentations of the Sonic Arts Collection, along with Sile Sound Studios staff and student performances and exhibitions. While the full system is 32 loudspeakers, it often appears as a smaller chamber ensemble of 16 speakers, which I'll discuss later in this presentation. Next. So just before diving into the case studies, to keep within time limits today, I've had to cut a couple of sections, but expressed on this slide here just as orbiting concepts. Now, this practice obviously draws on technical knowledge and psychoacoustic studies of spatial listening, but I'm also interested in how composers develop a proprioceptive knowledge and a unique sonic spatial sensibility to composition and sound performance. There are some presentation scenarios that we have avoided, such as reclined listening, which from emerging research due to messages in the vestibular, actually we shift our perception of the outside world when we're lying down. But it also tends to collapse the sound field to half its dimensions. Or we'll see when I talk about the Sight and Sound project below that we've been involved with collaborating with design colleagues on exhibitions that avoid the ubiquitous ceiling and wall-mounted speakers that are used in most museums and galleries. Next. Okay, on to the case studies. I'll be drawing on performances and exhibitions from between 2004 and 2021. For a full list of our projects is now available on silesound.studio. Okay, the first one, Spectrum 01. Over the 40 concerts and exhibitions that we've done since 2004, we've used many different speaker configurations. However, one of these has returned on several occasions due to its flexibility and suitability for use in small to medium-sized venues. And we use the shorthand in the round. This configuration was developed for the opening concert of Sile Sound Studios in 2004, which was held at Horty Hall in Melbourne and featured works by staff, postgraduates, and our guest artists on that occasion, Atao Tanaka. Next. This particular venue was a long hall with a high ceiling, with no balconies or hanging points. And the configuration used 4 seating sectors, seen in the diagram on the right, emanating out from a central location. Each sector had its own, what we call small quadraphonic or local quadraphonic speakers, along with speakers on the side, and a group of whole-of-room speakers, which in that case were Behringer 300s. The mixer desk configuration had multiple speakers grouped to a single fader, so that if channel 1 was called front left, that same fader controlled sound to the front left of each sector, and that is, they were mirrored. So the initial idea was to move easily between a near-field listening experience and a whole-of-room experience, either in a single piece or across different pieces. Next. With the central placement of the mixing console providing a focal point, the audience is not facing a blank wall or a bank of loudspeakers on a stage. A central location is also optimal for the sound diffusionist to craft sound across the whole room. And maintaining the diffusionist performer visible to the audience can also invoke a sense of agency over the sound spatialization. That is, there is a performer making decisions. And facing seating areas to each other, while a small shift, is intended to subtly modulate audience expectations on how the acoustic environment might be experienced. Whether there are 2 or 4 sectors, depending on the scale of the room, each can be treated as a near-field listening experience embedded within larger arrangements or a whole-of-room sound field. Next. In 2009, we were invited to present a series of concerts in Opus 1, which was the inaugural series of the Melbourne Recital Centre. Between 2000 and 2009, we had explored larger setups at Federation Square, but returned to the In the Round for this particular series at the MRC. There were 5 events in the series across 4 months, including a Stockhausen concert in the larger adjacent concert hall. The other 4 events in the salon used 3 different speaker configurations. The one shown here is for a Xenakis electroacoustic concert. The configuration responded to the scale of the salon and the projected audience numbers being slightly less than 100. It has 2 audience sectors, and the venue again has a high ceiling, but this time with a grid, which gave us opportunity for different speaker combinations, locations, groups, and distances from the audience. And the whole system can be seen in this 3D model, which was produced by Jeffrey Hammonham, and I'll have a look at some of the detail now. Next. First of all, height. The ceiling grid provided the most distance between source and receiver, between loudspeaker and audience. In this slide, we see a view of the 5 Meyer UMP speakers flown on the ceiling grid, providing significant acoustic power and sound quality above the audience. Other height effects in the room were from speakers placed on stands, but arranged closer to the audience, and we'll see those in the next image. But in this slide, I'd like to also take notice of a speaker flown directly over the audience. This meant that sounds could appear or recede to a central upper point. Next. Down lower, the next group comprised tenors and control 1s, smaller speakers brought in close and to the sides, again providing a near-field sound and also detail for softer sections in the works. It could be used in combination with the ceiling speakers for simultaneously panning across diagonal and vertical planes. Next. This is the whole system. It included a large quadraphonic system for the whole room on stands, and then also near-field speakers brought in close. Being on stands mean the speakers will project over the audience who might be seated close to a loudspeaker, but also then project that sound further into the room. And notice the mixing desk, which is angled and slightly off-centre. We'd learned in 2004 concerts that in symmetrical rooms, nodes can be present, meaning a sound diffusionist had to keep doing strange head tilts to locate sounds from some locations. And also, given the spectral force of Xenakis' electroacoustics works, we used 2 subwoofers in this room. There's only one shown in the diagram. The gentle curved speaker trees, seen toward the middle of the diagram, were used through 2000s and into the early 2010s to mount tweeter speakers close to the audience for high-frequency components, but we don't use those particular speakers anymore. I'm just going to step through a couple of images related to that diagram. Next. You can see the speaker trees in this particular image, and also just take note of the acoustic absorption panels in the salon, which could be lowered to reduce reverberation time. Next. Image with the audience seated. Next. Just another angle. of the particular space. And the next one too, please. And again, just the detail of the images and speaker system. Okay. I'd just like to describe some of the process that we then used with that system. The following diagrams were developed to describe the process of spatial sound diffusion, initially for ERA reporting, the national reporting system here in Australia, and also for lectures and papers. This diagram shows the Mixodesk assignments for the speaker locations shown in the previous 3D models. The Mixodesk assignments determine how individual speakers or groups of loudspeakers can be accessed. What is literally under the hand of the sound diffusionist presenting the work. This diagram shows that clusters of similar speakers, you can see labelled upper Maya UMP1, ceiling speakers or Genelecs, are spatially separated in the room but assigned to adjacent fader groups on the mixing desk. And this makes for easier performance in 3 ways. Number 1, gestures can be moved between individual speakers within a single group. Gestures can be moved between individual speakers in one group or another, or you can do whole of group motions between, say, the UMPs in the top and the Genelecs down lower. And these mappings are critical as they determine what can be performed on a particular venue in a particular piece. Next diagram, please. This diagram shows scenarios enabled by the previous concert system and the mixing desk configurations. At the top of the image is an excerpt from the diffusion score I created for Hibiki Hanama, electroacoustic work by Xenakis, showing the opening minute of the work. Just as an aside, there were 5 concerts in this series and I diffused 4 of them over 4 months. And so I had around 15 works to prepare and perform in that time. I couldn't hold all the potential spatializations in memory across that sort of time. So the scores helped for both recall and also for holding decisions that I'd made in the studios or in rehearsal prior to performance. The 3D diagrams lower down are reduced versions of the mixer speaker diagrams from the previous slide. They show which speaker groups were used for a section of the opening and where the sounds appeared in the room. And this page shows that over the opening 1 minute, the sound fields start in the upper Maya speakers and progress closer to the audience, thus gradually filling out the acoustic space from ceiling to floor around the audience. Next. I'll turn now to the construction project and being inside the composition via spatialization. In a performed spatialization, the sound trajectories created around the audience arise from a combination of pre-planned, rehearsed, and in-the-moment decisions to use particular loudspeakers in discrete locations. The trajectories and spatialized textures are clearly audible, but not repeatable unless you're very, very good at diffusion. In this project, sound spatializations were rendered due to a number of factors that we'll get to in a moment. But first of all, just a couple of comments about the project. Construction is composed by Europe-based composer Richard Barrett, and it was performed by a Lysian ensemble who are based now in Melbourne. The work was commissioned by Robin Archer around 2005-06 for the City of Liverpool Capital of Culture Festival to take place in 2008. But the full version of construction wasn't premiered until this performance in 2011 in Huddersfield. It was also supported by an ARC linkage called the Spatial Ensemble, and it was the culmination of 3 years' research that included 5 other performances, workshops, and postgraduate research. Next. The Huddersfield Town Hall is a 19th century town hall, which to us from Melbourne was very familiar, as during our gold rush here in the 1800s, many of these halls had been built and we had performed in them before arriving in Huddersfield. Next. The speaker system on this occasion was installed, partially on the upper balcony. Next. And also around the floor of the hall. It was in fact a rectilinear seating arrangement, not triangular. This is from the panoramic distortion from the image. Okay, next. This image shows Richard Barrett's optimal dome setup, and I'll quote from Michael Hughes, PhD. The composer's preferred staging plan for construction is a circular arrangement of performers surrounded by audience, with a hemispherical speaker array enveloping the entire performance area. Next. As mentioned in the introduction to this project, the spatializations were pre-rendered. A key driver for that decision was that this was a large-scale project comprising 30 musicians, a 2-hour composition, international collaboration, a larger concert hall, and 16 audio inputs. On this occasion, there would just be too many sources or individual audio channels to spatialize in real time as we had previously with the sound diffusion technique. So using research from the 3-year ARC lead-in, we determined the following constraints and attributes were going to be required. The spatializations were to be prepared and tested before rehearsal from descriptions provided by Richard Barrett. They must be editable in the venue during rehearsal, easily integrated with our MaxMSP patch along with mixing and audio engineering in the venue, and flexible and mappable to the space, given that we wouldn't see the actual venue until the final rehearsals in Huddersfield. The list on the right shows the general perceptual descriptions supplied by Richard. They're not precise technical instructions of how the spatializations were to be made. That came next. Next slide, please. Over the course of the ARC research, we settled on a spatialization approach using 3 operators. The first of these was an audio engineer responsible for the signal inputs and then routing that signal to the MaxMSP system and also balancing the final outputs. The second operator was involved with OSC data, and the third, MaxMSP, combining the data and audio and monitoring the final spatialization. Next slide, please. Using the general descriptions from Richard, I built a series of open music patches to create OSC files that would play the trajectories. Essentially 3D models with timing data, sending XYZ coordinate data to MaxMSP as per the 3-operator model we saw previously. Next. Many of these 3D models started from the basic shapes described by Richard, descriptions such as orbits alternating up and down, or to wander slowly and independently of one another, each sound from a different random position, free, chaotic. As more than one musician was to play on a trajectory, the trajectories themselves were then replicated and translated in the space. And this achieved a key feature, being spatial separation, so that instruments could be localized to different zones in the space. This maximised the sense of envelopment or being in the composition, and shown here are some of the up, down, and orbit trajectories. Next. A group of 4 other trajectories that we used. Next slide, please. And just briefly, the MaxMSP patch, which is developed by Steve Adam, built on earlier work by Jeffrey Hannum. This is where we combine the OSC data with the audio. Next, please. Shown here is a 3D model for the movement Germania, a series of orbits around the space. In this case, 16 instruments on 4 different levels within the venue. The OSC player on the left shows the orbits generated from the 3D model on the lower right. And the effect is like taking a section of the stage, the ensemble on stage, and placing it on a large sonic mobile, slowly revolving around the audience. Next. Okay, up to the present day. I'd like to talk now about the Sight and Sound exhibition and a performance. The exhibition design for this project was driven by the question, what are the optimal curatorial and exhibition design strategies for listening to ecological sound works? My approach on this occasion was that the system should not be overpowering and definitely not overspecified. The goal was to be just enough speakers to establish the minimal source points required for immersion. In general, for most projects, I'd avoid loudspeaker arrays that are massively overpowering, instead preferring to achieve a more ephemeral sonic presence. Next slide, please. Sight and Sound was co-created by Simon Laurie from McClellan Sculpture Park and Gallery, and also John Buckingham, who's now based at University of Melbourne. Next slide, please. This image here from the exhibition catalogue shows the index of 8 catalogue essays, some of the essays with works in the exhibition, and the artists are shown on the right. This project was actually covered in detail in a talk available, it was actually by Ross McLeod and myself, also available on MDIT TV. Next slide, please. So toward the concept of auditory zoning. The exhibition development and design took place during Melbourne's long lockdown in late 2020. So yes, we've had a few here. While we had 2 site visits, the majority of collaboration took place online via online meetings and materials exchanged and discussed through Miro boards. The diagram shown here from a spatial soundboard I created for Ross in Miro to talk about ways a listener could be positioned in relation to loudspeakers. Just to be clear, Ross McLeod was responsible for the exhibition design of Sight and Sound. What I was explaining to Ross was the different types of source listener configurations that one might enact within an exhibition design. The diagram on the top left is used in a series of spatial sound designs for VR projects that I produced in the early 2000s and discussed in my PhD thesis a couple of years later. On the top right, the creation of virtual sources. This diagram is from Willy Pook, is VBAP article, and showing the creation of virtual sources from multiple loudspeakers. And on the lower, it's just the industry standard speaker configurations many of us are used to. Next slide, please. As part of that Miro collaboration with Ross, I included an example of Bernard Leitner's creative practice research from Soundspace. Again, showing different ways that source-listener relationships, particularly where the audience can be in motion, have been researched. Next, please. In addition to the collaborative development with Ross, I'll also look at some notebook sketches that I developed from July 2020 as material evidence of ideation toward the final exhibition design. And I'd also like to acknowledge the technical production work of Simon Maish on this exhibition and the final performance discussed next. Okay, between June and July 2020, I produced these sketches following the site visits, and some of the ideas that began to emerge are the following. There's the one called columns and pools written on this image, and the concept of walking in and out of spatial sound fields begins to appear in the diagrams. The idea evolved that there would be a single soundwork would play across all the zones of the system, and that is throughout the whole gallery, but different spatial configurations would be experienced in the zones. This particular diagram is based on the Yamaha VXL speakers, the long thin speakers, mounted on horizontal and vertical axis in 2 cubes located at either end of the gallery. In this early version, the central area includes 4 seating platforms, estimated we're going to be about 2 metres diameter each, with stereo pair speakers on each side, and bounded by the 2 cube speaker arrangements at either end of the gallery. The concept being individual near-field listening locations that together create a spatial sound field. And it could possibly be some early thinking of what we later called the sonic grove, or the sonic audio grove. Next slide, please. Following further exploration of the pools and columns, you can see the sketch on the lower right. And then note also there's mention of paraphonic field placing speakers at different heights, so beginning to think how height was going to work in the space. And this certainly carried through to the final gallery design, with the plane at the front of the gallery on the right of this image. The front pair of speakers were placed on the floor and the rear speakers attached to the ceiling behind, creating a horizontal plane of sound. So diagonal plane of sound like that. Okay, next one, please. This is from August 2020 and shows a ring of 8 and a scatter of ceiling and a front cube, and it's a stage closer to the final design. The rear cube has disappeared, leaving the front cube only. Next slide, please. And the final one. Next slide, please. I'm conscious of time, Ben, so I'm going to speed up. A key concept from this development and collaboration was the audio grove, where listeners were able to stroll, sit in the sound fields as they could do in the surrounding sculpture park at McClellan Gallery. Next slide, please. And this is Ross's final design. Next. With this particular design, speakers could be placed in the middle of the room, and we could also maintain a high standard of exhibition design. Next, please. We didn't default to speakers around the walls or on the ceiling. Placements usually made in a museum or art exhibitions for logistic or audience circulation reasons, but not the oral experience of the works. That's usually done just to get the speakers out of the way. Next. The final exhibition and spatial sound system addressed an exhibition context where mobile listening can occur, and you can see here that we had a mix of stable sound fields with intersecting spatial types, such as planes, cubes, and rings. Next, please. And with those particular zones mapped out a little more clearly with this diagram. Next. Here's an image, similar to the one behind me, of the final work. Interestingly, Sakia Bedell, who reviewed the show for ArtLink, said, and I quote, "The room is designed like a swimming pool, with the shallow end of listening at one end and the deepest section in the middle of the room where the largest concentration of sound converges from 24 speakers. Listening is shifted away from the atomized experience so common of gallery headsets into a shared visceral experience." Next. And just on to the final project now. In addition to the interior and exterior displays of sight and sound, there were several concerts performed across weekends. And for one of these, I curated and performed a concert using a chamber ensemble scale configuration of the speaker orchestra. Next, please. This is the program note for that particular event. Works were selected with contrasting sonic qualities to those of the main exhibition space by introducing natural or imagined environments from subterranean sources, extreme wind or glaciers, and also works composed with spectral temporal techniques that could be expanded by a sound diffusion system. Next, please. The performance space seen here on the left is rectangular, bordered on, sorry, one more, please. The performance space is bordered on one side by a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the sculpture park. And in a prior event, I made sketches for this, for the potential setup, now seen on the right. Next, please. I'm just going to skip a little bit because we've jumped. Okay. The final installed system, which is the image on the left, shows central raised speakers, coda tubes, and small front stereo field accompanied by the more powerful Genelecs. Even though smaller in scale than the construction or the Melbourne Recital Centre setup seen earlier, this system still enables three types of separation critical to spatial performance. That's temporal separation, spectral, and spatial separation. Next, please. And now we'll just look at some of the detail of this particular setup. Next. The main parts were a front series of cubes providing a strong front, and sometimes called this for the ripple front. Next, please. Full range speakers down the middle of the space, particularly useful for doing front-back panning down the middle. Next, please. A larger quadraphonic of Genelec speakers, useful for cross-room left-right panning and also diagonal panning. Next, please. A central high point, similar to the front and rear, but again, this time with height. Next. Across the middle, that strong lateral axis, or if you're sitting behind it, strong stereo front, and the subwoofer on the left. Next, please. All of the works for this concert were in stereo format, with all panning motion only between two channels. For example, here's a stereo file from Canopies, which pans in a line between left and right channels. By using the classic diffusion technique of splitting the signal to left-right pairs around the room, a whole repertoire of spatializations can be rehearsed and performed. For example, using different fader speaker combinations, a section might start in the narrow front stereo field of the room, then introducing other pairings dramatically expand through the space. The following animation indicates different paired locations, expanding the initial stereo line pairings throughout the room, not necessarily the precise location. Thank you. And just to finish off, now looking at some of with this particular layout, some of the shapes that were able to be used during the performance. This one here is a double front triangle. So if you're seated toward the rear, or a narrow triangle if you're seated toward the middle or the front. Next, please. That's the double triangle I just mentioned. The next one. A whole of room diamond, depending on order, expansion, contraction, to or from the front and center. Next one, please. A wide stereo pan contracting to the central point at the rear. Next one. Inversion of the previous one. Next one, please. whole of room quad effects. Next one, please. And one of the more complex ones, cross-room panning in different ways. So these are not necessarily audible as drawn here. One doesn't necessarily hear a triangle, but the shapes are distinct enough that when mapped onto the works, they create a spatial narrative to the composed material, bringing dynamic geometrical qualities to the original two-channel works. And just to finish off, I'd like to make two short interconnected observations. The first is that preparing and performing spatial concerts involves a small but critical set of design moves. When considered as a production, it is a spatial practice with affinities to set design, sculpture, perhaps even lighting design or choreography. That is, looking outside of music and sound to adjacent disciplines, a topic for future work. And the second is that the aim is to create a unique auditory spatial experience. Of course, cinema, VR, even games are now accompanied by spatial sound design, but a feature of these events is the primacy afforded the conditions of spatial listening, not only by removing an attention-absorbing screen, but to bring the listener inside the sound, immersed in the performed composition. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. I was fortunate enough to visit Sight and Sound at McClelland and hear some of the works, and it was a wonderful experience. I particularly enjoyed the freedom to move around and the multiple engaging listening positions created. So often with multi-channel speaker setups and diffusion concerts, the sweet spot for listening can be very limited. But your approach to the show created a very open and inviting sonic space. It was great to hear about the thinking behind your approach. I'm interested too in that show in context of your broader practice and SILE's history and projects in the kind of approach to a gallery as a concert space. That's been done many times, I know, but there's a detail in your thinking about it that I think opens up something very interesting about that as an approach to a gallery as a listening space. There'll be time for questions at the end, but next up we'll have Caleb and his presentation, Material Sound. I also had the pleasure of hearing the exhibition from which today's talk takes its name during its premiere presentation at Murray Art Museum, Albury in 2018, and do recommend you take the opportunity to hear it if you get one as it tours around Australia over the next couple of years. It was to be at Bayside Gallery here in Melbourne currently, but sadly that's not possible due to the lockdowns. For anyone just joining us, Caleb Kelly is an associate professor at UNSW Art and Design, curator of sonic art exhibitions and events, and author whose most recent book, Gallery Sound, was published in 2017. Over to you, Caleb.
Hi, and thanks, Ben. Didn't know that you had been at the PIMON performance way back when for Impermanent Audio. It was probably like 2003, 2004, somewhere around then. So that was nice to hear that story and that you were there. I also want to thank Jordan for the invite. It was seemingly perfectly timed. And by that I mean my exhibition Material Sound was opening last Friday, and I had planned to come down to Melbourne, hang out with my show, do the final installation, and then be here in person in Melbourne for today. But clearly that didn't happen due to lockdown. I'm in Sydney, where I think we're in day 88 of lockdown, where I'm not allowed to go more than 5 kilometres from home, certainly not travelling to Melbourne. So because a couple of little things, Jordan asked us to have an image behind us, so I thought I'd use an image from Material Sound. It's Peter Blamey, Single Planet Ori, and the energetics of stored moonlight. So a still from that. There'll be a bit more about Peter later on in the presentation. So that's the moon behind me, a bit of moonlight backing me up. So originally I was going to talk about Material Sound, and it sort of made sense to me to specifically focus on that given that it was on, but as it's not on, I thought I would sort of do two things in this talk. The first one will be to actually look at a different version of material sound, one made for the Black Mountain College Museum in Asheville, North Carolina. So that will take up the first half of the talk, and then the second half of the talk I will return to material sound and think about it through darkness, through being in the dark, and listening in the dark. So material sound is a concept behind a series of exhibitions that I've been curating for the last 5 years or so. And key to this idea is that we can learn something about materials by listening to their sound. So I'm not interested in sound as itself, but rather sound as more than sound. So another interesting thing was when I was invited to do this talk by Jordan, it really resonated with some work I've been doing, including a paper I wrote for the Journal of Sonic Studies a few years ago called Materials of Sound, Sound as brackets, more than brackets, sound. I very much don't want to talk abstractly about sound in our present moment, as those interested in sound art so often do. Sound as sound so often points either to a retro-modernism or an altogether uncritical desire for colonialism. If sound is never sound unto itself, and if sound can be more than just sound, then we can learn something about materials through their sounding. So next slide and play the clip, please. Next slide. So Materials, Sounds, and the Black Mountain College was exhibited in 2019, and it was developed from the original Material Sound exhibition, which itself was held at MAMA, Murray Arts Museum, Albury, in 2018. There's a long backstory to Material Sound, but it began in Philadelphia, as so many good stories do. I won't go into the details of this second, but basically it involves the director of Vox Populi in Philadelphia, Bree Pickering, moving to Albury, and a program manager from the Pew, Jeff Arnell, moving to Asheville. Jeff wanted a version of the exhibition that spoke to the Black Mountain College and the various influences Black Mountain College had on the international contemporary art scene. So out of the Material Sound group of artists, I picked 3 of those artists and added an artist, and we produced a whole series of new installations. So 4 Australian artists, or maybe 2 Australian artists and 2 New Zealand artists, Everyone was living in Australia at the time: Pia Van Gelder, Peter Blamey, Nathan Thompson, and Vicky Brown. And I put them together with New York-based artist Jen Grossman, who collaborated with two artists from Asheville, Amanda Holloman-Cook and Josh Kopis. Altogether, there were 6 new installations, and these installations were exhibited alongside about 40 other works from the Black Mountain College Museum collection. Next slide. So key to the interest in Black Mountain College was this concept of materials that comes through Annie Albers. So in 1938, soon after arriving at the college, she said, "We must come down to earth from the clouds where we live in vagueness and experience the most real thing there is, material." Next slide. So there's Annie Albers on one of her looms, and an image from the cover of a bulletin where she wrote about materials. So early in the history of Black Mountain College, very early, artist and teacher Albers pointed to our fractured relationship with materials in the modern world, calling for us to regain the adventure of being close to the stuff the world is made of. This was to be achieved by going back to the materials in their original state to gain access to their potential. So Annie Albers was, so this is 1938, she's starting to see the kind of commercialization of products and the kind of, I guess, plastic wrapped or finished and final product that we then purchase. And her idea was, if we go back to the building blocks of these products, if we go back to thread, to wool, etc., in terms of fabric, if we make the fabric from scratch, then we have a much closer relationship to materials. So Annie Albers, key to her teaching was a spirit of adventureness. And in this article called Work with Materials, she outlined how this approach was critical to an artistic education. Key to this understanding is a return to materials understood to be things in their original form and the experimentation with them. So experimenting with materials, their original form, rather than experimenting with products that are complete. By working with thread, for example, the artist regains connections to the objects of the world and their own production. Her textile works, rooted in her time as a student at the Bauhaus, employ natural and synthetic fibers and experimental weaves that produce geometric abstractions. And you can see one, I'm pointing, you can see one of her works on the cover there. This presentation style is interesting because I normally throw my hands around and gesture and point at things, whereas I'm sort of just pointing at things to myself. So I'll do a bit of that, but I'll try not to. Okay, next slide, please. So I'll just go through a few of the works, not all of them. This is a work by Peter Blamey. It's called Threefold Orrery Array, which is a tongue twister to say the least. So for this work, Peter employs a number of solar panels. So the three let's start at the front. At the front are these rotating sort of like display cases that are run on solar panel, and so the CDs spin around. So that light, there's a light which is causing the CDs to spin, but also that light is being projected onto those solar panels. As the CDs turn, they stop the light hitting the panels, and so we have a kind of undulation of power going into the panels, so volume goes up and down. Those panels are then running one each, 3 radio, old radios, transistor radios, which are just set to static. So we have this kind of coming in and out of staticness. Next slide. This is the work by Jen Grossman and Josh Kopis. So here I'm really thinking of how or why Australians, or me as a New Zealander Australian, at Black Mountain College. And one of the things about the area, Asheville, which is near Black Mountain, is that it's very rich in these coloured clays. So Jen Grossman from New York, she makes sound works that are recorded and affected and so on. And I put it together with Josh. And next slide. So together they made these, Josh made these forms. That clay there, it's unfired clay. And there's been no pigment added to that. That's the colour of the clay. So Jen went out to Josh's studio, and maybe in a sort of Robert Morris box of its own making style work, Jen recorded things from around the studio. But she also ventured further afield, and must have been spring. There was lots of cicadas and lots of sounds. So she recorded the sounds around the studio and the sounds in the studio, and then put them inside these objects. So you kind of put your head and you looked into these dark holes. Next slide, please. This is a work by Vicky Brown called Work Play. This work is an adventurous work in that the little witch's hat that you can see there is on a Roomba, one of the robot vacuum cleaners. And as the vacuum cleaner moves around that enclosure, it knocks those chimes, causing this kind of chiming, indeterminate chiming, as the vacuum cleaner seemingly cleans the floor. I think we had the suction off on the vacuum cleaner. So it's just moving around, hitting these objects. And next slide. This is Nathan Thompson and his work, Cities of Salt. This is a cybernetic work that utilizes feedback by having these, I want to point, but I can't, having these objects attached to the wall with contact mics, which are then played through those speakers and put into the glass Kolsch. The Kolsch itself is picking up various sounds from the speaker, those feedback sounds, and then playing them back into itself. So those are some of the sort of works where I'm thinking about materials and a kind of Black Mountain college experimentalism. Next slide, please. So this is a work many of you are going to know very well. John Cage was, I think he taught there maybe, I think twice, and visited a third time in the Black Mountain College summer season of 1948. Cage was a distinguished guest member of the faculty, and he performed sonatas and interludes. Sonatas and interludes. It was premiered just a month after it was completed. The work, of course, requires preparation of the piano by fastening bolts, etc., bolts, nuts, screws, rubber, plastic, erasers, etc., into the strings, which then dampen it and add to the sonic possibilities of the piano. This is a great picture. I don't know if you can see it here, but Cage, of course, has a cigarette in his hand, something you wouldn't see now. And at the time, Cage, he must have been smoking a lot. There's a composition he wrote maybe this year, 1948, in which the score was written on cigarette paper and then the audience was asked to smoke it. So there's a smoking theme there. So Cage is at the Black Mountain College. He's teaching. He's trying to get the students to work for him for free. He's premiering work and so on. Next slide, please. And just to make it clear that those works were on display in the exhibition I curated, as was the work on the right here. This is images of Buckminster Fuller's supine dome. And again, Buckminster Fuller was at the college in 1948. This is like a year when so many people were there, often called the legendary summer session. So Fuller arrived with the purpose to construct a full-scale geodesic dome. The dome was to be 48 feet in diameter with a height of 23 feet and constructed solely from Venetian blind strips. And you can see the Venetian blind strips there on the left. And you can also see Elaine de Kooning is in the middle, and Fuller is kind of in the back in the white shirt. And there's an interesting story about getting up in a plane and taking the photo. The dome, which Elaine de Kooning called the supine dome, you can see it very vaguely from, depending on how big your computer screen is, I guess, to the bottom right of that aerial photograph is the supine dome. Of course, it didn't stand up. So where are we at? So just to make the link back to Annie Albers, can I get the next slide? So I make the link back to Annie Albers' call for hands-on approach to materials. In recent times, there's been a strong sense of digital fatigue. No less than these times right now. So I've been talking about this digital fatigue for maybe 6 or 7 years, but it's, of course, off the scale right now. We are no more living in the digital than we have done for the last couple of years. And I suspect there's going to be an outpouring of physical practices in the next few years as we get away from our screens and from Zoom talks, etc. Just pretend it's before all this COVID stuff. I was talking about this idea of a digital fatigue that some artists were experiencing, which I started witnessing in the late 2000s. So in the early 2000s, lots of people, lots of artists, and especially artists working with sound and music, working in what we call the digital studio. Lots of practice in a studio, in digitality, and in a world where very little physical hands-on action was occurring. I started seeing lots of artists working physically and not using the digital studio. And I think it was because of a type of fatigue where the artist no longer has physical attachment to their labor, and a kind of an extended version of what Annie Albers was talking about. So artists no longer physically in the studio, sawing and banging around, cutting things up, etc., but rather using the digital studio. And really, for many people, most people, almost all people, we don't exactly know how this digital studio works. We don't know how the algorithms run in the back of Photoshop or in the back of any audio program, Pro Tools, etc. So here is one of the reactions, I think, to this that comes from Pia van Gelder. And here she literally performs the building of an electronic circuit board on a breadboard. So she does this live in performance, starting from scratch and moving through the performance to build this instrument. And she plays it as she goes, adding various components to the circuit board as she goes live. So this is about as sort of ground up as you're going to get in the sense of building an instrument in front of a live audience and performing it. Okay, so I'm going to go into the second part of this talk. Let's just start with a clip. So next slide and play the clip, please. So with the remaining time, I want to discuss the exhibition. That's great. With the remaining time, I want to discuss the exhibition, Material Sound through the Theme of Darkness. I'm a little late to this idea of the dark as a term that encompasses the unknown or the mysterious. There have been books written with the term front and center, recently Dark Sound, and of course Dark Ecology, as well as whole festivals such as Dark Ecologies. If we think about the dark and our senses, it is a truism that we turn to our ears in the dark. What can we learn about materials in the dark? What can we learn by listening in the dark? So perhaps when we hear snapping shrimps or toadfish from in the dark depths of the ocean, we hear something new, something from beyond. Other places, while not literally dark, in some of the places I'm thinking about, the sun does not set, but they are dark to us in that they are unreachable or beyond comprehension. So I had this feeling of the dark in the opposite of the dark when I visited Tromsø, Norway a few years ago. It's a small city in the Arctic Circle that is reached by flying over vast expanses of snow-covered mountains. I knew I was flying very far north into an odd place that had too much sun. I was there when it was basically full sun. If I'd been there 6 months later, it would have been full dark. I felt dislocated in this dark, unknown place where the sun never set. I was there to give a talk about Australian media art, much like this talk. Itself quite an odd feeling. The feeling was amplified by an issue with the audio, itself caused by the desire to record my talk. The sound technicians were having issues playing my sound and recording my sound, or maybe they're having issues just with recording my live sound. Either way, they asked me if I could give a talk on Australian sound media without any sound. A very strange situation to be in so far away from home. So these types of occurrences, these fissures maybe, are caused by the dark in the sense of the unknown here for me and the unknown there for the sound technicians. When we walk around in the dark, such as stumbling to the toilet in the middle of the night only to be blinded by the bathroom light, we're confronted by this exact darkness and the following blindness caused by the light. I want to talk about Plato, but I'm not going to. In addition to learning about materials, sound has the ability to install empathy into the listener. This is the second part of the argument. Sophia Roost, back in 2009, wrote a paper entitled Screaming Yeast. In it, she described a series of experiments conducted in 2004 in which researchers discovered that they could amplify the beating walls of yeast cells. Sounds with very low frequencies can be heard at their original pitch if heavily amplified, and this is what the researchers did. They placed nano microphones up against the wall of the cell itself, something unknown and unfathomable, and recorded and played back the sound of the cells beating. They then did an experiment in which these sounds were anthropomorphized by the listeners or by the scientists themselves. What they did is they killed the cells, and the resulting sound was a rise in pitch. And they found that this rise in pitch caused anxiety and empathy for the more murdered cells in the listeners. This is a thought that has caused me a little bit of concern for my sourdough lockdown starter habit. The yeast in my starter never looking the same after reading this paper. So if we can have empathy for a yeast cell, then we can deduce it as possible to reduce empathy in listeners to materials as they relate to problems of far greater magnitude, vast problems, perhaps problems such as climate change. So returning to material sound and rereading for me these works through the darkness, through darkness in general. Here, so I'm just going to do, for the last 5 minutes or less, talk through some of the works, and they're always darkened installation and material sound. So we just watched a clip of Vicky Brown's work, Cosmic Noise, and that's an installation shot at Plimsoll Gallery in Hobart that you're seeing there. So in Cosmic Noise, objects are imbued with a sense of nostalgia for a simpler time when the belief in a cosmic eternity that included humans was still viable. In this time, visions of and from space were significant in that they allowed us to see humanity as being a part of the vastness of the universe. Much like you're seeing with this great big moon behind me. The installation suggests an astronomical explosion, the Big Bang, that leads us to a celestial notion that life exists throughout the universe, held within space dust, meteoroids, and far-flung planets. So Vicky here is working with this cosmic noise, a noise that stretches through the void, through the darkness, through the dark void, etc. Next slide, please. And play the clip. So this is a very hard work to document. Hopefully you could see what was happening there. It's Peter Blamey's single planet orrery and the energetics of stored moonlight, which is where the slide comes from behind me. And so what this is a solar panel which is being run by moonlight, literally by moonlight, but not literally by moonlight. So there's slides of a moon getting larger and larger. You can see in the right, it's quite a big moon. Of course, the larger the moon, the more moonlight that comes off the screen. That light powers the solar panel, which then just sends a signal to a speaker. So what you're hearing is signal as sound. So, of course, it's not moonlight. The power is coming from the screen. The screen itself is being run by mains electricity. So there we have a play with darkness, a play with moonlight, and the light and the dark. And next slide, please, and play the clip. So this is a work by Ross Manning, Brisbane-based artist Ross Manning, Pixel Points. So in this work, which is in another darkened space, and again, all of these last three are at Plimsoll Gallery, Ross is working with a kind of a critique of media art. He is using fans, cooling fans from a data projector to push around these cables, which at the end have LED lights, and they bump and bang objects as they move around. And the idea is that these lights seemingly float around, and as they float around, they hit things, hit discrepant objects. I can talk about this work for a lot longer, but I have basically run out of time. So to finish, in curating material sound, I've spent time thinking about the relationship of sound to materials. And then recently thinking here about the dark and the light, the unknown and the unreachable. By listening to the dark, we learn about stuff in the material world that is unseen and unseeable. And I think there's just an interesting little twist there for me about listening in the dark and the unseen and unseeable, because we can't see in the dark, but we can hear in the dark. Thank you.
Thanks, Caleb. We have about 15 minutes now for questions and discussion. Please, all out there in the audience around the world, feel free to post questions on YouTube and they'll be relayed to me to pass on to Lawrence and Caleb. Though note you will need to log in to do so. I'll get us started meanwhile. We've focused today on curating sound in galleries, and as I mentioned in the introduction, they can be difficult spaces to work with sonically. What do you each find you gain from working in galleries? I've raised some of the issues of working in galleries, but I'm interested in what you find you gain from that context. Caleb, would you start?
So I have a take that I talk about in Gallery Sound very explicitly, that there's a lot of rhetoric around how poor gallery spaces are for sound. We hear it all the time, that they're hard-edged, hard-surfaced, bouncy, reverberant, echoey, etc., etc. And that's true, of course. But I don't think that's the end of the story. I think that's the beginning of the story. And galleries themselves, I think, are generative spaces. They're spaces that generate outcomes, both audio outcomes and art outcomes, media art outcomes, etc. So galleries allow for things to happen sonically as well as, sonically. They allow things to happen sonically. And I think that's a super important thing to keep in mind when we're hearing the sort of repeated negative critiques of galleries and sound.
Thanks, Lawrence. What about you? I note again, you both have worked and continue to work across a whole lot of spaces. And I did notice in your presentation, Lawrence, how you, speaking about the history of your practice, you really, I would say, focused more on the concert form, not to try and be too simplistic about it. Then working in McClellan this year, what did you find were the affordances of the space? What was exciting about that for you?
Sorry, just before I jump in and answer that one, I've been watching some of the chat and noticing people in northern suburbs commenting on the rain, and it's making its way east. So I'll get closer to my microphone as this roof here is tin. It could get loud. The thing I find with galleries, and I didn't talk about, you're right, I did focus on some of the concert setups, not so much the ones from other exhibitions. But I think there's three things, and I did write about this a while back in a paper for Sonic Studies Journal. I think time operates differently in a gallery. It's simple that you've got this much longer duration for the audience to come and experience a work. And I think attention as well. It's not bounded in the same way that a concert, the timing of a concert obviously is. You know, we have people there and there's a contract, if you like, with the audience to sit and listen for a particular duration. That's gone in terms of a gallery. So, and I don't necessarily see it as a negative thing at all, but it's another layer, it's another parameter you have to work with curatorially and technically to do that one. But then things free up, like the sense of having a mobile listener. You're not stuck in one seat for the duration of the performance or the work. You can move around and take up a different perspective in that way. So it's much less prescriptive than a concert setting. So look, it's a set of trade-offs. In a hall or somewhere like the salon that I showed, yes, you've got great acoustics and things like that, but we very rarely spend much of our lives in places that sound like this. We're constantly traversing different acoustic environments and conditions. So I just think a gallery is another one of those, and you work with the conditions that you're given.
I do really notice a parallel in each of your work around working in gallery spaces, not necessarily exclusively, and dealing with, as you raised there, Lawrence, listeners that are mobile, people having the opportunity to freely move around, choose to varying extents and in varying ways how much attention they pay, how much time they spend with a particular work, or listening from a particular place, perhaps. How do you think about that, Caleb, in your work? I mean, you've had the show Material Sound traveling around multiple galleries here in Australia, and as you detailed today, the Black Mountain take on it as well. There's works that are common to those shows. There's a bit of variance. There's obviously, there'd be different staging in the different galleries. How do you approach that curatorially?
I think about orchestration of the space. So back in 2012, I did a show called Soundfall in Dunedin, New Zealand, and the gallery gave each artist their own space, which I wasn't very happy about at the time, because if an artist has a single space, they think of it as their space. But each of the artists encroached on everyone else's space because sound moves around walls and so on. So something I had in mind with Material Sound is this idea of orchestrating the space. So I think about it a little bit like if you're listening to a band. So when you're listening to a band, you can hear all five, let's say there's 5 people in the band, you can hear all 5 performing one piece. But then you can change your attention to, let's just say, the bass guitar or the rhythm guitar or the drums. You can turn your attention and just listen to that single instrument. So in material sound, if you stand in the middle of the space, any of the spaces it's been at, you can hear all of the works all of the time, or most of the works all of the time. But then you go into one space or into one part of the gallery and you can focus on individual sounds coming from that. So at Black Mountain College, even the very light sounds of Vicky's work Play, which are very quiet, you could hear it perfectly and you could tune in and out of the surrounding sounds from other works. So a type of orchestration of the space. Instead of fighting the space by forcing headphones onto people, something which is, I just can't handle public gallery headphones, putting headphones on my face. Yeah. So instead of like doing that, forcing a kind of forcing an attention, and a little bit like Lawrence is talking about mobile listening. People walk around and they choose what they listen to. They focus in and out of the sounds that they are experiencing or able to experience.
We have a question from the audience, actually, which I think follows up on that. Would either of you consider gallery spaces as a collaborative element or entity? I feel like you perhaps just spoke to that to some extent, Caleb, in terms of collaboration amongst all the artists, yourself, no doubt other people involved in the show, and of course to some extent in the space or with the space, a very large extent, I guess, particularly with the approach you've been taking. Would you add anything further with that prompt?
No, I think that the previous comment about galleries being generative makes them literally collaborative. The space literally adds something to all of the sound in a way that you would say that about possibly any installation that is addressing the space it's installed in. But maybe Lawrence has something about that because he's really specifically working with spaces.
So the idea that the spaces, the galleries themselves are collaborative. I think I mentioned the word contract, maybe relationship. You do have a different relationship to an audience, I think, than between artists and audience. It's not as prescriptive maybe as it is in a concert where, you have a set of physical conditions that have been set up. They're pretty known, pretty fixed in most cases. And so there is if you can approach the idea of collaboration, that both the artist and the audience have a certain type of agency within the space that they don't have in a concert setting, I think is different. But it'd be an interesting curatorial premise for a project to look at how open can you make that relationship. Because I remember our colleague, now passed away unfortunately, Ranulph Glanville, said many years ago that one of the most interactive things you can have is a conversation. And this is back in the early 2000s when it was, that sense of interaction design was huge. But it's true. There's all the open-endedness, or the Umberto Eco's idea of an open work. You don't know where it's going to go, but you're going to be navigating and traversing around a body of material. To do that then you've got this very very open, much higher degree of risk about the experience. You can't be as prescriptive as you might be in, say, experience design these days, where those designers looking to elicit a particular experience that, in fact, it's collaborative in the sense of all we can agree is that something will happen, but we don't know what is going to happen. So that, I think, would be an interesting way to do that. It's not something we've done in these projects that I've discussed, but much more likely in a gallery, I think, than a concert hall.
Mm-hmm. We have a question from Jordan. He points out that you both focus on sound, but there are also other elements, especially visual, in the shows you curate, sculptural, material, etc. lighting, and there's also clearly consideration from both of you of the kind of performative body or bodies in the space in many different senses. And he asks, how do you each approach other sensory elements when curating the exhibitions? Are the decisions around them all kind of focused on sonic results, or these other elements considered and developed more equally or together? Lawrence, would you speak first, please?
Yeah, I suppose I've tended to think more about the orientation of the listener in relation to the sound source than, say, the visual. Well, having been embedded, the sound designer embedded with designers for the last nearly 20 years, I've learned a lot about the visual, but obviously through that experience and collaborated with a number now on exhibitions and other projects. But I suppose I would tend to make that a minimal intervention in some ways. I know Caleb's talking about the dark, but I've never been a fan of listening in the dark. I think it just evokes a whole lot of other neurological processes deeply embedded with us, and not necessarily ones about being receptive to the work in that one. I'm not saying don't do it, but it's just a different reaction in that. So I suppose then ambient lighting conditions are important within that, but not going to full darkness, just a way of being able to foreground what that sonic experience might be.
Caleb, I saw you shaking your head. I feel like I know some of what you're going to say, but how do you think about it?
The shaking the head wasn't just then; it was earlier on. In that, just in terms of what Lawrence said, that these works aren't in the full dark. They're not the sort of Francisco Lopez darkness. They're low lit. So yeah, I would also agree that pitch black is a very specific thing, and artists, someone like Thembi Sadell, uses the pitch black as a conceptual kind of tool, rather than just the darkened, I don't know, closed-eyed listening or something. But what I was shaking my head about, or agreeing with, maybe I was shaking and nodding at the same time, is sound is, in this conceptualization, but just in generally, sound has to have a material. You can't have sound without a sound event, even if that is the cell walls of a yeast cell. Even if it's the speaker. The speaker is a very physical thing with loads of material impact from the copper and the copper mines, from the electricity and the coal generators, all the way through to, I guess, the cardboard that lots of the speakers have cardboard. So that even a speaker is a material thing. And then certainly within a contemporary art practice, a gallery practice, all of the artists I'm working with are working with these materials and making us think differently about those materials through the art practices. And Vicky Brown very explicitly says this in a few times in interviews, which she's thinking about materials as a sculptor. She has a background as a sculptor. And she's thinking sculpturally and installation-wise about materials and about making us think about those materials by hearing them. So when I'm curating these shows, I'm thinking about installation practices, art practices, gallery practices, and so on, as much as I am thinking about the sound.
This really obviously speaks to our theme for today, more than sound. Perhaps not just sound is never in itself, has come up a few times, but sound is never on its own. We are pretty much out of time. There's one final question, which is a brief one for you, Caleb, from the audience. Can we get a link to the Screaming Yeast recordings?
Get a link to this. I don't know. The thing is, it's not screaming yeast. It's just that as the cell is dying, it gets excited, and so the cell wall vibrates quicker And so the frequency rises. And that's the anthropomorphizing thing, that the listener is literally anthropomorphizing the pitch heightening as screaming. It's not screaming, it's a sound.
Well, what about ecstatic use?
What about ecstatic use? So,
Another book for you, Caleb.
No, thank you.
All right, we will leave it there. Thank you both very much for your time this morning,
Thank
both
you.
for your presentations and for this discussion. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank
Thanks,
you
everyone.
all for joining us as well. We have a 1 hour lunch break now, during which we'll be screening a new film, Rockpool Dialogues, from Dirk de Bruin, Jordan Lacey and Michael Grave. And please join us for the next session, Embodied Sound, with Tessa Laird, Nori Newmark and Catherine Clover, starting at 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Hello and welcome to Session 2, Embodied Sound, of the More Than Sound Exploring Contemporary Themes in Sound Studies Symposium. Just a quick note to those of you that have joined the Zoom room for Kath Clover's interactive sing-along, that's not actually starting until around 1:40, and for your best viewing experience of the rest of the symposium, you're better off being in the YouTube, watching the YouTube channel and then switching at 1:40. So my name is Tessa Laird and I'm a lecturer in critical and theoretical studies at VCA Art in the Faculty of Fine Arts and Music at the University of Melbourne. I'd like to thank Jordan Lacey first for organising this symposium, and secondly for performing an acknowledgement of country that so beautifully set the tone for today's discussions. And I'd like to add my heartfelt acknowledgement from Wurundjeri country, from the land referred to by William Barak as Balekbek, or flat land with scattered trees, today known as Brunswick. And I want to pay my respects to elders past and present on what was, is, and will always be Aboriginal land. It's a rainy day in Porneet or tadpole season, and I couldn't think of a better day to be stuck inside staring at a screen, so good choice, Jordan. This panel has been given the title Embodied Sound, but we want to make it clear that when thinking of the body or the embodied, we're thinking with the more than human, again, which Jordan defined so eloquently this morning. Specifically in this panel, we want discussions around and about sound to encompass not only our own embodied sensoria, but also the gamut of sensing or sensible life on this planet. As the panel convener, I want to begin with the caveat that I'm in no way an expert in the field of sound or sound art. However, my interests do encompass the more than human, more specifically, the interdisciplinary field of animal studies and its various entanglements with visual arts practices. And when I say visual arts, I'm sure that most of you will know that these days so-called visual artists are just as likely to be working with text, performance, film, or sound as they are with traditional visual modalities. And I have two artists with me here today, Nori Newmark and Kath Clover, whose work encompasses a range of practices including sound, performance, and video. Added to that, Nori is the author of the influential book Voice Tracks, Attuning to Voice in Media and the Arts, which was published by the MIT Press in 2017. And I found that book incredibly helpful in thinking through sound, or voice, as Nori prefers, as a more than human attribute. Nori writes, specifying voice rather than sound or music allows a foregrounding of otherness and relationality, and with them of ethics and politics. Nori's examples of voicings in the book are numerous and include a vomiting cat, screaming yes, again, as Caleb referred to earlier, a house that speaks 3 languages, piles of rice in a rice factory, the voice of a bridge, and even the very air we breathe. She writes, voice calls out, calling upon others to listen, to think. This is not a call constructed by the listener, human or otherwise, but a call from, a call upon, a call to, a call that affects and effects. It is a call of vitality, of life. And I think that perfectly sums up a more than human approach to sound. Coincidentally, Voice Tracks also discusses the art practice of Kath Clover, as Nori describes her delight at witnessing Kath's 2014 work, Reading the Birds, in which Kath read Daphne du Maurier's short story, At Dusk, to a tree full of roosting urban birds noisily settling in for the night. Nori describes the work as a relation between birds, reader, audiences, and text that was taking place. For Nori, Reading the Birds presented itself as an assemblage, a provisional and informal coming together and a doing together of artist, birds, audience, tree, place. Before I was introduced to Kath's Reading the Birds and Voice Tracks, I'd already experienced Kath's work when we were both curated into a liquid architecture performance night as part of their series, Why Listen to Animals, in 2016. This particular event was called Listening Across the Abyss of Incomprehension. My performance lecture presented snippets of the manuscript I was working on at the time towards a cultural history of bats, which was published by Reaction in 2018. I was joined by sound artist James Grant, who produced electronic echolocation sounds while my image was projected upside down or right way up, according to most bats. Kath's performance was a cacophony of text and sound, including an overhead projector layered with avian wordings, Peter Knight's piercing trumpet, and recordings of caged tropical birds. A couple of years later, after my bat book was published, Kath asked my permission to read excerpts from the book to the flying foxes who camp at the Yarrabend Park. Her voice reading my words and the chattering of bats knotted and meshed to become the sound work Speaking in Tongues 2019, which was part of an exhibition about animal communication at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Nori, Kath, and I are already as entangled as the worms which feature in Nori's thinking and making, particularly in the work Waiting by Out of Sync, the duo made up of Nori and her longtime collaborator, Maria Miranda. And we'll see this work shortly. The entanglements Nori, Kath, and I weave, like those of the worms, are productive, slippery, and fun all at the same time, but they also demonstrate commitment and a kind of persistence to stick with the knotty issues of cohabitation on this multiplicitous planet, and specifically to do so through sonic attentiveness and what Nori refers to as attunement. So to give you an overview of the session, after I've more formally introduced Nori, we'll begin with the Out of Sync video Waiting. Then Nori will take the floor, and then I'll introduce Kath. And then Kath will lead you through what she calls a sing-along. So without further ado, Nori Newmark is a sound and media artist and a theorist and writer on sound, voice, affect, art, and media. Her current passions are human-animal relations, environmental concerns, and voice, and helping to set up a community garden in her local neighborhood. I've already discussed her pivotal work, Voice Tracks, but she was also lead editor and contributor to the earlier MIT press book, Voice, Vocal Aesthetics in Digital Arts and Media, and she's the founding editor of Unlikely Journal for Creative Arts. The 2016 video Waiting is a collaborative artwork co-composed by Out of Sync, that is Nori Newmark and Maria Miranda, and Worms. Waiting was initially made for more art to be exhibited in a railway waiting room. The artists put microphones inside worm cafes and amplified the worms' voices for the video. In this composting collaboration, Nori and Maria feed the worms what they are eating, and the worms transform dead matter into live soil, providing their human collaborators with castings and with food for thought.
swish, squelch, slurp. The nearly inaudible more than sound of wormy compost. It's more than human voice. As rotting compost and wriggling worms speak, they arouse human bodily affects. These human bodily affects in turn sound out, voicing themselves. Some people recoil with abject disgust, gasping their deathly horror. Others are joyfully lured closer, humming their connection, while still others simply turn away in numbed indifference, harumphing their diffidence. In this presentation, I will work with new materialism, critical animal studies, and sound theory to listen to wormy compost's more than human voice, a sound calling out for a response as it evokes human affects. I ask, how do the more than human embodied voices of rotting compost and wriggling worms stir affects in their human listeners? As I remember and respond to the affective lure of wormy compost's voices, I'm provoked too to reconsider broader aesthetic and political understandings of human, more than human relations. Squish, squelch, slurp. The voices of wormy compost, embodiment, affect, and more than sound. Before I go on, I'd like to thank Tessa for the amazing, generous introduction. I also want to add my own acknowledgement of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung unceded lands I speak from, and to pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'm excited to be part of this amazing event and want to thank Jordan for inviting me. Inclining in. Let me begin by stating my inclinations. I am a compost devotee and a worm lover. I incline to listen joyfully to their nearly inaudible more than sound, their voices, voices that move me affectively as they lure me in. This is a literal, bodily, and embodied affective and sonic inclination. As a sound artist, I'm inclined to listen and respond through my work. An urge to make audible a listening to worms was one of the political and ethical concerns grounding the Worm Project I developed with artist collaborator Maria Miranda a number of years ago, a part of which is playing behind me or next to me. Alongside the worms themselves, we were inspired by Vincent Desprez's understanding of human, non-human animal relations as a mutual attunement, a vital, passionate bodily withness. For Desprez, such relations of attunement depend on the availability of bodies to each other, to practices that transform both, to affects that move them. To burrow into this attunement, we wanted to collaborate with worms. We decided on a durational artwork during which, as we fed the worms, they transformed dead matter into live soil and into compost. We began the project soon after we had moved from an apartment in Sydney to a house in Narm, Melbourne, where for the first time we had a backyard, vegetable patches, and a worm cafe. We hadn't thought about worms before, but we were quickly enchanted. The more we fed them, the more fascinated we became. We discovered shared passions like the love of coffee, which animated us all. Surge of coffee high for those of you who share this. We were further drawn in to work with worms when we sensed an affinity between our commitment to recycling and their composting transformational skills. We felt moved by a strange but intimate, embodied connection to the earthworms, little critters who are so vital to everyday life and to the existence of humans, non-humans, the soil, the earth. Critters who are normally overlooked in the background, even despised, but who, for us, evoked joy. Yes. As for many artists, a crucial question presented itself before we began the project. how to work with non-human animals ethically and politically, as well as aesthetically, in ways that don't exploit their vulnerability. How, in other words, to collaborate with them rather than using them or putting them on display. We decided to try to attune to the worms through listening to their voices, to let their moving voices provoke our own affective voices. Through the headphones attached to a microphone in the Worm Cafe, we listened, letting our bodies and voices amplify their voices. Schlurp, they said. Schlurp, we responded. During the project, I was struck by Charles Darwin's recognition of worms' intelligence, creativity, and sociability. He said, they perhaps have a trace of social feeling, for they are not disturbed by crawling over each other's bodies, and sometimes they lie in contact. Before I had attuned to worms and their social feeling, I would have cringed at this image. Crawling, slimy, creepy, urgh, eesh. But now I feel differently, affectively and sonically. Now, when I lean in to listen, I apprehend an alluring voice, a voice co-composed of the whirring coffee machine that grinds the morning coffee we share, the crunching toast we are all munching, the slurping food as it goes into the compost. Together, voicing an assemblage that calls me to listen to what an art collaboration with worms might be and might say. Ah, yes. Inclining in. Political philosopher Jacques Rancière understands the aesthetic political implications of affective forces which move bodies. For him, it is the affective force that is the aesthetic force of art, in the sense that aesthetics makes the inaudible audible and the invisible visible. For Rancière, aesthetics reveals the common sense regime of the senses upon which the givenness and habits of our society rest. This is what makes art inherently political, since the social, cultural, and political status quo operates through that invisibility and inaudibility. Through its affective force, then, art can make us notice things that we have come to take for granted, things we have become accustomed to not noticing, things we have learned to not notice or not to notice, and even, I would add, to deny. Art can disturb our habits, throwing daily life and its grounding into relief, and thus opens new ways to think about what we do. Says Rancière. Things we feel affectively but don't register consciously or intellectually, these are the ground that art can work on ethically and politically to motivate recognition, response, and or refusal or denial. For the artist, as well as for audiences. As artists, Maria and I were interested in this sort of political, ethical, and aesthetic foregrounding critters and affective relationships which are usually unnoticed, though not unfelt nor unspoken, in the background. We hope that these small sounds, theirs and ours, might stir others too. We hope these voices might motivate a response to pervasive anthropocentric exploitation of vulnerable non-human animals, expressing our fundamental entanglements. 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 A tricky figure, much like that other slippery one, becoming animal. Despite some reservations, I'm attracted to philosopher Christoph Cox with his proposition that becoming animal is an entering into, should I say worming into, a shared affective and productive zone to experience common capacities with non-human animals rather than imitating their forms. And in this movement, Cox explains, quote, we can unlearn physical and emotional habits and learn to take on new ones, end of quote, to experience new physicalities, new emotions, and new relations with others and with the world. Perhaps in this way, Cox helps rescue becoming animal from what feminist scholar Donna Haraway criticizes as Deleuze and Guattari's, I'll quote, disdain for the daily, the ordinary, the affectual, rather than the sublime, end of quote. And what could be more daily and ordinary than worms, as we work together, connected sonically by this affect and affection? As the worms agree, as they insist, the ordinary is not to be ignored, chiming here with anthropologist Kathleen Stewart. In her own forceful writing on ordinary affects, Stewart speculates on the immanent force of complex and uncertain objects that fascinate because they literally hit us or exert a pull on us. Ordinary affect is a surging, a rubbing, a connection of some kind that has impact, she says. Like becoming animal, entanglement is also an appealing figure for many in animal studies. However, for some, it risks occluding many painful human, non-human animal relations that we don't hear or that we deny. Paula Arcari, Fiona Probyn-Rapsey, and Haley Singer, for instance, have critiqued entanglement as a celebratory, romanticizing, and inadequately politicized figure. They argue that it distracts researchers from a critical awareness of the instrumentalizing and commodifying relations from which so many non-human animals suffer. They say, quote, in contrast to the ethos of multi-species entanglement and becoming with that typically animates this research, large numbers of animals entangled in the machinations of our city constitute a nature that remains mostly unseen, end of quote. Reading their critique, I sense that while the figure of entanglement might direct us to listen to how a lamb in a petting zoo bleats joy for the child who leans in to pet it, the concept doesn't necessarily attune us to the pitiful but unpitied cries of the lambs in the abattoir that are not heard or felt by that child. Nonetheless, as I watch worms intertwining with each other, and as I respond affectively and sonically, I do feel a pull, which feels like entanglement, feeling inescapably entwined and connected at the same time as other. And I wonder if the figure of entanglement might still have useful conceptual force, making us notice an intense otherness, an otherness that calls out to us affectively for response. I wonder particularly if worms and their composty entanglements might open our senses and bodies to other unfamiliar relations. As philosopher and artist Eva Mayer reminds us, writing about what she calls worm politics, it is, quote, problematic to only focus on those animals who are most like us. Because earthworms are so different to humans, and because we know little about them, our relations with them do raise many questions. End quote. And one of these questions is about affective entanglements and knowledge, the knowledge-power relations that help shape and are shaped by those affects. As I think about Foucaultian knowledge, power, and affect, I'm painfully reminded of a disturbing event that haunts me still. I retell this story inspired by Kathleen Stewart's speculative writing that recognizes, she says, how moving forces are immanent in scenes, subjects, and encounters. The event occurred during the launch in my local park of Kathy Coloco's statue of a giant golden earthworm, Unsung Hero, it was called. The launch included a worm party at which the Gould League promised a free worm composting session and information stall. But as it turned out, it was not much of a party for real-life worms. I recall going over to check out the stall and recoiling as children were encouraged to poke and prod worms in the name of science and education. I felt my chest tighten, my body hot with anger, itching to explode in a rant about the cruelty. No. I tried to reason, struggling to constrain my voice as I alerted her to the cruelty to which the children were being incited. But I couldn't keep my emotion from my rising voice, to which the stall holder responded testily, "That's how children learn." I could barely restrain from poking and prodding her myself with the justification, "I'm just trying to learn about science and education." Harumph. But in respect to Kathy Coloco, I did refrain from creating a scene, even though I was deeply dejected by an educator's prodding children to poke those vulnerable worms. This was, after all, a launch of a statue in honor of earthworms, a statue that put an earthworm on a pedestal to be admired, not to be touched or touchable, and certainly not to be assaulted in the name of learning. It was meant to be an event to honor the worm and teach about ethical, caring composting. Now, remembering this incident, I feel the affect yet again, the anger shaking my body as it is assaulted by the hard, moral tone of big science amplifying that woman's voice. And once more, I find myself voicing no to the human exceptionalism that would assert its right to extract knowledge from non-human animals' vulnerable bodies. Squish, squelch, it's still life. Encountering wormy compost. Still life, for Kathleen Stewart, is a forceful, pulsing figure of intensity. A still life is a static state filled with vibratory motion or resonance, a quivering in the stability of a category or a trajectory. It gives the ordinary the charge of an unfolding, she says. For me, this still life speaks of and speaks in wormy compost. Squish, squelch. The nearly inaudible sounds, more than sounds, of the ordinary and extraordinary processes of compost decomposition, fermentation, rotting, digestion. And the joyful sounds of those who respond to their lure. Ah, oh, yes. This is what led Maria and me to begin a sound art work, which we called It's Still Life. For that project, we recorded the responses to compost by neighboring community gardeners. We asked them to gently dig into the compost, to turn it, to listen to its squitch-squelch voice, and to describe their affective responses as they did so.
I love compost. Yeah, I do like that earthy smell, and I kind of know. Yeah, I like I mean, it does only good things.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Oh, I love it.
It's a complex relationship.
Does it feel alive to you?
Yes, very.
The compost?
Very.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, compost doesn't make me feel different about anything because compost feels right. It's just real. Compost is the most real thing. I feel connected to everything.
Ah, beautiful worms.
It's a casual relationship. Worms have always been there for me, and I try to be there for worms. I rely on worms.
They're our little heroes.
I don't give them a lot of thought, but I like them.
Ah, a lot of corn cobs, some parsley, a little bit of bread down there.
Yep, we've got oranges, some avocados,
like a cold banana down
choy there, coriander.
Yeah, a little bit of mould happening.
You can really see what your neighbours are eating.
Yes.
At the moment in our bin we've
That's
got...
what I was wondering, who is eating so much avocado? I don't know. So yes, this is kind of very intimate.
What we sensed in their voices, attuning to the still life that is wormy compost, was an intense and intimate affective counter with liminality, life and death, life in death, with its nearly inaudible sound of the commingling worms who find life in compost and give it life, the compost moved many to express wonder and delight. Ah, yes, though I do admit repelling others with the quivering horror of death and decay. Ooh, no. It's alchemical, one of the gardeners said. I was lured in by this, by the alchemical doing thinking that disrupts the seemingly unquestionable primacy of modern science. This is the modern science which presumes that animals belong to them as their proper subjects, as Elspeth Probyn-Rapsay once put it. And this is the very science that justified the education into human exceptionalism that arrogantly disturbed the singular, specific, vulnerable beings at the worm party. With a new materialist approach, theorist Jane Bennett has also been lured in by alchemy and its enchanting affects. Writing of the alchemist Paracelsus, she discerned, and I quote, "For him, enchantment is not only a property of the natural world, it is also the joyful human mood that results from a special way of engaging the world. Enchantment as a mood requires a cultivated form of perception, a discerning and meticulous attentiveness to the singular specificity of things." End quote. By the way, Bennett recognized how listening, or eavesdropping, is crucial to alchemical practice, a more than sound practice, we might say. Which brings me back finally to the question of listening and care, sound and ethics. Jane Bennett, again, is one who understands that generous and ethical behavior to others, human and more than human, needs a motivating energy, an affective energy. Such an energy can come, she proposes, from enchantment. And again I quote, "Enchantment is a peculiar kind of mood often induced by sound, the chant in enchantment. To be enchanted is to be both charmed and disturbed, charmed by a fascinating repetition of sounds or images, disturbed to find that although your sense perception has become intensified, your background sense of order has flown out the door." End of quote. With the affective enchantment of wormy compost, then, there is an intense, embodied sonic force, a force that may be alluring or repelling as we attune to its more than sound, its more than human voice. Yes, no, schlurp. Thank you.
Schlurp indeed. Thank you so much, Nori. That was so fascinating and thought-provoking and challenging. And yet you still maintained a profoundly joyful sense of responsibility. If people can save any questions for Nori until the end of the session, that would be great. And I'd like to introduce Kath Clover now. To do so, I'm going to crib again from Nori's voice tracks. And while I'm reading this, for those of you that do want to join Kath's sing-along, you'll see there's that Zoom link in the chat. You might want to pop over there now and join that Zoom meeting. So Nori writes, Catherine Clover has been making works for and with noisy, wild urban birds for many years, listening, recording, translating, transcribing, reading to them, performing for and with and after them, making books and performances and installations. Clover seeks artistic practices and ways to develop relationships of attunement with the birds. Her choice of urban gulls and pigeons is deliberately not sentimental. Instead of beautiful and mellifluous or even sublime birds calling to us from the wild, she works in a minor mode with despised and everyday species. Clover's mode is collaborative with human performers and with avian collaborators. Her human collaborators perform and improvise the written word, which includes her own translations and transcriptions of birds' voices. Clover works with listening as a way of becoming aware of sharing space and intertwining lives and voices in urban spaces, becoming aware of what we have in common with cohabitants in urban contexts. As Kath says of her work, her concern is to unlearn her old ways of listening in order to hear the birds' calls not as pleasant musical sounds, nor even as the sound of a species, but as distinct communication between individuals living their lives in close proximity to mine.
Okay, thank you, and hello everyone. Thank you, Tessa, and thank you, Norrie. Fascinating and a wonderful intro for me to follow on from. Now, some of you will have accessed the Zoom already to participate a little later, and I will prompt you again for those of you who'd like to participate as well. So I'm going to introduce a few ideas first as context for thinking about what we're doing here, and then I'll mention the Zoom link again. Yes, so firstly, I will introduce the context. There are also 4 scores to access on the website, which are also linked near the Zoom link through the schedules. So you may want to access those as well. They will also be in this PowerPoint as well, though. So I'll go through the 4 scores and give vocal demonstrations of how you can voice or sound them. Then we will have some warm-up exercises so you can get used to hearing your own voice with everyone else's. And finally, when we do the voicing together, you can choose a single score to sound or have a go at all 4. There are 4 scores, and we'll aim to spend about 5 minutes voicing together, see how we go. So Simon, Ari and Edward have been our amazing technical crew on this, and they'll be guiding us through the setup. There may be some glitches and technical hitches, but I don't think this is a problem. We'll do our best and see what happens. I haven't done a participatory voicing online before, so it is a first for me, and looking forward to seeing how it all pans out. Okay, so the contextual ideas to this voicing. The work addresses the relationship between humans and birds, specifically wild, urban, noisy songbirds, both native to Australia and introduced. Humans have relationships with birds across all cultures, so these ideas resonate cross-culturally and across the globe. We are all familiar with birds. However, the relationship is often difficult, troubling, and exploitative, with birds suffering from the impact of human behaviour in many ways. Here in Australia, we can learn a lot from the Indigenous relationship with birds. Indigenous Australians do not conceive of a divide between humans and nature. There is no separation. Humans are understood to be an integral part of all things. As humans, we are not separate and we are not superior. I have found that Donna Haraway's term nature cultures is a way of interpreting and identifying this inclusive idea for non-Indigenous people. This idea of connection to all species, to the world that we live in. To enact or embody nature cultures, as I understand it, Haraway has expanded on what or who kin might be. Kin are not just family members or blood relatives. She says, and I quote, Kin is an assembling sort of word. All critters share a common flesh, and ancestors turn out to be very interesting strangers. Kin are unfamiliar, uncanny, haunting, active. Birds are particularly important and symbolic to all the tribal groups of the Kulin nations of south-central Victoria. For the Wurundjeri people, the traditional owners of this part of Melbourne, where the symposium is taking place, Bunjil is their creator, the ancestral wedge-tailed eagle, and Wa is their protector, the ancestral crow. Wurundjeri custodian and linguist Mandy Nicholson explains that her traditional lands are still present and perceptible beneath the intense urbanisation of Melbourne. Next slide, please, Ari. Mandy says, and I quote, "As a traditional custodian of the Greater Melbourne area, I do not see the buildings or the concrete. I see what is beneath, in and above. The 6 layers of Wurundjeri country include the Beek Ut, or below country, where we get our ochre from to decorate our bodies for ceremony and dance. The second layer is Beek Dwi, on country, where we walk, dance, and conduct ceremony. The third layer is Banj Beek, or water country, which sustains all life. All the rivers, creeks, raindrops, mist, and dew are included in this layer. The fourth layer is Mernmut Beek, wind country. This layer is important as the wind allows the smoke from welcoming fires and the language you speak and sing to transcend up to Bunjil. The fifth layer is Waru Waru Beek, sky country. This is where the physical form of our creator Bunjil, the eagle, and his helper Wa, the raven, can be seen. The sixth and final layer is Tharangalk Beek, forest country above the clouds, and is Bunjil's home." End quote. Listening plays a key role in my art practice, and a core concept that drives how listening informs my practice is unlearning. I use listening to unlearn ways of knowing and or being in the world, to unpick typical Western knowledge hierarchies. As a white British woman living in Melbourne, Australia, I am trying to unlearn ways of being that my upbringing, education, and experience of the world may have taught me to consider normalised. I position the process as unlearning rather than learning, because this word helps me to understand that I may not have the right to know things, to know something, to know different things, or even to know anything. Usually, I start these participatory voicings with a sound or listening walk, and this was the plan for today. But alas, alack, we are in a pandemic and we are in lockdown in Melbourne. If we were outside, outdoors, listening to the city, some of the birds you would be able to hear would be the songbirds in these scores. Next slide, please, Ari. The birds are Yanguk, or red wattlebird, Barrawan, or Australian magpie. The translation to Woiwurrung was kindly provided by Wurundjeri elder Auntie Gail Smith. These birds are native to Australia and they are both songbirds. Next slide, please. Here we have house sparrow, who arrived in Melbourne around 1862, and common starling, who arrived in Melbourne 1857 and Sydney 1877. These birds are also songbirds and were introduced to Australia in these decades between roughly the 1860s to the 1880s. This participatory voicing is part of an ongoing project that considers what the sonic meeting point of the native and introduced birds may have been, and how it may continue to be unfolding in Melbourne today in 2021. Songbirds learn their songs and languages from their parents, just as we do. This means that their vocal sounds remain adaptable throughout their lives, and they can easily learn new ones, just like us. Also like us, songbirds have accents and dialects that connect their voices to location and place. These 4 birds are common birds in Melbourne, easily heard and readily seen. It would have been challenging for both of the introduced birds to identify their sonic niche or bandwidth in the biophony, the sound of all living organisms in a particular environment or biome. Yet both house sparrow, with their repeated, quite unremarkable songs, and common starling, with their complex singing, have managed to find bandwidths that they can sonically occupy amongst the native birds of southeastern Australia. With yanguk, barrowan, house sparrow and common starling in our minds and in our mouths, this voicing is about opening a space for these common birds as potential kin, a voicing as kin-making. Vinciane Desprez suggests that the era we are living in could be labelled the phonocene, an era of sound, of song, an era of listening, and delightfully for my interests, she uses birdsong as the sounds and voices that have stimulated this direction of her thinking. She suggests we can, and I quote, think of the world as a place where anything can be sung and all the power of these songs can be felt. These are stories that invite us to rethink our era. With the contribution of you all, it is possible, perhaps, to consider the sonic meeting point of these birds from an embodied perspective, a materiality, a concrete sense of our physical selves as we contemplate their songs, the songs of the birds, through our breathing and our voicing. This participatory voicing is not about skill or expertise. It is not about training or ability. It is not about mastery, proficiency, accomplishment, competence. But it is about joining in and doing something together. I am not trained in performance or singing, and this is audible in my own delivery. So I hope this encourages you all to join in and have a go. Next slide, please, Ari. Here is the first score from yanguk, red wattlebird. Yanguk has a rhythmic, raucous call. The sounds are machine-like, mechanical, if you like, raw and glitchy. The quality of their sounds is not conveyed effectively using the written word, of course, and writing the birds' voices in this way is not a functional process, and it does not deliver a translation of their voices. It is a process that struggles to render the birds' voices and often fails, but not completely. What is captured, as you can see from the score, is duration, rhythm, and structure, particularly useful for yanguk's voice. I'll give you a quick example of how you might choose to voice this score. I do not sound like yanguk, but I can approximate the rhythm and structure of the song. Ra-o-i, ra-o-i, ro-a-i, a, ro-a-i, a, ro-a-i, a. Ra-o-i, ra-o-i. So some of you familiar with Yanguk may recognise that rhythm and that sort of repetition, especially first thing in the morning at the moment in spring in Melbourne, where they're singing loudly outside our windows at about sort of 5:30 in the morning. Next slide, please, Ari. Now, Barawan, or Australian magpie, this is quite a difficult song for us to attempt as humans. Barawan sing beautiful, complex, fluted melodies. Their songs seem to be highly improvised, but there is also structure, and song samples can be repeated several times. To try and sing Barawan is not easy, especially as each note forms a chord of about 3 sounds. But there are several components that are a little easier for the human voice. The first line, for example, is a dropping whistle, dropping from high pitch to low pitch, which is something like ew, ew. Now, my voice is far too slow to even get close to sounding like Barawan, but it might, if it's sped up, if you sped up the recording, you know, it might be along the lines of Barawan. There is also at the end, you can see the dropping whistle again, and also a frequent call that is a call in itself, but also occurs within song, which is ah-ia, ah-ia, ia, ia. Frequently, Barawans sing together, both male and female, and they sing what we might call duets. In Australia, most female songbirds sing. Okay, next score, please. Next slide, please, Ari. House sparrow arrived 1862. Now, a much easier bird for us to try and copy. The sparrow song is a single repeated sound that hardly alters. It is the chirrup that we tend to use to generalize bird song. Chirrup, 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 chirrup. It is not particularly loud, but it is penetrating in its duration, and especially when large groups of sparrows sing together in the heat, say, or at dusk. It's quite an easy sound for us humans to produce. And finally, Ari, the next slide. Common starling. The starling song is very complex, a mix of melodies that form no particular structure. It seems to be completely improvised, complicated again for us to voice like Barawan, but some elements are doable. Starling also has the dropping whistle from high pitch to low pitch, as you can see here. But in general, the starling's voice is much higher pitched than Barawan. So that whistle could be that sound seems to occur in many of their songs. It's a very sort of common characteristic of starlings. You can often recognise them from when you hear that sound. One way of perhaps doing starling would be to actually whistle rather than try and voice these sounds, because you might be able to get a higher pitch. I simply can't even reach the pitch of a common starling. So whistling. Yes, that's not particularly good. Please excuse me. They also do a lot of different sounds as well. Beat clicking, which could be like the we can approximate that with sort of tongue clicks or lip smacks. So the mix that common starlings use is a wide range. So in fact, there's a lot of options, even though it's an incredibly complicated voice for us to sing. Also, all these songs are generally much faster than the way humans usually speak, certainly speakers of English anyway. So all of these sounds, of course, are absolutely relevant if you want to attempt the score of the common starling. So an imaginative approach to the scores is also a good idea. And if you have a memory of the sounds, if you have those sounds in your head, you might find that easier to use than reading these scores. So remember that any sound you make is exactly right. There is no wrong sound in this participatory voicing. Okay, so I think we will now move to the voicing. I think most of you are accessing via Zoom, so you're ready to go. And we're going to start with some warm-ups, rehearsals, and then we'll jump in and I'll guide us all the way through. So firstly, some vocal warm-ups. We will make 4 sounds together. They will be O, Ah, Ooh. These will be made on the out breath. We will all take an in breath and then make that sound on the out breath. For example, I am breathing in and breathing out. Oh. I will guide us through these exercises so that we are all in time with each other. Okay, so let us begin. Let us breathe in. And on the out breath, oh. Very good. Last as long as you can. And again, breathing in. And on the out breath, I'm hearing some coming through. Yeah, it's great. I'm hearing some coming and going, so that's good. And thirdly, we'll breathe in. And on the out breath, and finally, we'll breathe in, and on the out breath, Okay, great. It sounds quite glitchy at my end. I'm not sure about yours, but that's good. Very nice. Thank you. Okay, now we will choose a score each to go for the voicing. Now, hopefully you've all accessed the scores, but if not, we have got Yangak up on the PowerPoint. So if you need to, just use that score, and it is one of the easier ones to voice. I will be going through all of them. I'll just follow them all. I try and about a minute per score. You may wish to follow me in that way, or you may wish to just go your own way. So I will start now. We should try and aim for about 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be starting with Yangak. Ro a I a ro a I a ra I ra I ra I Wonderful. Thank you. I'm impressed with your commitment to the to the job. That's great. So perhaps you had in mind, you know, whether the bird you were singing was native or introduced. You may have considered how the sounds that we made met, how they came up against each other, touched, skirted, engaged, or encountered each other. And through our voices, of course, we were engaging with the fourth layer of Wurundjeri country, Mernmut Beak, or wind country. So thank you, everyone, for joining in. Much appreciated. Thanks to you all.
Thank you so much, Kath, and thanks everyone that participated in that. That was a lot of fun, very much more than human. There were, I swear, there were some real birds in there, and lots of wonderful machinic glitches as well. So to anyone that is still in that Zoom meeting, please log out and continue to watch the symposium on YouTube. And we're going to bring Nori and Kath back in, and then we're going to have a conversation and take your questions. Hello, both of you. Thanks so much for your wonderful presentations. That was so much fun. So I'm keeping my eye out for questions, but to start off with, I guess I would really like to ask, all these things came up, well, in your talk, Nori, you addressed specifically the problems of entanglement and then the problems of becoming animal, but also perhaps its potential as well. One of the things you said that it isn't, well, you said something about common capacities rather than imitation. And I know that you're very careful with the word that you use. You use the word amplify rather than mimic with the worms. And then with Kath as well, because, you know, we're doing this thing of playing at being birds or offering our interpretation of birdsong, and yet I wonder what word you would choose rather than imitate. Do you have a preferred term? And I was going to suggest translation, but then you said no to translation as well. So I gather that it's a very tricky thing to sort of put your finger on in terms of what exactly it is that we're doing with these practices. So maybe if you could start, Nori, and then Kath, if you could give your interpretation.
Are you asking me what's happening with Kath's?
Yeah.
Kath's work?
No, your own work and in particular your use of the term amplify rather than imitate.
I suppose it's a sense of not trying to be them or not trying to take over them, but trying to feel them. So I suppose amplify is a term that I use because it's a sense of I hear the sound and it enters my body, and it's like my body amplifies it and it comes out. So I suppose it's sort of about a bodily, like the body almost like an amplifier.
And Kath?
Well, I guess I would use that word unlearning that I was talking about as a sort of broad description of what seems to be occurring. The only thing I can really sort of pinpoint is that I'm unlearning what I might think, you know, in terms of, say, mimicking or approximating sound. And I mean, even interestingly, I actually have trouble with that idea that you use, Nori, of collaborating with the birds. I don't use that term collaborating because I don't see it as a mutual agreement. I see myself outside looking in, trying to unlearn, and, you know, maybe at some point in decades to come, I might learn something. But in this process, I'm unlearning what I think is happening. I guess that's how I would answer your question.
That's nice. One thing I wanted to... Oh, did you have more to say, Nori?
I just wanted to say I really like Kath's, figure or approach of unlearning. I think it's really powerful. And also that, the idea that we don't have to know, we don't have to think that we can know the other. That's part of that, the way the way you, Kath, have, worked with unlearning as freeing us from the need to know, I think is really great. Yeah, it's very powerful.
And one other thing I wanted to ask, I can see we've got a question coming through now, but I just wanted to go back to the screaming yeast of the previous session and the discussion around that as, the sort of discussion about, oh, that's anthropomorphizing and no, the yeast isn't actually screaming. I just wondered what the two of you would have to say about whether or not to use the term anthropomorphizing or whether or not to use it as a tool, and whether or not you think the yeast is screaming or not.
I don't actually have a problem with the word anthropomorphizing, but I don't happen to use it. I guess that's what I would say. I do tend to skirt around it, and but I think it can be a very useful access point, and it's almost like a starting point for considering the more than human world. But I don't tend to use it, but I'm not anti at all. I think it's a really good way of starting to think along these lines. I guess that's what I would say.
And Nori?
I think early on there was this, we're not supposed to anthropomorphize, and that's a really bad thing to do, and it's, human-centered and, human-centric. I think there has been a bit, and I suppose I feel this myself, that, in a way you can only speak from your position. So, and following on from what I was saying about in relation to Kath's unlearning, you can't completely know the other, and you shouldn't want to know the other or presume to know the other. So in a sense, the sort of worry about anthropomorphizing can, like, on the one hand, it's good to point to the, we shouldn't be so human-centric, but on the other hand, can stop us from, in a way, owning our own position.
Thanks. The question here from Jordan: I'm struck by how performative this session has been compared to what the others will mostly be like. Does learning from other animals somehow require us to tune into our bodies and our voice? Is this part of humans changing in some way, or perhaps learning how to behave differently?
Yes, I think so. I find with my work that it has been drawn in this direction. It's not, I'm not a singer and I'm not a performer. I trained as a painter. It's been very confronting for me to do all this performative stuff, but the work is asking that, and it seems to be a sort of careful negotiation of what is taking place. And it seems to be appropriate. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jordan. There is something about the things that we're concerned with. And when you're thinking about embodiment, that you do an embodied response to what you're thinking about. So I think if our session is about embodiment, and it's not surprising that our presentations are embodied, or more embodied, or aware of embodiment, or playing with embodiment. performatively.
One of the things that seems really clear in both of your practices is that there's this humor as well, this element of humor. And I just wonder if you wanted to talk about that as a sort of a way of effectively attuning.
I think that that's quite important, actually. There's a real absurdity to what I'm doing because it seems so ridiculous, but that's also very appealing. And also in terms of asking people to join in, because I'm not really a participant kind of person. I don't want to join in things. It's like, oh my God, no. But if it's sort of low key, if the bar is, well, low, I suppose you could say, it is about humor, it is about absurdity, it is about drawing people in that way, and more audiences are more likely to come along and come along for the ride, I suppose, especially if you don't use that word art. You know, humor is a great leveler, and yeah, so a lot of my work, for example, is public art, where there isn't that context in which you feel obliged to operate. There is no apparent context, so except for the outdoors, generally the urban. So I do find it a very useful, significant component, actually, of the work. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we don't necessarily set out to be funny. I think sometimes this happens. I'm not sure why, and I'd be interested to hear from you, Tessa, why you think that it does happen. But I mean, I do think I find humor is a way into works that can be difficult, or ideas that are difficult or not familiar. So, I mean, I think humor is, you know, it can shift the ground a bit, make it, you know, more available. I mean, I think, you know, say with that video, the where we were amplifying the worm sound, you know, it's painful for us to look at it. I mean, other people laugh, which I think is a relief, but for us to look at ourselves up there is painful. But I think we decided it's better for us to endure the pain than to, you know, make the worms endure pain by being put on display. Anyway, I'm curious what you think, Tessa, about humor.
Well, I think when I'm watching, say, you and Maria, and you know, I do laugh because the two of you are so committed and earnest about it, and yet what is happening to your human bodies and your human voices is something which, you know, it doesn't make any sense in the kind of the verbal lexicons that we have, and the kind of acceptable ways of making sound in the everyday. And I think that like as Kath put it, the absurdity of that, there's something really charming about it, and it does speak to a commitment, and it does sort of imply that you don't mind being made a fool of, or acting the fool, in order to in order to engender thinking differently about the more than human. And I think it's brave, and it's really compelling. But I think that when you laugh, you do you automatically, you also are going through some sort of affective relationship, and your body is changing in relation to that of another. So perhaps that is a kind of a different way of engaging. We've got this suggestion of the word following as a substitute for the word collaboration, which is nice. If anyone has any thoughts on that.
Yes, that's a nice word. I like it very much.
I think that that's sort of in the Derrida, the animal that therefore I am, because je suis is also I follow, and there is that kind of, that idea of I follow the animal. And Jordan asked, oh no, sorry, this is from David Chesworth, to Kath. I once heard a wax cylinder recording of a Yorta Yorta elder singing the song that mimicked a bird. Do you have any thoughts on the differences between your birdsong sing-alongs and birdsong that is incorporated into formalized or ritual singing that involves mimicry?
Formalized. I'd probably have to have a bit of a think about that one, David. But I guess part of my work is that it is improvising. I'm asking people to participate on the spur of the moment. So there's not the thought involved as such, although, I'm introducing certain ideas. Often these projects that I do are sort of longer workshops, and we're out in the space in which these say the birds are voicing, and we hear the birds at the same time as we're trying to voice them. So it's a kind of immersion in the way that this can't be, but this is its own sort of experimental setting, which is good. But I think it's I have done some performances with performers, not necessarily trained performers, but people who are willing to perform rather than invite audiences to participate. And in a sense, there's just that less, what's the word, je ne sais quoi, there's a less of a grit or a grist in that setting rather than this, which is uncomfortable. People feel self-conscious, but again, humor helps with that. It's like, well, just laughing. Perhaps our laughter sounds more like a bird than our spoken words. So it's something to do with not having that preparation that is quite key, I guess, to the reason they're participatory voicings, which is my preference than planned or prepared or performances as such. That might answer your question. I'm not sure.
Okay. And we have another question from Sonia Lieber. Nori, the work that you showed, the Waiting with Worms, was sited at the border of the home and the garden. How important is this in terms of implicating we humans as urban dwellers?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. I think really Sonia's made a good point there. But yeah, place is something that we've always been interested in with our work. So, sometimes we do these works where we don't even notice what we're doing until we've done it. So looking back at it, you can see the house behind us, which we didn't actually pay that much attention to when we made the video. As you can see, we didn't even dress properly. Sometimes we just get this urge to go out there and do something, and then we notice afterwards, oh, this is where it was placed, and that actually makes a big difference to what it is. And you can hear the birds in our garden behind us. So, yeah, it was very much in a sort of overlapping space, I suppose. Or however, I can't remember exactly what you just said, Sonia, but yeah, I think that's a good perception of it.
Well, we're actually out of time, so I think we should probably wrap up. But thanks to both of you so much for such a stimulating and entertaining session. So please stay tuned, everybody, for talk number 3 at 3 p.m. And in the meantime, we'll continue to screen the Rockpool dialogues by Dirk de Bruin, Jordan Lacey, and Michael Grave. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the More Than Sound Symposium. This is session T3 on sonic ambiances, exploring contemporary themes in sound studies. I'm Shanti Sumartoyo, and I have the pleasure of facilitating this session. Just as we start, even as we gather virtually, we're all still in place. And I want to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nations, on whose unceded lands in Melbourne I work and live. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a long history of knowledge made through the experience of living on country, a form of profound, place-based experiential knowing that relates directly to the entanglement of place and sound that this session explores. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to any First Nations people who may be with us today. So as I said, I'm Shanti Sumartoyo. I'm an associate professor of design research at Monash University and also a member of the Emerging Technologies Research Lab at Monash. My own research includes work on theories and methods of atmospheres, including sensory ethnographic research methodologies. Jordan Lacey and I have worked together over several projects over the years, including when I was an academic at RMIT, and his sonic orientations have really helped me think with sound about my own research interests in atmospheres. And I'll just touch on a couple of these interests and how they relate to the theme of the session today over the next sort of 5 minutes or so. So sound, of course, is fundamental to how most of us make sense of and understand our worlds. We're immersed in it. It permeates and it resonates in our bodies in distinct ways that are quite different from other aspects of our everyday sensoriums, such as light, smell, touch, or proprioception. Indeed, if we think of ourselves as feeling bodies that build knowledge of the world as we move through and inhabit it, then sound is central to how the distinctive, particular, and place-specific aspects of those worlds come to our attention and come to matter. So this, I would think, reflects something of the spirit of Jordan's comments in the introduction this morning about how sound is a route to generate new forms of knowledge. As anthropologist Tim Ingold and many others since him have said, if, as we know as we go, then our knowledge of the world is made with and through the environments we inhabit. And sound is central to that sense and knowledge-making process. One way it does this, I would argue, is through its configuration into distinctive and ongoingly emergent atmospheres. So in my 2019 book with Sarah Pink on atmospheres, we argue that atmospheres are a quality of specific configuration of sensation, temporality, movement, memory, our material and immaterial surroundings and other people, with qualities that affect how places feel and what they mean to people who participate in them. So atmospheres and ambiances, then, are a route to meaning. Put differently, we can think through them. We can think through ambiances and atmospheres to reach new insight. And sound is critical to this. An example of what I mean is going to be, in both the papers that we're going to hear in this session. But if we turn to Phil Samartz's presentation that I'll introduce in a moment, he uses sound recording and composition to register the dramatic environmental changes that are occurring as we speak in high-altitude, cold climate ecologies that are caused by increasing global temperatures and human activity. Meanwhile, in Jordan's own presentation from 3:30, we're going to learn about his recent work, Sonic Gathering Space, and the role that sound art installations can play in transforming our ideas and experiences of public places. So in both Jordan and Phil's practice, then, there is this work to think with sonic ambiances to gain new perspectives on our worlds, perspectives that entangle the sensorium with the specific places that we're inhabiting and moving through in our lives. And again, just as Jordan signaled in the introduction to the symposium, these ambiances take in and are entangled with other more than human bodies, forces, and things. Indeed, this entanglement, when one element cannot be treated as standing separate from any other, is an aspect of sensory experience that atmospheres and ambiances can help us reckon with. So that is a very brief introduction to the two presentations in this session. I don't want to take time away from them, but we will have a chance to pull the arguments together in a broader discussion at the end of the two presentations. So I want to dive right into the content for today by introducing Phil Samartzis and his paper. So Phil is a sound artist and researcher investigating the social and environmental conditions informing remote wilderness regions and their communities. Phil's art practice is based on deep fieldwork where he deploys complex sound recording technology to capture natural, anthropogenic, and geophysical forces. The recordings are used within various exhibitions, performances, and publication outcomes to demonstrate the transformative effects of sound within a fine art context. Phil is an associate professor with the RMIT School of Art and the artistic director of the Bogong Center for Sound Culture. So Phil, I'll turn it over to you and your presentation.
think we're out. So, hi, everyone. I'm Philip Smarts. It's a thrill to be here with you at this symposium, More Than Sound. I'd like to acknowledge both Jordan and Shanti for their wonderful acknowledgement of traditional owners, and also Tim's warm introduction at the start of today's session, aligning the really wonderful sound research that's occurring across the DSC with some of his experiences in New York. So that's a wonderful endorsement for the breadth of work that's occurring within our institution, which is great. I'm here to talk about atmospheres and disturbances. It's the work that I've been doing in the Swiss Alps since 2019, and for those who don't necessarily know my practice so well, it's an extension of the work that I've been doing over the last 10 years in different parts of the world, mainly with an Australian focus. I've been working with Indigenous communities in the Kimberley and the Pilbara in Western Australia, the Victorian Alps, where the Bogong Centre for Sound Culture is located, and across the Australian Antarctic Territory. All of them with slightly different foci, but essentially what I'm trying to do is record the effects of climate change on these particular locations, and particularly on the communities that live and work in these places. The work that I was doing in Antarctica led me to begin considering other localities in which I could extend the work that I've been doing more or less in cold climate ecologies, but I guess the recording methodologies that I've been testing and pioneering and so forth within a slightly different environment. So I decided on Switzerland as a logical extension of the work that I was doing in Antarctica, mainly because both those locations are really at the cold face of climate change. That's where climate change is being felt, I think, most acute, and the effects are quite dramatic in that sense. So I'll just be talking to this project that I've been doing in recent times. This PowerPoint presentation I prepared 18 months ago when Jordan first tried to get this symposium underway as a physical I guess, event on campus at RMIT right at the start of the pandemic. And so we've had to wait 18 months for it to actually happen at a time which I hope is one in which the pandemic is close to being concluded. There'll be a great book ending for all of us, I think. I've got the kids at home and we're likely to be bombed by them at any time, so forgive me if they appear on screen. So without further ado, we've got a shot of Friedrich's Wander Above the Sea of Fog to set the tone. That's a photograph of a mural painted in one of the tunnels that kind of extend through the Eiger mountain range. It kind of straddles both Munch and the Eiger, and it's kind of peeling and it's a bit rough, but it kind of sets the tone for this wonderful kind of exploration of the sublime. So Ari, would you like to throw to the next slide, please? So this gives you a sense of the terrain that I was operating within. And so that's more or less the back of the Eiger mountain range. So it's the south side that you see, that glaciated terrain. So it's some of the territory that I was trying to record with sound. It's fairly uncompromising, quite hazardous in places, lots of glaciated parts that are occurring through the mountain range. Next slide, Ari. And this is the HFSJG on the top of the mountain range. It's essentially the high altitude research station at Jungfrau, which I was located at for a month or so, recording the environment. So I was interested in documenting the effects of global warming on this particular high altitude area. The HFSJG is quite an interesting and important research station. It's the highest research station in Europe, and it's the only continuously operating research station at that kind of altitude as well. Their data that they use inform things like the Paris and Kyoto climate agreements. So incredibly important research that they're doing in this particular environment. And one of the reasons I was attracted to working at the HFSJG was to kind of get a deeper understanding of the research that they were doing in terms of the type of science, but also to kind of record, I guess, in and around the station to create a portrait of a place under enormous stress. And so the terrain there you can see is pretty much where I was working for the month, up along the mountain range and down the kind of the valley there, which is actually the Great Altesh Glacier. Ari, next slide, please. And so that's a shot of the Great Altesh Glacier, which is one of the reasons why the research station is located there. They've been conducting science on the glacier for decades now, so it's the most analysed and probed piece of ice in Europe, in fact. For those who don't necessarily know it, it's around about 23 kilometres long, about 1.5 kilometres at its widest point, and around about 900 metres deep in terms of the deepest part of its mass. So it's the longest glacier in Europe, and it certainly was going through a form of transformation when I was on location there. I could see the, in fact, the glacier contracting in front of my very eyes because of the lack of snowfall, the actual unseasonably warm weather that the region was experiencing as well, resulting in a lot of ice and snow melt, or lack of snow and a lot of ice melt. The actual recording I played at the start, in fact, was the sound of the glacier flexing, I guess, in response to the thermal energy of the sun. So the big boom and the associated kind of ice kind of falling off the mountain peaks because of the power of the sound, in fact. And it was quite an amazing thing to experience firsthand. It's like a sonic boom of a jet flying overhead. And the attendant sounds afterwards is of the permafrost melting at the peak of Munch, which is one of the mountains that I was looking at that time. Next slide, Ari. So just a shot. Most people want to know how I go about it. So basically a selfie of me with a couple of omnidirectional microphones recording the wind blowing across the glacier. And in terms of anthropogenic sound, there's a lot of tourist activity in the region as well. So something that I'm equally interested in, when we represent places as unusual and unique as these, we often associate kind of pure natural environmental sound associated with them. However, my experience is that they're highly congested environments filled with a lot of transport sounds, so sounds of helicopters and aircraft, particularly jet aircraft in Switzerland. They have a large military presence in their airspace. So the sound of jet fighters, quite a regular feature of the soundscape. Tourists, a highly visited kind of location for tourism, so the sound of tourists also quite common. And so there's this interplay, I guess, between what we can kind of argue is the natural environmental sound of the Great Altesh Glacier and the surrounding mountainscapes, and how they kind of, I guess, are in conversation with the human sounds that often emerge within these particular environments as well. I've got a little bit of kind of data on the right-hand side of the slide there regarding the type of conditions I was working in. And by and large, wherever I've been, whether it's Antarctica or Swiss Alps, the weather is always a consideration. It's certainly a challenge, and they certainly determine what can be recorded, when it can be recorded, how long you're in the field for, what's actually occurring in the field based on wind velocity, temperature, and other events surrounding you. Atmospherics become a big part of the experience of the location as well, in terms of Shanti was introducing the ideas beautifully in her introduction. What fog, wind, light, just temperature, how that kind of informs the way one works in the field, and the subject matter you ultimately kind of focus on. Next slide, Ari, please. So just, I guess, some shots of the landscape a little bit closer into some of the wider shots that we started with, to give you a sense of what climate change is doing to the Great Altesh Glacier. So it's much more glaciated environment than it once was. The HFSJG research station is at the head of the glacier, and usually the process of I guess glaciers are fed by snowfall, essentially, and snowfall accumulates at the head of the glacier, and then its mass kind of gradually kind of goes down the valley. And so there's this kind of continual cycle of feeding and movement that occurs within it. But at this time, you could see that there's the glacier is compromised somewhat with all this kind of crevassing that's occurring here. Next slide, please, Ari. And again, the atmospheres, the weather and the conditions were never the same from day to day. So they were always challenging, always different, always spectacular, of course. What an amazing site to work in, and a great privilege. So the light, the kind of residual kind of clouds and fog, and the winds, at times the blizzards that one encounters are really a big part of the experience. And I probably should have prefaced the conversation a little bit as to why I've become attracted to environments such as this. It emerges from a post-studio practice in which I felt that my composing or my musical or sonic practice was compromised by working in a a controlled studio environment, in which many of us do find ourselves working in, and that I was seeking to I guess develop some kind of methodology that was far more responsive to things outside of my control. So working in these more extreme environments demanded different types of working methodologies whilst in the field. And with the main concept or idea, I think, being that I wanted to allow the environment to speak for itself rather than me to impose my own kind of aesthetic sensibility to a lot of the decision-making that one applies to their material when they're removed from it, such as gathering a bunch of field recordings, then taking it to a studio. And then over a period of time, whether it's weeks, months or years, you start to kind of form a response from that material. So in terms of my own methodology, essentially, I would say 85% of my decisions are made within the environment and the conditions I find myself, the microphones I use, the amount of time I spend, the subject matter that I'm focusing on. And when I do bring them back to the studio, it's really ultimately a process of selecting what I consider to be the best representations of a particular event, action or conditions, and then creating a narrative and some description to get from point A to point B, but very little manipulation, abstraction, or composing in the sense of a lot of arranging and choreography of the sound occurs outside of the field. And that's incredibly important to me, to remain authentic and faithful to the experience I have. So I don't want to represent places in a disingenuous way through my own personal kind of considerations. although they do occur, of course. Next slide, Ari, please. So just a couple of the things that I was recording in the field. So there's the top of Monk, and a lot of the ice there is calving and collapsing, as is the mountain range. And so I got some extraordinary recordings just by putting a couple of omnidirectional microphones on the glacier, and then just recording for several hours. And those particular sounds, those carving sounds I speak of, are seldom. They're rare. They don't happen that often. They happen from time to time. So you do need to have time and a little bit of stamina to kind of sit with the landscape, I guess, sit within the landscape and listen attentively to those elements. But within all that, you get other associated sounds, helicopters flying overhead, tourists kind of wandering past, shouting out and carrying on and all that kind of thing. So there's a mixture of things that emerge from a setup like the one on the left-hand side. And the right-hand side is just a shot of the microphone that I was using. I just kind of put a couple as close to the surface of the glacier as I possibly could to capture the sound of ice granules kind of, I guess, blowing across the Great Altesh Glacier. And Jungfrau Joch, where the HFS JG is located, is a saddle between a number of mountains. And it's also the point where the Biss and the Fawn winds converge, a wind from the north and the wind from the south. So you have this beautiful choreography, this play or dance that occurs between the two winds. One's warm and one's cold, and I'm standing right in the middle of the point in which they meet, and they do some beautiful things to the ice granules on the Great Altesh Glacier, which is very, very unique to this particular location. So whilst we can talk about the big carving sounds, the booming sounds of the Great Altesh Glacier, it's these little fine granules of millions and millions of little granules of ice blowing across the ice sheet there that really caught my ear, and I fell in love with that sound very, very much. Next slide, please, Ari. And so, yes, the science, what happens at the HFSJG? So these are the atmospheric labs. It feels like I stepped into a lab from the 1950s. On one hand, thinking that we're going to see some real high-end scientific instrumentation, which this is, but physically, materially, technologically, it looks like something that I've seen in some sci-fi film from 1956 or something. So it's a beautiful thing and privilege to be with these instruments. These instruments are our future. They're marking, they're registering, they're measuring, they're monitoring, they're informing our future, the debates that are currently raging around what to do about global warming and how to cut carbon emissions and all that kind of thing. They make a beautiful industrial thrum and create a lovely relief to those natural sounds that I was talking about. So another point I probably should have mentioned in the preface is that I'm engaged in a post-studio practice. I'm composing in situ. I also try and under-prepare as much as I can before I go out in the field. Complete opposite to someone like Douglas Quinn, who will read every book on the subject before he goes somewhere, be an authority before he goes there. I actually don't want to know a thing before I go somewhere, so that everything is really unusual, surprising, unanticipated. I'm the dumbest person in the room, therefore I can ask, anything without feeling stupid. And so I like that as a technique, in that I'm an amateur, I'm a hobbyist, I'm here. So what does this machine do? What happens when I put a microphone there? It's a much more intuitive process, I think, that I enjoy. And it allows me just to discover things without having any kind of assumptions made before I get somewhere. as well. It serves me well, I must say. I've never been disappointed by that approach, because it's always a wondrous process, something that's revelatory in doing field work. You come out of it and you're completely transformed, as I did in this case as well. Next slide, please, Ari. Again, some of the machinery technologies that located there, measuring solar and atmospheric radiation. The HFSJG was originally set up during the Cold War, and the Swiss were trying to figure out how to survive a nuclear winter. So these machines, these technologies, are more or less designed for their own self-preservation, and that has led to wider science and the dissemination of that knowledge across the world. In fact, but it was a self-serving kind of process initially, hence why the HFSJG was set up in the first place. Next slide, please, Ari. I'll just keep an eye on the time, so I don't go over too much. It's a highly constructed environment. So we think of the Swiss Alps as, this natural splendor. Well, I'm assuming here that, many people do, unless you've been there like I have, and then all of a sudden you discover how much it resembles Swiss cheese, in this instance with tunnels being bored everywhere. So I was just out in the field recording in and around the station, and I come back and there's this truck here, this forklift kind of vehicle, carrying a couple of cartons of dynamite for some blasting that they were planning on doing later on that day. And that's something I don't normally see every day. So much dynamite within 5 or 10 metres from my proximity. So it does create a certain level of anxiety. But it's a highly constructed environment. And so there's technologies embedded all over the place, and access points and transport hubs and things of that nature within the mountain range. It's quite an extraordinary thing to see firsthand, and clearly another great source of sound that complicates our understanding and encounter with a place like the Bernese Alps in this instance. Next slide, please, Ari. Again, just another example of field recording within the internal spaces of the research station, which is spread throughout the tunnel system of the Jungfrau saddle, and at the base of the Eiger mountain range as well. And so just some beautiful opportunities to set microphones in little protected areas from the wind that inevitably blows through this particular environment. I did a number of ambisonic recordings in this instance to capture the kind of immersive and tactile qualities of sound through material kind of environments, so through the materiality of concrete, through these kind of portals into these ice terrains and so forth. But I use a whole range of other different methodologies as well to kind of create a contrast and a different focus for the recordings as well. Next slide, please, Ari. So, yeah, it's just jamming more or less omnidirectional microphones into some of the infrastructure to capture the sound of the wind blowing through metal or ice falling from this balustrade kind of thing here on the left, or accelerometers capturing the stress and fatigue that occurs to metal within really cold conditions. And there were points when the temperature dropped, particularly at night, around about -30, and then with the wind chill much lower than that. Oh, stop. So I think I might be yeah, running out of time here. Next slide, Ari. So I was just going to very quickly talk to some outcomes. So I've currently got an exhibition in Verbia where you do a 5-kilometre sound walk where you listen to 90 minutes of field recordings I've made in Switzerland and Antarctica whilst walking an alpine route, and upon the route are 15 field huts and billboards with images that I've taken from my field work. And it allows the listener to connect to the wider environment, the alpine environment, in this instance of Verbia, and make connections to the sounds of melting landscapes that they're hearing in their headphones with the immediate environment in which they're encountering through the walk itself. Next slide, please, Ari. I'll just rush through these ones. Next slide. This is a close-up of the panels on the field huts. Next slide, please, Ari. And currently, well, not currently, a little bit like Caleb, unfortunately, I was on part of an exhibition called Sampling the Future that was supposed to open at the NGV Australia on August 27, and that's been delayed because of the current lockdown. So hopefully it'll open sometime soon. So the work that I've produced in Switzerland will be presented at the NGV in collaboration with architect Roland Snooks from the School of Architecture and Urban Design at RMIT. He's created this wonderful speculative forms for us to kind of talk about, I guess, through the work, the impact of cloud computing and the amount of energy that it consumes. And a lot of people, me included, don't really think about the impact of what data storage is doing to the planet, but it's one of the big power consumers in the world, in fact. And so this is a speculative architectural form that we're working with, and I've created a sound composition based on the clouds of Switzerland, so being in the cloud, the physical cloud. And creating a relationship between the architectural form and the real-world sounds of climate change in high-altitude ecologies. Next slide, please, Ari. And this is a prototype that we trialled at the Shenzhen Biennial of Urban Design and Architecture in 2019, just before COVID kind of put the kibosh on everything. Gives you a sense of what the form is looking like. It's a bit of a rough version of it. And we're using 7 transducers embedded in the NGV, so all the surfaces in and around the architectural forms that Roland are creating will be sounding bodies, so the sound will be articulated through the materiality of the installation itself. And I think I'm on the final slide, Ari, if you want to go to the next one. Yes, and thank you, project partners. I better quickly acknowledge that this project received a significant amount of support from different stakeholders, and of course I'm greatly appreciative of that trust and support for my project. I'll just acknowledge the Swiss National Science Foundation. Mine is the first art project that they've ever funded, according to them. And they can see the power of sound as a way of expressing some of these acute problems that we're faced, through global warming. So they're embracing the arts and the humanities to help articulate or express the message of the impact of climate change. So I'm incredibly grateful for them for their trust again in supporting me, and of course all my other friends and benefactors as well. So I better kind of wrap it up there, but clearly happy to answer any questions that you might have afterwards and beyond this presentation as well, of course. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Phil. That was really fascinating. 18 months in the making and worth the wait. I'm sure everyone will agree. Can I please remind everyone listening to pop your questions into the chat on the YouTube channel, I believe, and we can get those flowing as we come up to the panel after the next presentation. I mean, I've certainly got heaps of questions. I'm really, really fascinated by this work that it strikes me is not only about sound, but it's incredibly visually beautiful as well. And also, Phil, how you came to know other aspects, the so-called weather world of the site where you were through sound. So you talk about sound, but you also talk about ice, wind, granules, the glacier itself, the changing weather conditions, how cold it felt. For me, it really shows how entangled sound is with this whole other sensorium that is place-specific and really powerfully experiential. So I want to move on to the second presentation in this panel, none other than the esteemed Jordan Lacey himself, the host of this wonderful More Than Sound Symposium. Jordan is a transdisciplinary artist who specializes in soundscape design and the creation of public sound art installations. He was recently awarded an Australian Research Council DECRA grant titled Translating Ambience. This project combines biophilic design and ambience theory to discover new techniques for the creation of sound art installations. Jordan is based in the School of Design at RMIT University in Melbourne, Australia, and he's an associate editor for the Journal of Sonic Studies, which is based in the Netherlands. His upcoming, and I must say, one in many books already and yet to come, his upcoming book is called Urban Roar, a psychophysical approach to the design of effective environments, and that will be released by Bloomsbury in 2022, so we all have that to look forward to. Jordan is going to be talking about his work, Sonic Gathering Space, and the role of sound art installations, what they can do in transforming our ideas and experiences of public places. Take it away, Jordan.
Well, thank you, Shanti, for that wonderful introduction. I'm very thankful. And Philip, thank you for your excellent presentation. I always feel like I've learned something new when I hear you talk, such a well-defined and interesting practice. And it's my great pleasure today to present more or less on the end results of the 3-year ARC grant I have been working on. As Shanti said, it's called Translating Ambience, Restorative Sound Design for Urban Soundscapes. So, Ari, waiting for you. So I'm presenting here in a TV studio. I'm actually reading from a cue, which I've never done before. So there you go. I'm learning as I go. So many of my plans have been, waiting for Ari again, thwarted by the pandemic and Melbourne's string of gruelling lockdowns. But through perseverance, I have been able to push through enough fieldwork, prototyping and testing to engage in some rich explorations of the translating ambience theme. So it's my intention to share with you 3 of those outcomes, both direct and tangential, of this research. They include the Sonic Gathering Space installation. Ari, if we can go to slide 2, if you're not there already, you are. And the Rockpool Dialogue, which is the film that you have been watching in between each of the presentations. And I'm also going to refer briefly to a performative field recording I created called Performative Exploration of 2 Pylons. Before I get there, I'd like to spend some time unpacking the title of my research project, which encapsulates various strands of theory. And just to remind you again, the title is Translating Ambience, Restorative Sound Design for Urban Soundscapes. So first and foremost, my research began as an acoustic ecology project nested in the research culture of Saal Sound Studios, directed by Lawrence Harvey, who we heard from our first presenter today here at RMIT University. During my PhD research, I had become interested in the concept, both theoretical and practical, of sites of respite. These are thought of as sites of rest and relaxation in which to escape the unrelenting presence of undesirable noises. In fact, the desire for such spaces resulted from a project Saal Sound Studios completed with the City of Melbourne in their survey of the public's responses to urban noises. it was found that the existence of sites of respite would be a most welcome urban design phenomenon. And I believe the date of this research is about 2010 to 2012. Forgive me, Lawrence, if I have the wrong year there. It is this ball, if you'll forgive me a sporting metaphor, that I was invited to pick up and run with in the pursuit of a PhD, a process which is captured in my book, Sonic Rupture, a practice-led approach to urban soundscape design, published in 2016 by Bloomsbury. The award of the Australian Research Council DECRA grant allowed me to take my research in a whole new direction. It is concerned with the potential of sound artists engaged in phonographic practices to translate the ambiances of nature into urban spaces. Before I discuss this, I'll briefly comment on those complex, albeit essential, conversations about nature and the urban. From a philosophical perspective, any division between the two appears superficial if we consider that the whole of the material world is entangled and in an ongoing process of becoming. If we follow this type of process or affective philosophy, as I do, the division between the two appears arbitrary. There are also the practical problems such a division exhibits. For instance, the whole of what we call nature here in Australia has been carefully managed by Aboriginal land practices over millennia. The land was erroneously considered terra nullius, that is, uninhabited by humans, by the European invaders, and yet the country only ever looked the way it did to Europeans when they arrived because of the fire stick farming and other practices that Aboriginal peoples had carried out across the continent for many millennia. At the same time, things that we recognise as nature are ever ready to sprout and reclaim the concreted lands of our cities, whether that be falcons nesting on the top of skyscrapers, creative surges of humans, weeds breaking through cracks in the ground, or the inundations of floodwaters, etc., etc. In fact, the nature-urban division seems to rest on the idea that nature is relegated to those protected places, national parks and the like, to which we go to rest, relax and restore whenever we have a chance to escape the relentless pressures of city life. Having said this, I do personally believe that there is something different to be found in what we call nature. In fact, my research question is built largely on this idea. In short, is it possible to create nature-based experiences or some derivative of them in the city? When I arrive at a natural place with few humans and primarily populated by non-human life and material assemblages that seem partly or fully autonomous from human endeavour, I cannot question the fact that there is a sense of otherness that engages me. Nature presents the possibility for humans to connect with something other than that of their own making, a chance to look away from the mirrors of our own creation and entangle with something more mysterious, something unknown, something that is more than human. I'm now going to interject into my own presentation with one of my minor projects, one of the two minor projects I'm going to discuss, as a means to illustrate this reflection. One of the sites which I explored for the creation of the sonic gathering space, which I'll discuss soon, is called Terek Terek. It is a rare site of remnant grassland in the centre of the Australian state of Victoria. It is a traditional meeting ground of the Barappa Barappa and the Wemba Wamba people. It is a place presently under native title claim by the Wemba Wamba Barappa Barappa Working Group, whose traditional owner interests are represented by First Nations legal and research services. I spoke to Uncle Daniel Kelly and Auntie Hazel Atkinson by phone about my trip. I told them I went there to explore and record the grasslands. I decided to invite experimental filmmaker Dirk de Bruin, who is pictured there, and conceptual artist Michael Grave, a colleague of mine at RMIT from the School of Art. I invited them as I know they both engage with sound in their own practices, and I thought that through a collaboration there might be an opportunity to explore more than just field recordings. The result is the film Rock Pool Dialogue, being launched here today. The soundtrack for Rock Pool Dialogue is a field recording from Terek Terek, which is also included in the sonic gathering space. The rock pool pictured here is a registered place of significance in the Victorian Aboriginal Heritage Register, though I never found out why, and perhaps it is not my business to know. But this place of water and its abundant life in the middle of this dry country felt magical to us, was something that was much more than we could understand. I know you've all been watching this already, but I'd like you to indulge us a little bit more, as I'd like to play an excerpt from the film, which includes its stereo rendering of the Dawn Chorus. And after this, I asked Dirk to make a short statement about his own sonic approach in the making of the film, which will follow immediately afterwards.
Hello. Thank you for watching that collaborative work. The history of my abstracted practice has always been sonically based, referred to as visual music and animation. My first flicker film in 1976 was motored by Steve Reich's drumming, and the next by a Buddhist chant. Jordan Lacy invited me to TERX to see what I could extract visually out of that space. Moving into that landscape, I was aware of the wind movement, the rustling of leaves, the bird calls, and I filmed in a rhythm capturing the shadows, the movement of the sun, and the absences that I felt in my body as I record the images, often frame by frame. The sound was telling me what to do. I took delight in the wind in a uniquely Australian space. I wanted the movement of the images to be in chorus to this immersive space. I could watch Jordan and Michael doing the same, wandering around, and I would record them moving through this space. That's it.
Thank you, Dirk. I first came across Dirk's films as a teenager, and even then I could hear them as they were flickering away. A real pleasure to work with him. As I mentioned, the full 30-minute film is being gently launched as part of the symposium and can be watched in full on the YouTube channel at any time. Returning to the main research project, its original premise began with my discovery of Edward O. Wilson's biophilia hypothesis. Biophilia at its core is about loving connection, defined as the innate love of humans for life and lifelike processes. This was initially buried in scientific positivism, a genetics proposal to be precise, that was never substantiated. Consequently, it disappeared for some time, but has since re-emerged into a wide-reaching urban design phenomenon called biophilic design. In its simplest manifestation, biophilic design desires the introduction of nature into cities and the development of architectural practices that engage with the patterns and textures of nature. I remain struck by the synonymous objectives of biophilia and acoustic ecology, both of which want to introduce nature into the city to create improved living conditions for humans and non-humans alike. The most famous acoustic ecologist, composer R. Murray Schafer, who sadly recently passed, argued for something similar. In his book Soundscape, he argued for the design of urban soundscapes that express as much as possible the well-balanced soundscapes of nature. He proposed a new profession of acoustic design through which noisy city spaces would be transformed into delightful, restful listening experiences. This he called the soniferous garden. The approach resulting from the combination of these two environmental design phenomena I simply call biophilic sound design. And it is the translation of ambiances which is the method for practicing biophilic sound design. And ambiances are those in-between places of sound, light and smell that fill what we once thought of as empty space, an insight that can be traced back to Marshall McLuhan and Edmund Carpenter's 1952 paper, Acoustic Space. Most notably, sonic ambience theory and practice has been developed at the Cresson Research Centre in Grenoble University. Ambiances are the mediums in which our body is immersed. They create for us our impression of the world. Presumably, not what the world actually is, whatever that might be, but what it becomes as our bodies perceive the ever-shifting mediums in which we are immersed and entangled. Jean-Paul Thibault puts it succinctly when he writes, ambiances places the sensorial world at the very centre of living space and constitutes a condition of possibility. A possibility that is always in flux depending on what the senses are absorbing in any given moment. As method, I am interested in how sonic ambiances are perceived through the attuned and sensitive listening experiences of sound artists and how their technological decisions are shaped by these experiences, as we just so elegantly heard from Philip Samatzis, his own approach to this. Photographers make specific decisions about framing and lighting and the time of day, etc., before they render an image of the world. Phonographers are no different. Their decisions render a soundscape via their experience into a specific media form. This is the translation. A biophilic sound designer, such as myself, translates an ambience for a very particular reason: to bring experiences of nature into the city so as to present those sensorial experiences to others in the context of an urban design intervention. This is to fulfil the most basic of urban design ambitions, to create restorative public spaces in cities. This is a premise I tested with a group of artists in 2019, the documentation of which is pictured here, and the ethnography results of which will be published with my upcoming book for Bloomsbury, Urban Raw. I'd now like to turn to the core practical outcome of this research project, the sonic gathering space, which in many ways is the next iteration of research following the exhibition pictured here, and which tries to put some of the discovered ideas into practice in a public space. It had been my desire to launch the sonic gathering space at this symposium, as Professor Tim Marshall mentioned earlier today, at a time when we thought meeting in person might be possible, or even that the work could be finalised. But unfortunately, the severity of the lockdown has made such things impossible. The work is due to be installed in the next week or two, I'm happy to say, and I'll have documentation of that on my website for those interested. The best I can do today is to show you this in-progress image that I received from the fabricators just 2 days ago. For now, I am mainly going to focus on the process of the making. The sonic gathering space, this prefabrication drawing showing more clearly its circular shape and the four parts that make it up, is a collaboration with landscape architect and visual artist Charles Anderson, who will be joining our panel. The reflections I'll provide on the sonic gathering space come from my own perspective. What I have to say may or may not be ideas and sentiments shared by Charles, and no doubt we will find that out during the panel. Simply put, The sonic gathering space is a circular park bench, 6.5 metres in diameter, that houses 4 speakers and 8 planter boxes. The circular structure comprises 4 quarters that connect to form a whole, and each quarter holds 2 planter boxes with plantings from one of the 4 national parks. The seating is 1 metre deep and at a standard 600mm height. It is made of galvanised steel and modwood, which is a recycled plastic. Underneath is secured an environmentally protected electrical box with an audio system that drives 4 environmental speakers, and I thank Oscar for providing me with this image. He's been working away in the background designing this system. The 4 speakers play field recordings I collected from 4 national parks in the Australian state of Victoria. In the first instance, the sonic gathering space is circular for one simple reason. Most of the field recordings I collected are ambisonic recordings. These microphones produce a 3-dimensional recording of space and are designed for the purposes of creating playback conditions that are as close as possible to initial listening experiences. 4 speakers, one of the stands for which you can just see in one of the planter boxes to the bottom right of the image, create a diversity of spatial listening experiences, which I will play for you soon. The effect of creating a circle also reveals other influences. Pauline Oliverius's deep listening being a key influence. When reading Oliverius's book, Deep Listening, A Composer's Sound Practice, some of the exercises include creating a circular arrangement within which a group of people can connect with each other through a deep listening to themselves, to each other, and to the environment. It occurs to me that the sonic gathering space is an invitation to listen deeply. Its circularity allows people to face inwards in a circular arrangement while tuning into the sounds emitted by the 4-speaker array. In fact, I had thought of calling it the Deep Listening Circle in reference to Oliveros, but during a conversation with David Chesworth, an artist and researcher in RMIT School of Art, he suggested the name Sonic Gathering Space. It evoked, he suggested, a less formal environment where people could gather in a sounding space with or without the expectation of deep listening. I agree with him and the name is stuck, so thank you for that, David, if you're listening. I also began to reflect on the mandala-like shape of the SGS. Mandalas are an important part of Carl Jung's psychological system. Pictured here to the left is an image from Jung's Red Book, which sits next to one of the very early renders of the sonic gathering space. Jung's discovery of the archetypes and his identification of archetypal images, including the mandala, is something I am very interested in and explore in my upcoming book, Urban Raw. In fact, it was while researching for my book that I came to notice this commonality. He states that a mandala is made up of 4 parts, which, according to Jung, is equivalent to the 4 personality types he claims we each possess. And when the 4 are equally active, a mandala forms, which itself is a symbol for the integrated self or wholeness. Lest my comparison seem too tangential, it is interesting to consider that Pauline Oliverius was very interested in the mandala, which the composer applied as a listening and compositional tool as pictured here. I'm indebted to the deep listening practitioner Sharon Stewart, who introduced me to Software for People, Collected Writings 1963 to 1980, in which Oliverius, amongst other topics, writes about mandala music. Like Jung, Oliverius uses the mandala as an organising principle and meditation focus. The number 4 does not seem to be of specific importance for Oliverius, who used the mandala in many different musical contexts as pictured here. However, Jung's influence on the composer is certainly apparent in various writings. I was struck by the number 4 as an organising principle for the mandala and the fact I had chosen to investigate 4 national parks, images of each, which are pictured here. This I see as a pleasing moment of synchronicity, but let's now turn to a discussion of the 4 national parks. The Otways is a traditional country of the Eastern Maar people on the central south coast of Victoria. The striking feature of this landscape is the wild and dangerous coastline comprised of cliffs and rocky platforms. I placed an ambisonic microphone near the steep crevice of a cliff and nested 2 hydrophones in the rocks along the shoreline. I simultaneously recorded each crashing wave's resonance in the cliff's crevice and the sea waters flowing into the maze of concealed tunnels beneath the fallen rocks along the shoreline. In the recording, the resonance of hard stone and the trickles of water can be heard synchronously. Terik Terik, as I have described, is a meeting ground of the Barappa Barappa and the Wemba Wamba. In this recording, I positioned an ambisonic microphone next to the rock pool at twilight to present a close-up listening encounter of flocks of budgerigars, flies and drinking kangaroos. French islands situated in Western Port Bay to the east of Melbourne are the traditional hunting grounds of the Boonwurrung people. I attached multiple contact microphones to melaleuca trees to hear their inner sounds as they stroked each other in the island's clustering winds. In fact, that should be the picture behind me, but I found out I couldn't have one without a green screen, which we couldn't organise in time, but you can imagine that. But pictured and heard here is a stereo pair of two buried hydrophones recording the sounds of, as I understand it, benthic animals. If there's any actual sonic ecologists listening, they may correct me, but that's as far as I could learn about where those sounds originated from, that are buried in the mudflats during the lowest of tides. It is the simultaneous above and below the surface listening. And finally, in the Alpine Highlands, in the land of the Toongaroong, while on a recording masterclass with none other than Philip Samatzis and also Douglas Quinn, I found an underground rivulet weaving through a dense snow gum woodland. I located an ambisonic microphone in the middle of 4 small turbulent pools, and in each pool I placed a hydrophone. These are all 2-channel renderings of 4-channel spatial mixes that will interact with the environmental sounds of the courtyard in which the installation will find itself, as pictured here. The black ring in the top left of the RMIT alumni courtyard. We have designed a questionnaire with environmental scientist and soundscape researcher Professor Lex Brown from Griffith University, a process I won't go into here, but simply to say it is an attempt to discover how this intervention makes people feel, if it is welcome or otherwise. If we were in person, I would encourage all of you to go listen and access the QR code with the questionnaire, and I hope that some of you at least will have that chance one day. Throughout this talk, I've referred to more than human encounters, as indeed is one of the themes of this symposium. I consider such encounters to be moments in which we feel connected with an environment in a way that exceeds everyday experience. The Cresson Research Centre has a sound effect to describe this, Sharawodji. Although such numinous effects can't be designed, one can try to create the conditions for their emergence. To achieve this in the context of the sonic gathering space, I have sought to embed listening experiences that cannot be accessed by the naked human ear, primarily by situating technology at multiple listening points to create a mediated auditory image for the ear. Mediated, that is, by technology. I'd like to finish my talk by reflecting on my second minor project, and I apologise, Shanti, I realise I'm running a little over time here. It's a different type of exploration of the more than human. While recording the extraordinary popping beach on French Island, as I came to call it, and as you heard earlier, I noted the lonely pylons of a long abandoned jetty. One could feel their history draining away as they were slowly reclaimed by the ocean and the surrounding salt bushes. I had the idea of burying my contact microphones deep into the eroded structures of the wood pylons and recording my interactions with them. Revealing hidden qualities with performative field recordings is something I often like to do, but this time I videoed it, for my own interest really. I was happy with the result, and pleasingly it was accepted into the recent 2021 Second International Conference on Sonorities Research called Borderline Sonorities, along with Kath Clover's work, I might add. It is 9 minutes long with 4 distinct parts, but I'll play just the final moments. I stretch out my arms as I fumble with the pylon surfaces, unaware. I mimic the stretched wings of birds that pass behind me. It represents for me an exploration, an entanglement of body with world that wants to feel its way into something. This is for me a more than human moment in which my own body loses itself amongst the many living and non-living bodies that surround me, with the emerging sounds coming to reveal the vital connections that hold us.
Thank you, Jordan, for those last moments of that really mesmerizing work. I enjoyed your talk so much, and especially hearing how your ideas have sort of crystallized and come together over the years. It's really sort of fascinating, really fascinating work. I wanted to just sort of very briefly touch on work by a sociologist called Jennifer Mason. She wrote a book recently called Affinities that I think is really relevant to this discussion, and especially, Jordan, your discussion of the more than human. And she says about affinities that they're sparks or charges of connection that intensify, enchant, or indeed toxify personal life and the experience of living. They're the revelation or charisma of potent connections that feel kindred in some way. And in that sense, they're fundamentally relational. I think she comes from a sociology perspective, but I think there's a lot in her concept of socio-atmospherics that really connects, especially Jordan, to your work on biophilic design that I think is really fruitful. So we're going to move to the last. We've only got, 12 minutes or so. I'll wait for advice about whether we can go over a little bit or not, because I think there's so much to talk about around this panel. To help us sort of traverse through, probably quite a gallop over these next few moments. I'm really delighted to welcome Associate Professor Charles Anderson to join with the two presenters as a respondent and also as a sort of panelist to discuss this rich and fascinating work. Charles is a landscape architect, an artist, a critical thinker with over 30 years of experience making work, publishing, exhibiting, teaching, and supervising around the world. He's Associate Professor of Landscape Architecture at RMIT University, where he's also the coordinator of higher degrees by research in the School of Architecture and Urban Design. Charles's work foregrounding the fertile character of collaborative and interdisciplinary modes of practice engages particularly with climate change and the concomitant socio-political disruptions and ecological crises, and explores human, non-human entanglement in order to reconceptualize and reconfigure formations of terrestrial habitation. I'm really delighted to have Charles with us. Thank you so much for joining us. As people gather their thoughts, pop questions into the YouTube chat that we've got an eye on. I wonder if I could begin by asking Charles, because he collaborated with Jordan on the Sonic Gathering Spaces work, if he could give his perspective on the work, which, of course, comes from a different perspective than a sort of sound-specific perspective, and how you think it engages with Charles with these ideas of the more than human and the sort of biophilic, the promise of biophilic design, I guess.
Well, I'll try and be quick because I know we've got short on time. So first of all, I'd like to thank Jordan for inviting me to be part of this. I feel a bit of an interloper, but there we go. My thoughts about the work that Jordan is making was really that of an invitation to collaborate. I'm very interested in collaboration, as my introduction says. So it's just another opportunity to work with someone, to think with someone about something very particular in this case. And my take on the overall project is actually in its original title is pitched to me. It's a prototyping exercise. So so what Jordan has been showing is really an exercise of sort of proof of concept, really about testing what is possible to do with a kind of installed bit of audio recording and vegetation to go with that audio recording to see whether it does what Jordan is trying to test, whether it does have some form of biophilic affinity, to use your word, Shanti, to see whether it does, how people respond to it or don't respond to it. So in the spirit of being a prototype, that's really the way I look at it. And I'm not really sure whether it engages with more than human dialogue per se, but it certainly is a way of trying to think through what our relationships are to the more than human, and also what our affinities might be. I think that's a very useful term, and whether it works or not. And for me, the basis of the project is to actually see how it can be made better, and if indeed do we need to do this kind of thing, or would we rather better spend our money on just planting a tree? So.
Great, thanks. I mean, this question of whether it works or not, of course, is directly related to what you want it to do or what you intend it to do in the first place, right? And I guess this is a question that I have for the whole panel, which is about, what the sort of implications of thinking in a more than human framework might be. So you all engage directly with this idea of the more than human in different ways in your different practices. And I'm very curious about what the possibilities of a more than human framework might be for making change, right? Because we're also all concerned with the kinds of futures that we're all facing, especially in the, in the face of climate change. And all of your work speaks in some way, directly or less directly to that big question. So my question for the panel is, what futures do you think open up if we think with the more than human? So, for example, can these perspectives alter our relationships with each other? Can they help us sort of make sense of and make knowledge with the world around us in a different way that has a kind of change-making potential? Yeah, because I think, like, for example, Phil, like you sort of bring this reality of, like we've seen pictures of glaciers receding, but but you bring this kind of quality of the immediacy of water melting in the sort of ice flows that gives it a different kind of charge, right? A different kind of effective potency, I think. So that's my question for each of you. And I wonder, Phil, since I was particularly struck by this in your work around climate change, if I might go to you first with that question. What is the relationship between more than human perspectives and sort of future making possibilities?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, Shanti, and the thing that pops into my mind is that I'm more or less creating science fiction with my recordings. I kind of am tracing or documenting a trajectory that's well in process, and inevitably the glacier that I was discussing will be gone in 100 years' time. I think that's probably inevitable. So in some ways, I'm trying to capture this massive natural force of ice in the Alps as it currently stands, with the idea that it's a spectral landscape that's in process of vanishing before our very eyes. And that's my encounter with that space, as much as I have in Antarctica as well. So I'm not trying to be emotional about that, but these recordings are kind of like a starting point for a world that potentially doesn't have a human presence at all. So it's the sound of the earth at a certain kind of point in time, and whether we can do enough to change this trajectory or not, I probably doubt in many respects. And so it's a form of preservation, advocacy, documentation that's going to kind of sit in an archive as this is the way the world was in 2021 for future generations to listen to. And that this becomes something that may not necessarily have been in my mind at all when I started, but certainly the longer I've engaged with these environments and their communities, and in particular, it became very, very heightened for me when the NGV bought one of my Antarctic works for their collection, and everything was about my death, the death of the author. What happens with this work upon your death? And as charming a conversation that is, it just kind of demonstrates to me that they're talking about generations. The listeners or the art audience in 100 years' time or 200 years' time. How do they encounter this work? Which kind of then places it in that kind of longer time frame. Well, in 200 years' time, that glacier's gone, and a lot of Antarctica has been transformed by climate change as well. So that's kind of, I guess, the things that occur to me when you're kind of talking about the more than human. These things that really are at such a scale that they're probably beyond our control now, and that's what attracts me to those environments as well. They can't be controlled, so you have to work with them and be controlled by them in many respects as well.
Thank you, Phil. Thanks for that thoughtful answer. Jordan, what about you?
Well, I'll to tread very carefully with my answer here, but when I'm working with the Australian environment, I'm always very conscious and aware of the long history of the many Indigenous nations on the continent. And as I read in my opening today with the book Songlines, and as I've read and heard from many Indigenous scholars and thinkers and activists and authors, this idea of there being a spirit of the land or a spirit in the land. And I'm very conscious that as a white European descendant, that's not something I can really understand and is possibly not my business to understand, and yet it's there. And whenever I'm in the environment, I'm somehow entangling with that, even if I'm unaware of what that is. As Kath Clover mentioned earlier today, speaking of the Wurundjeri elder that she spoke with, who talked about that also being the case in the urban, of course. So for me, a more than human encounter or a more than human entanglement is to try to be aware of those relationships, dynamics or forces, even if I'm acting out of a certain ignorance, and through my own intuitive practices or my own intuitive processes to try to somehow bring those relationships into some type of manifestation which I can realise in my work. So for me, more than human in this context means something that's more than me, that I can't really understand, but I know it's there and it somehow informs my relationship and therefore my actions.
It was a very kind of almost seductive notion of ineffability contained within that, I think. Charles, I wonder if you could speak to that question about more than human and possible futures, future making.
I think I start out from the premise that to some extent the future's already here, in that we are already more than human ourselves. So the whole question is around, notions of being separate from this thing we call nature or the biosphere or whatever you want to call it, whereas in fact we're always already entangled. So we're already to some extent thinking with the non-human, because the air we breathe, the things that we eat, all the things that we depend on to live and to exist are already within us. And we also we think with them always. So for me, the more than human is a way of or thinking, of getting people's heads around a completely different understanding of our ontological relationship with the planet that we live on, or the cosmos. So it's a way of decentering the human being and taking the human away from its the center of all things, to include every other organism, living or non-living, as you might want to call it. We're already enmeshed in those things. Like our body is, I forget what the percentages are, but we're inhabited by many, billions of non-human organisms that actually make it possible for us to survive and digest food, etc. So my thinking about more than human is really it's a sort of a tool to start people rethinking what our relationships are, what our relational being is. I don't know whether that answers the questions, but yeah. At the heart of it, there's a thing around just what I further thinking around what I call distributive cognition, that we don't think by ourselves. We actually think always already in a distributed manner. We think with things. We're not separate from them. So.
Yeah, and I think also sort of building on the themes of the symposium, that we think also, in our bodies, we think as bodies, which include, for many of us, thinking sonically, as well as, thinking with the other sort of senses that our bodies enjoy. There are a couple of questions from the floor that I feel I not only is it my duty, but also my pleasure to put to the panelists. We have one from Phil's presentation that's specific to yours. She asks, she's curious about what you found to be the largest form of slippage between what your bodies between what your ears and your body could pick up and what you were able to pick up and convey with the microphones. Right. This does. I mean, I sort of had a similar question about the kind of bodily experience of being in that extreme environment. So she asks, what is the communicative capacity of field recordings, and how can the listener best meet this knowledge?
It's a fascinating question.
Yeah. While you're thinking about that, Jordan, can I also encourage you to think about how you would answer that question? Because you also work with field recordings and have these really, you got your trousers rolled up and your feet in the water, and you also have a kind of a bodily experience of the sites where you work. So, yeah, what's the slippage between the bodily experience and what the microphones actually record?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. One of the things that occurs to me is the amount of clothing required to operate safely within many of the environments that I find myself in. And it's this kind of, it creates a barrier between my body and the space in which I inhabit often. And that's often reflected in my ability to withstand the conditions longer than the technology that I'm working with, which isn't ultimately designed for a lot of those more extreme events that I'm trying to document. So there's this kind of dislocation between my body and the kind of extended aperture of the microphones and technologies that I'm using to listen in to the environment. But equipment has great capacity and different emphases that allow you to focus on different subject matter within the environment, as Jordan beautifully demonstrated through his listening examples. The hydrophone can kind of work in a very particular way that is different to an airborne kind of microphone, an air pressure microphone, and accelerometers and contact microphones work in different ways as well. So they give you very heightened experiences of the conditions. The problem with a lot of the environments I work in, and it's not the problem, it's the feature, and the thing that I'm attracted to probably more than anything else is the wind, and particularly the velocity and the temperature. But with special windshields and jammers and things of that nature, you can protect the microphone from the artifacts that occur through the turbulence that is caused by wind hitting the microphone. So there's lots of ways of working. You don't need specialist recording technology often, but I have lost a lot of equipment in the field, blown away, frozen into icicles and a whole range of things. So you kind of got to also be prepared to wear some cost while doing that. But, that's the nature of it. I think there's slippage between what you hear acoustically and what you hear through the microphone, and I'm inevitably listening to the environment through headphones and through the aperture of the microphone in order to discover the nuances in the landscape.
Thank you. Jordan, I wonder if you want to answer that as well, based on your experience of field recordings.
Yes, I will try. I'm not sure I entirely understand the question. This term slippage is really nice. I mean, I guess the only way I would put it is that, say, in the example of recording the budgerigars at the rock pool, I simply put an ambisonic microphone there at 5 o'clock and came back at 8 o'clock and picked it up again, and listened to the recording and took out the parts that were most interesting. So for me, my body having nothing to do with that beyond the placement of the microphone, it meant that whatever life occurs there, the sonic expression of that life, I could record. But on the other hand, with the pylon recording at the end, I try to break down that slippage as much as possible by making the microphone activity exactly connected with my bodily expression. So in that sense, the slippage is minimised in terms that there's a synchronous experience occurring, although at the same time it's still mediated by that technology. It hears differently to me. It brings out different qualities of the wood that I could ever produce myself. So I guess there's maybe a bit of a transhuman thing going on there where the technology is augmenting my bodily abilities.
I mean, you do both also work with, you know, sometimes yourselves and sometimes in collaboration with photography and filmmaking, right? So do you see that, I mean, maybe this gets to part of the slippage question. Do you see that as a kind of integral part of your practice of sound making, right? You're also image making and sort of, you know, film is also, I mean, especially Jordan, that's a lot of what you showed us. You know, so can we, you know, I mean, obviously, if you're giving a presentation, maybe, you know, photography is sort of something that you come to rely on. But I mean, Phil, your photographs are extremely evocative, and for me, at least, really go hand in hand with the sounds that you create. So do you? Is that always a part of your practice, that image making or sort of film making, photography?
Jordan, do you?
I was prepared for you to answer. Well, I'll just say one quick thing. I think Ben Byrne put it beautifully in the conclusion of session 1 this morning when he said, sound is never alone. So I'll leave it at that.
I guess from my perspective, I've been practicing in sound for over 35 years, and an image can be used to attract an audience in compelling ways. And so it's a strategy to invite people to kind of invest some time into listening, into the oral world. And so it is useful to have some kind of visual correlation to what you're doing, whether it's a still photograph or video. And I'm always inevitably thinking about audiences whenever I'm making work, whenever I'm doing field work. It's always to communicate something. So I'm inevitably thinking about how to represent what I'm doing to an audience that may not necessarily be fully invested or engaging with the thematics that I'm interested in at that time. So it's a big part of what I do, is how do I visually kind of document the process of field recording as much as recording the environment itself.
That's great, thank you. Now I've been given a heads up by the magical elves on the multiple channels we've got running on the symposium that we need to wrap up. There was one more question, but I'm afraid we won't be able to come to that. Thank you ever so much, Phil, Jordan, and Charles, for sharing this wonderful work, for sharing your insights, and talking through some of these questions. There's so much more we could talk about. It's such a rich topic, and it's been a really, really fascinating afternoon for me. Please come back, everyone, and rejoin at 5 o'clock, I believe, for the final session of the More Than Sound Symposium. This will feature Jordan facilitating, and will include international keynotes from Gasha Ozunian from the University of Oxford and Marcel Kobussen from Leiden University. I'm looking forward to that very much myself. Have a cup of tea, a comfort stop, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thanks.
Well, hello again, everybody, and welcome to the final theme of today's More Than Sound Symposium. And it is my great pleasure to facilitate this session with our two international keynote presentations by Gassia Uzunian from Oxford University and Marcel Cabassin from Leiden University. Welcome to both of you, and good morning. I believe it is 8 a.m. in the UK and 9 a.m. in the Netherlands, and we thank you for taking the time to be here today. Both Marcel and Gassia are delivering their keynotes, which of course is unusual at the last session of the day, but obviously because of where they are located, this was the best time to put them in the session order. So thanks again. So by way of introduction, I'd just like to say a few words about the Sonic Cities theme, and I'm going to be very brief because I've already spoken a lot today, and really want to hear what Gassia and Marcel have to say, and the questions that people may have for them. But I'll just provide a brief introduction from my own perspective as someone who is working in this area. So Sonic Cities, of course, refers to the sounds of a city, that which can be felt, heard, and apprehended by the senses. It refers also to any and all conversations about how our cities should sound, and that which is, as yet, unheard. The idea that city sounds are something that can be designed and or transformed are most well recognised in R. Murray Schafer's work with the World Soundscape Project. And again, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the sad news of his passing this year, and also the powerful and enduring influence he has had on the field of urban soundscape design. Activity in urban sound research has seen an exponential rise in the last 15 years or so. In acoustics, for instance, there are research projects being led by Catherine Guastavino at McGill University and Jian Kang and Francesco Aletta at the University of London. And the International Organisation for Standardisation has recently agreed on a set of international standards that define soundscape as a concept, including methods for data collection and analysis. The design of soundscapes, however, is driven largely by urban designers, landscape architects and sound artists, though I hasten to add the interdisciplinary projects of the above-mentioned soundscape researchers, Guastavino and Kang and Aletta, also include such interdisciplinary practitioners. In the arts and humanities, there has also been much growth in the theory and practice of sonic urbanism, growth and much divergence, I should say, as well. It's a domain, broadly speaking, that our two keynotes practice within and have made powerful contributions. A significant question for this domain is the role sound artists have in our understanding, comprehension, and also the possible transformation of our cities. There are a number of key historical influences to note in this discussion, but I would like to foreground here Max Neuhaus's 1977 Times Square and his 1960s and 1970s city-based listening walks. These present key insights into what sound artists can contribute to urban soundscape design efforts. Neuhaus's work, like that of many sound artists working with urban sound, takes an interest in what already exists and the ways in which existent sound as a material can be worked with to reconfigure our experience of space. Of course, there are now many sound artists working in an urban context too vast to cover here. But given this proliferation of interest in the topic of sonic intervention, a key question must now be asked. And it's the question that was recently posed by the Sonic Aggregator project, which is a collaboration of Tuned City, with a key member being Peter Cusack, and Soundtrack City, with a key member being Mikhail Huseman. And I think, Marcel, that I have mispronounced his name, and I hope you'll correct it if I have. This is a project in Berlin, and they are asking this key question: who has the right to decide how our urban environment should sound? So I'll finish my brief introduction there and turn now to our two wonderful presenters. Both Gashia and Marcel have extensive experience working with sound artists in city spaces, both directly and indirectly in theoretical and practical contexts. Their work has had a big influence on my own research, and so it is a great pleasure to hand over to them and to hear their thoughts on the subject of sonic cities. After their presentations, we will have time for questions, and I would encourage you to please send any and all questions via the YouTube channel at any time, and they will be forwarded to me by Ari. So firstly, I would like to welcome Gashia Azunian. Gashia is Associate Professor of Music at the University of Oxford, where she directs the 5-year project Sonorous Cities Toward a Sonic Urbanism, which is funded by the European Research Council. Her work is concerned with the philosophies, technologies and aesthetic ideologies that shape ideas of sound and space, most recently in Stereophonica, Sound and Space in Science, Technology and the Arts, printed in 2021 by MIT Press, published and printed, I should say. Azunian is founder and artistic director of Optophono, which publishes interactive music and sound art. Recent projects in the area of sound and urbanism include Scoring the City, which began in 2020 and is ongoing. It explores experimental notations for urban design, and also Acoustic Cities, London and Beirut in 2019, in which 10 artists created works that responded to the acoustic conditions of London and Beirut. Gashia, thanks so much for joining us, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I just wanted to give a very warm thanks for your invitation, as well as all the care and attention that you've taken in hosting today's event, and also to thank the team at RMIT for everything they're doing to facilitate. It's been really wonderful, and to thank also my fellow presenters and everyone who's here today. So my talk is called Urban Sonic Cartographies, the Sonic Countermapping of Cities. And as Jordan mentioned, I'm based at the University of Oxford, where I'm running a project called Sonorous Cities Towards a Sonic Urbanism, with a really fantastic team of postdoctoral researchers as well as collaborators in different places. So if you'd like to learn more about that project, we're starting to document it at soncities.org. So first, I'd like to give an introduction to histories of sound mapping and noise mapping. I'll make that fairly brief. But what I wanted to say was that in the academic literature so far to date, sound mapping and noise mapping have principally been discussed in relation to things like their typologies, genealogies, their underlying technologies, as well as representational strategies. So how are they communicating what they are communicating? And by contrast, today I want to look at sonic counter-mapping projects. So sound maps that produce counter-narratives of urban spaces or communities, mapping projects that reveal aspects of the city that might otherwise remain unknown, and that in some cases I think also challenge wider epistemologies in soundscape studies or sound studies more broadly. Jordan very kindly mentioned that I published a book this year, which is called Stereophonica, Sound and Space in Science, Technology and the Arts. And in that book, I have a chapter on noise mapping, in which I'm looking at the visual and textual roots of noise mapping in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So when I say kind of textual, I'm referring to things like the vast increase in the kinds of data collection that cities were doing, municipal authorities, so things like noise complaints as well as noise reports on cities during this time. If you look at the collection, for example, by the medical officers of health in London, there were these quite detailed reports on noise in relation to various districts in London, and some of them are so detailed enough in terms of what they're describing that it's almost like a proto kind of verbal noise map. And those reports also came with recommendations for how to punish various noise offenses. So they became linked to the ways in which noise legislation happened and changed. At first, eliminating specific noise events, and then eventually kind of doing more global treatments of city noise. So reducing noise through the implementation of things like quiet zones and quiet areas, which we still do today. That was also a time in which there were many new different graphic representations of noise. One of those types of representations of noise that I talk about in the book is our decibel charts, in which often they were mapping, scientists and engineers were mapping common urban noises in connection to city districts and streets. And I make the argument there that when a decibel chart was connected to urban soundscapes, it started to produce the idea, or kind of support the idea, of the city as a manufacturer of noise and as a site that could be meaningfully described in relation to noise levels. So around this time, you start to have the emergence of the idea of the sonic city or acoustic city as a site that could and should be monitored, regulated, and even policed, specifically in relation to noise levels. This is another kind of visual representation of an urban noise environment. This is the kind of topographical map of noise levels. This one is from 1938. It's the earliest one of its kind that I found. This one is a German project. It's showing the loudness chart of a Berlin district of Charlottenburg. But that's still the kind of representation that we use in noise mapping today. And noise mapping, as you all know, is now legislated on a mass scale. In Europe, we have the Environmental Noise Directive of 2002, which governs how noise maps and then strategic action plans in response to those noise maps are produced. But what I would say is that maybe the major innovations in noise mapping in the last maybe 20 years or so are things like participatory noise mapping, in which individuals are capturing and sharing data relating to their own noise exposure, for example, by using their mobile phone as they're walking down a city street. And here the conceit is, quote unquote, people-centric processes, so democratizing processes around noise management and engaging citizens in issues of noise. If you go to New York City today, you might run into one of these posters. This is a photo that I took about 2 years ago, I think. And it just says, recording underway. NYU researchers with support of the National Science Foundation are investigating New York City street noise to reduce noise pollution. Again, I'm sure many of you will be familiar with this major project, which is called Sonic, Sounds of New York City. And this is another kind of, let's say, innovation in noise mapping. So what they are doing, it's a large-scale urban noise monitoring project, which is based at NYU. And they have installed these quite cheap and durable sensors, microphones across Manhattan, mostly in lower Manhattan, which are capturing brief snippets of audio throughout the day and night. And then they've built a machine learning algorithm, which is identifying those sounds that are picked up by the sensors. So it will, tell you whether it's a dog barking or the sounds of traffic. And it can also tell you how confident it is in making that estimation. And they also invite people to train those algorithms. So people are also listening in that sense. And if you read their publications, you learn that the ideal kind of noise map that they would produce is one that would dynamically visualize in real time changes in noise level variance across the city, both in 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, so horizontally as well as vertically as you're going up and down in city floors, let's say. And it would be able to identify those noises in real time. So while that might still be somewhat out of reach, because the problems around, let's say, capturing, annotating, and visualizing that kind of large data set is quite complex. Here, the conceit is to enable better and faster decision-making by city authorities around the issue of noise, as well as a more efficient implementation of noise policy. As with many cities, by the time a noise complaint is investigated, it's usually not useful to the person making the complaint. So that's the conceit around projects like Sonic. But maybe a question that is not fully addressed is the potential of systems like that to be used for purposes of sonic surveillance, for example, but also maybe this kind of more subtle question around what kind of communities or collectivities is a project like this, Imagining. So here I've quoted from Jennifer Gabris's program Earth, which is on this idea of citizen sensing through these kinds of urban monitoring systems. And she says, what are the implications for wiring up environments in these ways, and how does the sensor actuator logic implicit in these kinds of monitoring technologies not only program environments, but also program the sorts of citizens and collectives that might concretize through these processes? And I think that's an important question. So if you think of the kind of citizen who is being imagined by a project like Sonic, this is the citizen as an informant. It's somebody who's reporting on noise infringements. And it's also the listener as sensor, somebody who is identifying types of noises when they're annotating those machine listening algorithms. And perhaps there's a link there to be made between sensor and sensor, since ultimately the goal of a system like this is noise mitigation. And I've made the argument in Stereophonica, which I kind of trace in a deeper level there, that noise mapping, which is the principal route through which many municipal authorities consider the sonic urban environment, is important for us as scholars to think about, not only in relation to what noise maps represent, but equally because of the material effects that noise mapping has had upon urban environments as well as the communities who inhabit them. Noise mapping is kind of like the official, let's say, representation of the acoustic city. There's many thousands which are produced across the world. Every year, noise mapping today is also quite expensive. In London in 2004, it cost something like £13 million to produce noise maps of the city. The more, let's say, unofficial or alternative form of urban cartography, which is very vibrant and active today, I would say is happening in the realm of, both noise mapping. There are interesting projects there, but also sound mapping. And by the sound map, I'm referring to mainly qualitative versus quantitative mappings of the acoustic city. So maps which are representations of sounds and soundscapes versus noise levels. And there's no standard typology for these. I'm sure many of you have come across different kinds. There's the beautiful Listening to Bonn handheld map that Sam Auinger produced for Bonn Hören. That's one which is, you can take physically and go around the city and discover unique acoustic features of Bonn. There are also maps like this, which is a very early project by the members of the World Soundscape Project, who Jordan mentioned the sad passing of Armory Schaefer. So this was a map of sounds that they heard between 11 a.m. and 11:30 on one day from a hillside about 500 meters beyond the village of Bissingen. So this is part of their 5-village soundscape project, which was published in 1977. And as you can see, this is one of kind of Schaefer's early interventions into sonography, so sonic notations. And you can see that they're, trying to deal with this tension of capturing a dynamic phenomenon like sound and the movement of sound in physical space. So you can see, for example, there are continuous sounds and intermittent sounds, but they also have a direction. So the jets are moving from here to there. These different sounds are located in different places. Some of them are ongoing and some of them are happening intermittently. And their influence continues, I think, to be felt in projects, for example, like the Montreal Sound Map. So there's a proliferation of online sound maps of cities, many of which invite members of the general public to contribute sound recordings of places. So in this case, different environmental recordings of Montreal are collected, archived on this website. And what they write, and it's a very Schaefferian idea, is we aim for people to experience the complexity and lure of the soundscape firsthand. This promotes a more optimistic approach to acoustic ecology, another idea which was promulgated by the World Soundscape Project, encouraging listeners to lend a musical ear to the soundscape. And again, Schaefer had the idea of the soundscape as a musical composition. And on the website, you can experience that, and you can even play it as a composition, as a kind of randomly evolving autoplay, let's say, urban soundscape composition. So I'm just going to play a 1-minute video from the Montreal sound map. Okay, so the reason I wanted to play that was just to show the kinds of information they're collecting as well, the kinds of metadata, as well as, the controls, the functionalities of their project. So, but I would like to move into this other, maybe potentially newer kind of phase of sound mapping as I see it, as it's maturing into this kind of more self-reflexive way of working. And here I'm quoting from Milena Drumeva's Sound Mapping as Critical Cartography, in which she proposes this idea of a critical sound mapping, a kind of sound mapping that questions the normative logics embedded in the practice of sound mapping. And she identifies those normative logics as consisting of this kind of high quality field recording, a branch of high fidelity culture that operates, she finds, as a masculine technological domain. And then if you look at Samuel Tholen's Sound Maps Matter, he finds a similar kind of normative logic operating in sound mapping practices. So he examines these three sound mapping platforms, FreeShare, Audio Boom, and Radio Appareil, and he suggests that they support an approach to sound mapping that favors pinning high fidelity indexical audio recordings to a seemingly neutral base layer. So then if we look at other critiques of sound mapping, those critiques have been posed for some time. This is an article which I highly recommend, a very early, let's say, critical intervention by Jacqueline Waldock called Sound Mapping Critiques and Reflections, which is published in Marcel's Journal of Sonic Studies. And she writes, if sound maps are a permanent researchable resource like the UK Sound Map, an auditory archive of an environment like the Montreal Sound Map, a historical record and subjective representation of the city, as claimed by the New York Sound Seeker, then what is being constructed, she says, in many cases is a male-dominated record of sound, an insight into the significance of sound from a normative perspective. So here, if we're thinking about, going into more critical or radical kinds of cartographies, ones that think about mapping as practice, the knowledge it deploys, and the political field of its operations. So what kinds of projects emerge at that intersection, let's say, of critical cartography and sound mapping? And I'd like to just look at a few. The first one is Ali Martin's Go-Go Music and Displacement in Washington, D.C. So since 2015, Ali Martin, a scholar and ethnomusicologist, is creating a series of maps that chart how go-go music, what she calls a Black indigenous subgenre of funk, which emerged in DC, has been displaced as a result of urban gentrification. So her project alighted with a movement which was called Don't Mute DC, which was an anti-gentrification movement specifically around sound and sonic cultures and public spaces in DC. And I'm just going to play a very short video to show what that refers to.
Don't Mute DC is a movement.
Message to policymakers.
Bridging the gap between music and politics. Saying not just don't mute the music.
We don't all have to be San Francisco.
We're saying don't mute us.
This is my song right here.
Go-go is the most important thing in DC, period.
All it took to get them to listen was throwing a lot of go-go concerts and protests. We should have done this a long time ago.
Several black businesses that are being attacked by gentrifiers. We're just talking about people who move in and don't care about us and think they're entitled to things that we're not entitled to.
We out here in Florida right now because my boy Donald, man, is under attack.
Today is go-go, tomorrow it's gonna be you.
we'll continue on 7th and Florida Avenue.
Saved close to $100 million in cuts directly targeted at Black communities in D.C. Fabric of the community is being ripped apart, and events like this are things that will help us to start healing.
It's a place for all of us to bring our cultures, our history.
It's an adjustment period.
They can't turn down the go-go. That's just our life, go-go.
This movement means that we have hope that we won't be erased from Washington.
One DC, one America. That's how I got to be.
So I want to, that gives you a sense of, the purpose of this movement, and it's also, for me, very fascinating, and this is something which Ali Martin is examining in a lot of depth in her work. This is a movement that was really sparked by a noise complaint and the politics around noise management in a shared urban space. So what her mapping project did was, there was a series of maps. In the first one, she shows how go-go venues she charts go-go venues against the Black population percentage of the city for 3 years across 3 decades, 1990, 2000, and 2010. She shows there how go-go venues in the city have closed while the Black population in the city decreases and the median income increases. And then in her second map, she uses time-lapse technology to show the opening and closing of go-go venues in DC over that 50-year period. And this map, for me, I thought was quite a powerful representation because it shows how go-go venues were pushed out of the city center to its outskirts. So in a sense, it's revealing the kind of violence which is taking place through gentrification, the unpredictability of these kinds of displacements through the unpredictability of the movements that it depicts. And I just want to show you a screen grab of that second series of maps. So you can see this now as a video. So that's depicting the movement of go-go music venues over that 50-year period. And I'm just going to play that again just because it goes by quite quickly. So during earlier decades, go-go music venues enjoyed relative stability, and venues are clustered together in central locations, implying a kind of community. And as gentrification intensifies, those venues are displaced seemingly in more random ways, kind of popping on and off the map in unpredictable ways, and in ways that no longer implies connection or closeness to other venues. So, this is a kind of visual representation of a displaced community, as well as it's getting faster and more unpredictable. So a project like this, you could say, belongs to this very rich tradition of data visualization by Black artists, scholars, and activists, which you could trace as early as the early 1900s by someone like W.E. Du Bois, who used data visualization to illuminate the conditions of what he called a nation within a nation at the 1900 Paris Exposition. It also belongs to a growing tradition of mapping musical cities. Here I've taken a photo from the website Interactive Music Mapping Vienna led by Professor Susanne Zafke. And this is a fascinating project which is reconstructing the kind of sonic dimensions of Vienna in the 20th century, in the post-war period, using things like neglected archival documents. You also have musical maps of cities like the Dublin Music Map, which is showing, for example, where this is more like a tourist project. It's pointing people towards kind of musical haunts in Dublin. So there are many examples of musical city maps. But what I would say is for a project like Ali Martin's, her project is not necessarily concerned with cataloging or conserving or preserving or reproducing urban sonic or musical heritages, as many of these projects are. It's not thinking about musical tourism or as some do. I'm not saying that the Dublin Music Map does that. Many, however, do produce these kind of skewed musical nostalgias. So they uplift certain kinds of narratives about music in the city to the exclusion of others. As much as it is aiming to reveal how these uneven processes of gentrification are impacting upon musical as well as musico-ethnic communities and how those displacements are mediated by race and class. So Ellie Martin has this idea that she has developed on intersectional listening, what she describes as attending to the sonically articulated expressions of identity that are present in processes of gentrification, producing an analysis that attends to the complexities of sound, power, and race in a changing city. And she sees her project specifically in activist terms as well. So for her, this intersectional listening, is trying to, reveal how these dynamics are produced. And what I would say is that a project like this is posing some, for me, quite interesting challenges to how sound mapping has developed, and also to soundscape studies more broadly, in which soundscape projects often are concerned with indexing sonic environments, so the quote-unquote sounds that can be heard in a place, and often are geared towards collecting, recording, cataloging, and analyzing those sounds. And of course, in acoustic ecology, it's often about preserving or conserving sonic environments, or assessing the acoustic health of an environment. Here, she's looking rather at urban soundscapes as contested sites, in this case, whose contests are framed in connection to racialized and classed definitions of noise. So it starts to bring forward this idea of soundscape as a product of social and economic relations. So whereas in soundscape studies, the predominating logic is that of soundscape as object, that thing that you can catalog and analyze and preserve and conserve, she's really thinking about, I think, the idea of soundscape as product, so as a kind of social and cultural production, which asks us also to consider not only which sounds are present in a city, but why they are present or absent. So what are the social, political, economic forces that enable certain soundscapes to develop, to remain, perhaps to become the dominant soundscapes of a place, or else that force their early demise. And so here, soundscape analysis is not necessarily about indexing those sounds of an environment, but examining the social, political, and economic basis of sonic and social productions. And a project like hers, I think, also shows us, and I should say it's much more extensive, her study. I've only kind of shown a small aspect of it. But that belonging in the acoustic city, as we saw with that Don't Mute DC movement, is not something that merely happens, but is something that is governed and legislated. It can be supported or suppressed by city authorities, whether city councillors or lawmakers or the police, responding to noise complaints, for example. But the acoustic city can also be a site of resistance, as that Don't Mute DC movement shows us. So now I'd like to show a different sonic counter mapping project, what I consider a kind of counter mapping. And this is a project by the Italian artist Anna Raimondo, and she's called it New Boundaries of the Well-Being of Vaginal Ecosystem. This is the first one in Rome, but she's done this in quite a few cities, I think 6 or 7 cities now, since 2017. And this is a feminist project, and what the curator Lucrezia Cipitelli has said about it is that Anna Raimondo is asking a group of women of many different ages, sexual orientations, classes, genders, cultures, and origins to describe the city through the feelings caused by the spaces they inhabit, memories, stories, and history. So she records those testimonies, and it becomes a kind of auditory drift in the body of a woman, a remapping of the city. And so in this case in Rome, they've all taken different forms, but the Rome one, there was this sound installation in this space, as well as a map, as well as a recording on vinyl. And this is what the map looked like. It's a, capturing excerpts of those responses by women about how they experience the city as a gendered space. And I'm going to play a quick video from this documenting that installation.
Io entravo in via della Conciliazione, mi trovavo davanti il cupolone del Vaticano, acceleravo spingendo la tavoletta e andavo a tutta velocità immaginando che in cima alla macchina, come se fosse stato un pick-up della Toyota, con un RPG montato sopra, avrei sparato un missile contro il cupolone per distruggere questo nemico, come dire attenzione perché il vostro nemico è qui, io sono presente.
Di un ospedale religioso le ha chiesto quanti uomini ha avuto nella sua vita.
So this is also then a kind of detail of the, first one that we heard from the woman who is describing her experience of driving in front of the Vatican and what she was imagining as she was there. So this project was specifically in response to the work of the feminist geographer Gillian Rose, who wrote the book Feminism and Geography, The Limits of Geographical Knowledge, which challenges the implicit whiteness, maleness, and Eurocentrism of geography's supposedly neutral mappings, territories, and epistemologies. It's an early work in that kind of area. And Rose draws attention in her project to the centrality of the visual to claims to geographical knowledge, a visualism whereby seeing and knowing are often conflated, she writes. And so her discussion of what she calls the geographer's gaze is drawing on the work of cultural geographers who suggest that the gaze at landscape is, quote, a visual ideology because it uncritically shows only the relationship of the powerful to their environment. So I think we're now familiar with that idea of the gaze. But there are maybe parallels there to be made to soundscape recording traditions in which historically it's been, a maybe more privileged domain in which the white male recordist's often inaudible body, absented body, is capturing a kind of exotic acoustic scene. So maybe there is a parallel to be made there between the geographer's gaze and the field recordist's ear. So if we go back to Drumemba's ideas of the normative logics of sound mapping, what we find in sound mappings of cities is what is often mapped is typically the sounds of those quote-unquote public spaces that have historically been male-dominated, where, let's say, men of a certain class, perhaps ethnicity, feel more welcome or safe. But what Raimondo is doing is she's building a counter-narrative of the city by asking women to share their experiences, and what often emerges are shared experiences of marginalization, harassment, and different forms of exclusions from the city. So this is kind of like what Leslie Kern describes in her book Feminist City, in which she's talking about the importance of asking women's questions, she says, not essentialist questions based on some false claim to a biological definition of womanhood, but rather questions that emerge from the everyday embodied experience of those who include themselves in that dynamic and shifting category of women. And so then what emerges is maybe something more like a social sonic cartography. And that's something I can see emerging in more of these kinds of sonic countermapping projects. They're telling social as well as sonic stories. I'm going to give two more examples and then conclude for now, let's say. This one is by Lawrence Abu Hamdan, now a very influential sound artist and activist. And he is his project Saidnaya, the Missing 19 dB, which he did in collaboration with Amnesty International and the group Forensic Architecture. So for this project, he was collecting ear witness testimonies from survivors of a very brutal military prison, which was near Damascus in Syria, where over 13,000 people had been executed since 2016. And what Amnesty International was doing was trying to recreate, do a kind of mapping of the prison, because of course it was off-site, off limits to observers. So it was inaccessible. And also prisoners had been kept in darkness, they were blindfolded or made to cover their eyes. So Lawrence Abu Hamdan was collecting ear witness testimonies to help reconstruct the prison's architecture, he writes, and gain insight to what is happening inside. So both their memories of the sounds they heard as well as the acoustics of the prison, and that fed into that Amnesty International report. Another, I think, interesting example is Samuel Thulin's Sounding Desert Utopias, now a very maybe different kind of counter mapping, which is looking more at even the normative logics in mapping at large. What this project is a composition which was made using audio files that were accidentally geotagged in the middle of the Libyan desert on freesound.org. So that kind of accidental sound mapping, that's challenging this totalizing logic and perhaps the presumed infallibility of GIS, which dominates so much mapping, so many kinds of mapping systems today. And it's asking the question, what does it mean to locate? And in particular, what does it mean to locate sound? So this is a reference to the writing of William Rankin, who's done a lot of work in critical cartography. And what he says is that radical in relation to mapping can refer to the way the map is made. It would be a radical process rather than just radical content. It's the way the map is drawn, or perhaps in this case, produced or constructed, that makes the political intervention. Historically, we've had, sound maps as well as noise maps that treat the acoustic city as a kind of neutral site, that neutral base layer of the city. And what I find emerging in these kinds of more critically oriented sound mapping projects, they reveal that acoustic city is an unstable site, a site of contests, for example, in Ali Martin's project, where certain social and economic interests are upheld and others are repressed. So acoustic mappings can be representations of those sites as well as expressions of those contests. And they often are, even if they're unconsciously so, they're often representing that. But what kinds of things can emerge through these kinds of works? Perhaps alternative epistemologies of the acoustic city and understandings of that site, works that resist or counter official narratives of cities and communities that give us insights into processes like gentrification or population displacement, works that resist those normative logics of sound mapping and noise mapping, for example, that kind of high quality field recording technical culture, that the recordings of male-dominated spaces and public spaces. Waldock has drawn attention to that missing kind of sense of domestic soundscapes, for example, in cities, which don't appear on many sound maps, or, works that are resisting that trope, not reproducing that trope of the field recordist's ear. They might emerge as social cartographies, they might engage intersectional listening. They might also challenge those dominant spatial logics and mapping systems, for example, the idea of the kind of totalizing Euclidean space in which anything can be located anywhere, as is a kind of underlying logic in GIS systems. So projects in which not only what the map represents is important, but also the process of mapping is also questioned. So my question really is, how might sonic countermappings transform what we understand about acoustic cities and the urban more broadly? In what ways might they challenge sonic epistemologies, underlying sound studies and sonic arts practices, as well as the visualism that underlies urbanism and urban geography? Can they bring about a kind of, can we develop maybe a more critical appreciation of the oral regimes as well as the visual regimes that govern these kinds of practices, and how might they also intervene into urban sonic practices at large. So those are maybe some questions that I'll leave us with for now. And just to say thank you again to Jordan, and I'm going to wrap there. I wanted to also just thank the ERC who are funding our research project, and to say that if anyone wishes to, we're going to be hosting online workshops and things like that. And if you would like to get in touch, we have a newsletter that you can sign up to if you go to our website and contact. And that way you can keep in touch and also perhaps participate in something that we'll be hosting. So I will wrap there for now.
Well, thank you, Gashia. That was mind-expanding and an incredibly thoughtful and detailed presentation. As I was listening to you, I was thinking about the representational power of maps, which you clearly elucidated, and the radical ways in which people are breaking down those traditional approaches to mapping in terms of what it reveals about race and gender issues and so forth. It's incredibly important stuff. And as you were presenting, I was thinking here in Australia, the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies released in 1996 a new map of Australia that, rather than being the 6 states and the 2 territories that England defined, was actually broken up into the many language groups of the Aboriginal nations, and there was around 200. And I think that was a real shift in the consciousness here of how we perceived this continent. It's the, as you discuss, the power of mapping and how it can shift our thinking. So thank you very much for your presentation. Looking forward to a discussion about that. And I'm sure that there's lots of interesting people watching this with interesting responses, and I'd appreciate being able to relay your questions too. And I now want to hand over, and it is my great pleasure to do so, to Marcel Cabusson. Marcel Cabusson studied jazz piano and art and cultural studies, and is currently full professor of auditory culture and music philosophy at Leiden University in the Netherlands. He is author of several books, among them the upcoming Everyday Sounds and Sonic Materialism in 2022, which I'm greatly looking forward to reading. He is editor-in-chief of the open access online journal of Sonic Studies, and I should say I'm the associate editor of this journal, so in some ways Marcel is my boss. Not quite, but in some ways, yes. Marcel, thank you so much for being here, and over to you for the final presentation of today.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much, and I hope you can be with us for another 30 minutes in which I will be mainly talking and not showing that many slides nor AV materials. Nevertheless, I hope that it will be enough interest for you. From my former rector magnificus of Leiden University in the Netherlands, I learned that the audience will mostly, if not only, remember the first couple of minutes of a presentation. So I will start with an extremely brief summary of the point that I would like to make today. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. What I have to give to you today, my gift, my modest contribution to this symposium is A, that the role of sound artists in designing or redesigning public urban spaces is indispensable, and B, perhaps more important, that their input doesn't necessarily have to be artistic in the narrow sense. And in order to underpin these two statements, I'll introduce the term non-art, thereby trying to create a more extensive role for sound artists, namely to raise awareness, to encourage engagement and imagination, and to instigate care and responsibility. And all this in and through sound. So as Jordan already said, I'm full professor of auditory culture at Leiden University since November 2016. And becoming a full professor in the Netherlands involves an official ceremony during which newly appointed professors give so-called inaugural lectures. So somewhere in May 2016, I decided that mine would be about sound and sound art in public urban spaces. And I had perhaps the inappropriate idea that I could add something to already existing discourses. So after rereading works of top dogs such as Murray Schafer, Brandon Nobel, Jian Kang, I came quite accidentally actually across a writer I had never heard of before. The book was called Sonic Rupture, and the author is hosting this symposium. While reading that work, I got the rather unpleasant experience that someone else had just investigated, analyzed, and written down the ideas that I thought were my own, innovative, and extremely important. So, thanks, Jordan, for the invite. But in fact, also this presentation will not deviate much from what you already reflected upon in Sonic Rupture. And this is actually just a different way of saying thanks to Jordan for destroying the illusion that I had some original ideas. Okay, so I'm supposed to say something smart about sonic cities, or to make it a bit easier for myself, sound in and of the cities in a symposium named More Than Sound. Can I have a next slide, please? An interesting title, More Than Sound. True as well, perhaps especially in relation to public urban spaces. The question, what sounds, where the sounds come from, who or what produces the sounds, and why they are sounding, of course, can deal and have to deal, as I will explain later, with the intrinsic qualities of sound. But, and that was also stressed by Garcia in the previous lecture, but they immediately and simultaneously transcend the sonic parameters such as pitch, frequency, rhythm, etc. What can be heard in a city is, of course, also the result of architectural and political decisions and preferences, of urban planning that invites certain types of interaction between humans, between things, and between humans and things, at the expense of others. In short, how a city or parts of a city sound is always already influenced by certain political, social, and economic activity. And also the geographical position, weather conditions, seasons, time of the day, time of the week, co-determine what can be heard at a certain moment on a certain place. In addition, how a city sounds depends on many non-sounding physical agents as well. Narrow alleys or broad avenues, facades made of glass, concrete or wood, cycle paths or motorways, the amount of green and blue, etc. Conversely, how a city sounds doesn't only depend on these factors. An existing or expected sonic environment also determines to a certain extent the social, economic, and other interactions that will take place. So, talking about a sonic city is always already talking about more than simply the sounds of a city. However, it remains necessary to talk about sound itself, especially in public urban contexts. A good friend of mine and an internationally recognized sound and multimedia artist, Edwin van der Heijden, currently has one of his works exposed at the Public Art Biennial in the Netherlands. And whereas people rather easily accept visual interventions in their everyday environment, especially when they are temporary, Edwin immediately got negative reactions from residents who were exposed to his sound sculpture, audible between June till September, daily between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Well, in order to hear anything, you had to press a certain button, and then you have a soundscape composition for approximately 1.5 minutes. And of course, the complaints were about loudness. So although I tend to agree with Jonathan Stern's objections against the audiovisual litany, that is, against the separation of the two and against visual dominance, it seems that people are more sensitive to certain changes in their sonic environment than to interventions in the visual domain. Now, the point I'll try to make today is how these basic observations formed, informed, and transformed my work as an academic, as an artist, and more recently as what I would call a politician or a negotiator. And to do so, I will focus on a few ongoing projects I'm doing in the city center of my hometown, Rotterdam. The center, can you please go back? And I will tell you when the next slide should appear. Yeah, thank you. The center was bombed in 1940 by Nazi Germany. And after World War II, they rebuilt it, anticipating some future developments. One being the increase of motorized traffic. Since 2018, the policy had to be altered due to the influence of climate change and environmental issues. Can you go to the next slide now, please? The keywords are now ecology, biodiversity, and sustainability. And within this context, the City Council has selected 7 spaces in the center that should undergo some fundamental changes. Interestingly, they also acknowledge the role of sound, and more specifically, sound as experienced by the residents and users of these spaces. So together with some sound artists, I am responsible for proposing concrete ideas for these 7 spaces to improve their overall acoustic quality. And as said before, changing the sonic environment also affects the social, economic, political, and even ethical aspects of public spaces. Now, it is not my aim to go into detail into 1 or 2 of these projects, but to speak in more general terms about our ways of working, our methodology, as well as the results, that is, the type of recommendations we've made and how we have made them. Next slide, please. Regarding our research method, we started simply by visiting the sites, by listening to them, and by making recordings at different days and different times of the day. We did the usual measurements, decibels, dBA, LDEN, data collections, etc. We organized sound walks and a sound workshop. We held interviews, and we had a questionnaire on the City Council's website. Now, the measurements proved what we already experienced during our own sound walks. The majority of the sites sound pretty terrible due to the dominance of motorized traffic, cars and trams, and the warning signals. But it became more interesting when we started doing sound walks with others. For example, the architects responsible for the visual redesign, with urban planners, project leaders, residents, and civil servants responsible for example, public transport, mobility, sound policy, etc. It was interesting for more than one reason. First, even the civil servants responsible for the sound policy never went to these sites to just listen. So when we asked them while being there, what do you hear? Their first reaction was, huh? What are you saying? I can't hear you, because of the motorized traffic. The second example, while walking and listening there, we had already noticed that the warning signals for the trams also beeped when there was no tram in sight. When mentioning this to the civil servants of mobility, they assured us that nothing was wrong. But when they came for the sound walk, they concluded that the system was not functioning properly, and that this malfunctioning must have been going on for years already. In short, these sound walks led to an enormous shift in consciousness. The questionnaires were quite successful, often filled in by over 1,000 people. So besides the normal multiple choice questions, it also contained open questions, for example, about the wishes and desires for the future sounding of these sites. We didn't expect too much, and we were completely surprised that many people wrote more than half a page to provide us with ideas. For the workshop, we invited residents, project leaders, civil servants, the architects, urban planners, and the sound artists that were involved in each of the projects. That is, all kinds of people that were somehow directly involved with the redevelopment of the site, but who never met in such a heterogeneous group. There, we presented for the first time some sound files, some sonic impressions of how the site could sound in the future. And this brings me to the presentation of our analysis and recommendation. Can I go to the next slide, please? So, what we did in our presentation was to imitate more or less what architects do. They provide and entice policymakers with more or less ideal pictures. And one is shown here on the left side. Whereas on architectural brochures, the sun is always shining, trees are always green, and families are always smiling, we first presented, in a bit exaggerated way, the sound files of the current situation, followed by a few sonic impressions as to how it might sound after the sonic makeover. So let's listen first to a sound file we recorded, which should somehow represent the current situation. Please play the first sound file, slide 6. So this is the current situation. We now go to our sonic impression of how it could sound in the future. So as I said, although a bit exaggerated, especially the second sound file is really based on the design of the architects, with a fountain in the middle, and there are still some trams and traffic to hear. Yeah, it sounds rather different from the first excerpt, of course. Well, as policymakers are, of course, asking for reports. That's what we did. However, exactly these reports contain these sound files. In other words, there's less text, but an invitation to put on headphones and to listen to our recommendations. And of course, this caused problems. They thought it was rather awkward, but for us, it was a matter of principle, conveying knowledge in a different way. Now, analyzing the existing sonic situation at a particular place is one thing. But when it comes to concrete recommendations regarding certain changes in the existing sonic situation, things become more complicated. Stakeholders don't recognize or don't want to recognize the role of sound and are very quick with their objections against proposed changes. The residents, on the other hand, were extremely positive, as for the first time their concerns and aversion to the existing situation was taken seriously. So besides the more obvious recommendations, such as the reduction of traffic, here are some other ideas we included in our reports. Can we see the next slide, please? Yeah. One of the projects is about redesigning the site, which is currently a roundabout for motorized traffic, bikes and trams, with a fountain in the middle. You saw a picture of it in the previous slide. This fountain is either on or off. Next slide, yeah. Please go back. Yes. Although perhaps a minor intervention, our suggestion is to ask a sound artist to make a water composition to overcome the current monotony. Another project is similar to the New York High Line. That is an old railway track traversing parts of Rotterdam that should be turned into a park 6 meters above the ground. Next slide. Yeah. Underneath this park, this future park, are small shops. And one of them is a knife grinder's shop. So our idea is to install a tube going from the shop underneath the park to the park, so that people walking there can listen to the grinding. And regarding the same project, this park should of course consist of green, trees, plants, flowers, also to increase biodiversity, more or other birds, insects, and small mammals. Can I go to the next slide, please? So our plan is to create at certain spots what we would call augmented reality. That is, adding artificial sounds to the already existing ones in order to attract or at least suggest this biodiversity. And again, I have two sound files to play. One, how it should sound when the park is ready. And the second one, when there is a slight difference in the composition of the sonic environment because we added some extra sounds to it. So please first, the first sound file, what the park should sound after it is realized. So this is how it could sound in Rotterdam, but now the same sound file with some extra artificial sounds added to it. So basically the only thing we did was to add some extra bird sounds of species that will never live in the Netherlands unless climate change keeps continuing. Then the final example and the final slide, or the next slide, let's say. Yeah. The warning signals for the trams could be more composed. For example, by creating rhythmic variations, which functions as sonic information for pedestrians and bikers. For example, how close a tram is and from which direction it comes. So these were just 4 short examples that we suggested. And this brings me to the last part of my presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, next. Yeah. Of course, the concrete role of sound artists here is still limited to recommend changes, to give advices, to present ideas. Nevertheless, this is already an extension of their common role. Already at a relatively early stage, they are included in the decision-making processes. Next slide. But more important, though their presence and presentations, through their presence and presentations, they make clear how the aesthetic is always already connected to the political, the social, the economic, the ecological, etc. And this brings me back to what to the question that Jordan posed in his introduction: who has the right to decide how a city sounds? Their role, the role of these artists, is not restricted to the pure artistic aspects anymore. That by making people aware of the sonic environment, for example, by sound walks and by these sonic impressions, by inciting people to use their ears, they refine rough prejudices. For example, that unwanted sound equals loud sound equals noise. They point at sonic differences that can be heard by changing one's position just a couple of meters. That is, they point at the constant interactions taking place between the sounding and non-sounding elements in the environment. Next slide, please. They point at the sonic variety or uniformity, at details that often go unnoticed by inexperienced listeners. The few recommendations I mentioned, work with the fountains, connect with the tube, the park visitors and the shops underneath the park, insert in very subtle ways some extra sounds, and slightly change the warning signals. These examples are modest and of course not enough to solve the problems of noise pollution due to traffic. They are part of a package that as a whole contributes to making a better sonic environment. And better is quieter, but certainly also more diverse. There are more different things to hear. Sites where nature and culture exist together, where the city's hectic meets what I would call lulling places. Next slide. I call these interventions acousmatic non-art. They can be heard as art-like phenomena, even though they might never explicitly be accorded the status of an artwork. Their position is mainly to reveal and encourage a sensitivity to the hidden characteristics and implicit values, sonic values, of a site or a situation. This type of interventions constitutes effective encounters with the inherent, embedded capacities of specific sites. They reveal and activate hidden potentials of sites or objects, forgotten or suppressed forces that are already latently present in a place, thereby establishing new connections. Thank you very much, and you can go to the last slide. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Marcel, and 2 apologies. Firstly, for the technical hitch, and secondly, for destroying your original ideas, which I don't think is the case. In fact, I would say that you very generously engaged with an emerging scholar to share your ideas, and I'm appreciative of that. And thank you for sharing your really, I guess, the most present, up-to-date results of your communications with the civil servants of Rotterdam and sharing with us those sound files and those ideas. And particularly love the way you ended with this idea of a non-art approach to reveal inherent and embedded capacities of a site. We're now going to move to Q&A, and I would invite any of you to please share some questions via YouTube that you would like me to relay to Gasia and Marcel. Hello Gasia, hello Marcel. Nice to see you on the same screen. And thank you so much, both of you, for really fascinating presentations. I do have a couple of questions that have come through, but I'm going to indulge myself by asking you one firstly. Gasia, I was struck when listening to your presentation of the way that these early noise maps attach a negativity to the sounds of the city. And the qualitative maps that you presented, how they were able to reveal race and class issues that were perhaps previously concealed by these earlier maps. Is there something here to do with, it's a bit of a platitude now, I suppose, almost, but this negative attitude towards noises that sound artists might complain about, is there some connection there, do you think, with developing a more positive attitude to the sounds of the city, ironically, somehow will uncover these issues that may have been previously concealed or hidden? I think I explained that a bit clumsily, but hopefully you can work with that question.
Doesn't feel clumsy, Jordan. Thank you very much for the question. And yeah, if I think about some of those early, let's say, noise maps of cities, well, first of all, they are representations of noise environments and sound levels. And there is often a, let's say, negative connotation, or at least trying to systematically account for, at the time, increasingly industrialized, urbanized places. So, for example, that decibel chart I showed was from the City Noise Report, which was commissioned by the New York City Commission on the Abatement of Noise in the early 1930s. What I wanted to show through those examples was that that kind of approach to noise mapping has still predominated today in terms of how people from urban planning communities as well as city decision makers are encountering this. The idea of the acoustic city is often through that dimension. Now, Jordan, in your introductory remarks, you mentioned that the ISO has also produced these kind of more qualitative now understandings of soundscape. So the more, recommendations, as you said, for data collection on soundscape, and that includes things like sound walking with residents. So I think, there is certainly a shift towards that, but in terms of representations, graphic representations, visual representations, the kinds of data collection that are really done on a mass scale, it still does have to do with noise mitigation. And I think that really emerged at a time in the early 20th century where there was almost like a hysteria around growing city noise, because there was this much cited figure that cities were rising in terms of their sound levels at a rate of 1 decibel per year, and that eventually they would deafen all their inhabitants. And so some of that, was a kind of reaction towards an exaggerated what we now know to be an exaggerated figure, but at the same time, certainly that was a growing problem. So, but anyway, sorry, to come back to your question, in what ways was the question kind of in what ways have sound artists perhaps revealed aspects of the acoustic city that those kinds of noise mappings don't capture? Was that or maybe you could tell me the question again. I got slightly off track.
No, I think you answered the question well. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. No, I very much, appreciate the kinds of work that sound artists, are doing, particularly around mapping and kind of developing maybe new strategies for mapping, developing different kinds of participatory processes sometimes, and, in a sense, resisting perhaps what become dominant representations of cities. Maybe later I will show you guys an example of a sound map of Belfast that I find very exciting. But it's just mapping the sounds of electrical hums of infrastructural kind of communications boxes in Belfast. They're kind of like parts of the urban infrastructure. I'll show you that project, but what I want to say about it is, it's a non-obvious kind of mapping, and when Belfast is always shown in a certain light as a segregated city, as a divided city, to see it in a very different way. Some of those kinds of mappings, whether they be of a, one interesting kind of sound or a different kind of participatory process in creating that map, it can actually really kind of change how you understand a place. And so for me, that's the interest in mapping, that those representations can actually really shift how a place is understood. And I do think that those representations are very important, particularly when people are speaking to people like civil servants and architects and urban planners, because they can encapsulate, kind of deeply held ideas about what a place is, whether that has to do with sound or not. And they can be, as you said, Jordan, in your comment after my talk, sites of real power, map making, and who makes the map and what's on the map. Anyway, I'll stop there for now. I know we have a lot to discuss.
Marcel, but before I do that, I said one of the points in my question also, the example is really interesting of the black communities in Washington where the sound systems were playing, and gentrification was forcing these to be removed. And yet what you showed in your presentation was these cultures of dance and celebration that it brought into the street as a consequence of what other people found to be noisy. So I guess I was interested in this reframing of noise as something negative, as something that can also be incredibly celebratory and community building. It just struck me, that particular example.
Absolutely, and I'll just say 2 words about that. For me, Ali Martin's project is so important in, shining a light on whose noise. When you're talking about something like noise, for whom is that noise, and for whom is that actually a very vibrant sonic culture, an aspect of, identity, cultural identity and social identity. It was very interesting that for me, that Don't Mute DC, it started when a resident from a new upscale development in that area lodged a noise complaint against that Metro PCS electronics store that was playing go-go music from its loudspeakers and had done so for over 20 years. And at first, the parent company of Metro PCS asked them to turn off the music, and they did, but then there were all these protests around it, and those protests triggered a lot of other kinds of responses, including eventually now go-go music is actually, officially the official music of Washington, D.C. That wouldn't have happened before those protest movement happened. But it really kind of exposed, that kind of difference, who is hearing this in what way. And I think that's something that as people who are studying soundscape and dealing with soundscapes in very diverse, sometimes cities, culturally diverse, diverse in terms of religion, race, ethnicity, class, of course, to have a more nuanced understanding of actually how people differently hear and understand, as well as experience and participate in the co-production, let's say, of soundscapes, that it's not just a kind of one, thing that defines a place, but it can be really quite varied and nuanced along those lines of social and cultural difference.
Thanks, Geshe. Marcel, really interested in this non-art idea you are proposing, and the the way that you're using it, rather than having an artwork in public space, it's a way of using art or non-art to reveal these embedded capacities or qualities. It's a very subtle and sophisticated approach to urban sound design. I'm wondering how your civil servants and bureaucrats are responding to or coping with this notion.
Yeah, like I said, it is hard for them. In that sense, I'm very much interested in what Garcia presented, and especially the more non-conventional ways of sound mapping. All too often, they remain very much connected to traditional mapping. So we just see a Google map, and then you can click, and then you have some sounds, which, in my opinion, are not the most interesting sound maps. But the later examples that you gave, they really transform also our relation, let's say, or the relation between the visual and the audible. So that is where mapping, in my opinion, the sonic mapping can make a difference, and actually explore and release or reveal other aspects of a certain site. Yeah, as I said, and that is where my role from academic and or artist changes to the role of politician or negotiator, is as long as you're analyzing those spaces and come up with a report where, of course, it should contain all the decibel measurements, etc. Otherwise, they don't take it very serious. But so as long as it is an analysis, they're fine with that. As when it comes to recommendations, and as you already noticed, I mean, what we're trying to do is doing very subtle interventions. So taking as point of departure usually the things that are already suggested by architects, and from there we work. Now in next projects we start at the even earlier stage. So we do first a sound walk with the architects. So to focus them immediately also on the sonic aspects of a site. But it's very hard to make to get this concretized. So because all kind of political aspects and economic aspects start playing a role, and it is interesting. It's interesting to encounter that, but it definitely means, at least for me, like leaving the ivory tower of the university and be connected to the everyday practice of what is going on in the politics of a city. Nevertheless, and that is it's interesting because there's also the pressure coming from two sides. Both first from the residents who feel first for the first time they feel heard. So we did sound walks with them. We had questionnaires with them. We did interviews. The architects don't do that. They just present their idea. So for the first time, they felt heard, and they felt that they have a voice, like perhaps the sound mapping of in Washington. For the first time, they felt they had some, like some backup, some ammunition, perhaps even, so that they feel stronger. The second thing is that it attracts a lot of media attention. So the day after we gave a report to the mayor of Rotterdam, it was in several newspapers in the Netherlands. And that, of course, also increases the pressure on the politicians to do something with it. Because otherwise, I mean, they will get feedback, oh, but you see, it's the same old story. Politicians never listen to what other people are saying. And so in that sense, on the one hand, it can sometimes be frustrating that you think, but why don't you do something with our plans? On the other hand, they are actually taking them very seriously.
Thank you, Marcel. Listening to both of you talk, it strikes me how important cartography is to sound art practice or urban soundscape practices, because it reveals not just the aesthetic but the political and the social. And I mean cartography as a physical or data-driven mapping, but also as a performative mapping, such as in the act of making and creating. This word cartography is very important. Something I wasn't expecting when I set up the Sonic Cities themes, but it's come through really strongly. We're running out of time, so I've got some questions here. I'm just going to pose one to each of you from the audience, so sorry for those that I don't get to. I've got one here for you, Gashia, which I have to admit I don't fully understand, so I hope you will. Thank you, Gashia. You mentioned volumetric mapping. This seems mainly in the up, though, up in inverted commas. Is thinking about sonic urbanisms in a subterranean way of benefit to critical soundscape cartography?
I hope I will interpret that question correctly. I think perhaps the question is concerning the ways in which sound mapping takes place above ground, if I'm thinking of non-subterranean, and volumetric mapping, so kind of the decibel sound level mappings are, I guess I would say a few things about them. Unlike that sound level chart of the Berlin district that I showed from 1938, which was done with, handheld noise level meters. They were doing it in fons, actually, not decibels, but that was the mode for quite a long time. It was actual decibel measurements taken in place in a very systematic way. Even the WSP, the World Soundscape Project, did that kind of noise mapping of sites using, again, handheld noise meters, and they were actual noise level measurements. But since then, since the 1980s and 1990s, it's really shifted towards predicted sound level mappings. So based on different kinds of simulations based on things like traffic movements or air traffic as well as road traffic. So there's a shift from the actual towards predicted and kind of simulated, let's say, sound level mappings. That's how most sound level mapping is happening. It's generated by software versus through actual measurements. And the other thing I'll say is that, yes, it is typically looking at a kind of horizontal versus vertical, although that kind of sound mapping is now very much possible, but still based on simulations versus actual measurements. So that's one thing I would say. If you're thinking about subterranean and maybe you're thinking there about kind of vibrations and urban places like subways and other kinds of things which are actually perhaps the human subject, and as well as many other species in urban environments are still sensing and absorbing, as they're, navigating in the city. I do think that could be a very interesting kind of way of extending the cartography of cities to kind of show those range of, let's say, sonic energies that are shaping the soundscape of a place. Sometimes they are audible, sometimes they are inaudible. We can think of a project like Christina Kubish's Electrical Walks, where she is making audible sounds that lie outside the human range of hearing. So electromagnetic waves that you can then hear when you wear her headphones. So I do think that there can be really interesting interventions looking at that kind of larger range of sound energy, and it would be very much kind of interesting to see that. And yeah, because I think those are also shaping our experiences of cities, but we're not necessarily aware of them and aware of the kinds of effects that they're having.
Very interesting question and brought out a very interesting answer, so thank you. And final question, this is one for both of you. Is it problematic that much sonic cartography is still embedded in the visual? Are there models that actively challenge the dominant audio-visual nature of sound mapping systems? I think this is a good question for both of you because, of course, Marcel, you're also presenting your sort of sound walk results and sonic interventions in a visual form. So is it problematic that sonic cartography is still embedded in the visual, and are there models that can actively challenge this dominant audio-visual nature of sound mapping systems? Marcel, do you want to start with that one?
As I said already, I see a change in Garcia's presentation, how sound mapping changes from using like the simple Google map or the old cartographies, and then just adding some dots where you can hear something, to a more explorative and artistic idea of what a map could be. I remember quite clearly that Garcia was guest editor of one of our Journal of Sonic Studies issues, and there was one exposition in there by I forgot her name, but she mentioned an interesting Polish sound map where you don't see anything, but you just hover with your mouse over your screen, and then you can just listen to fragments. So the visual is actually is not there anymore, and that is although we had to present our reports in with a lot of text to the city council. That's why I mentioned that actually we say this is a report to which you should listen very carefully, not only on the metaphorical side, like this is very important what we have to say, but literally as well, by inserting these sound files where they have to come, these civil servants have to come out of their comfort zone and do something that they were not experienced with, namely to put on headphone and just simply to listen. And then to build an opinion on that. So that completely changed their attitude and experience of such a report. So in that sense, although we still, and of course they are under the influence of the architects are more powerful than the sound artists still. But I think we can make a difference there when we emphasize more, okay, and what we did with the sound walks also was, like we blindfolded them, which is so simple actually. And of course, as everybody knows that it works like that. And we also know the sound composition of Francisco Lopez, where he does the same. But nevertheless, for them, it is very, very new. It's only a very selected group who knows that blindfolding, gives another experience. They had no idea. So in that sense, are all kind of tricks and possibilities to make them more aware of the sonic environment where the visual is not so dominant anymore. So yes, I do think that it's very important that we keep on thinking how to promote sound and let's say a bit at the expense of the visual.
Interesting. So and so what you're presenting us with in a sense there is performative approaches that aren't necessarily mapped visually, but by taking away the visual entirely and getting someone to attune with their listening in a performative sense. So, so Gash, it'd be interesting to hear your answer in relation to your presentation that looked at maps in particular, visual maps.
Yes, and I wanted to also thank Joe for the question. I'm seeing on the YouTube chat that it was Joe who, an artist whose work I find. Oh, am I muted? No, I'm okay.
All good.
Okay. Sorry. an artist whose work I find very interesting as well. So asking about, are there models that actively challenge the dominant audio-visual nature of sound mapping systems? So thank you also to Marcel for those examples. I would say yes, coming out of the worlds of composition and sound installation, you would certainly encounter sound maps, for example, Enea Lockwood's, incredibly, I think, absorbing sound maps that she has done, particularly of rivers, the Housatonic and the Hudson River and the Danube. They're, really striking projects in which she listens and looks at many, many, many different kinds of maps of those rivers over a period of, many months. And she says, it's a very kind of slow process in which she goes and, and she's also mapping things like accents, like social aspects as well as environmental sounds. And what I really appreciate about her work, I mean, these are compositions and installations that don't necessarily have a visual dimension, is that as you're listening, you almost feel as though, it's just the kind of level of detail, kind of sonic detail that she's able to kind of, elicit, let's say, from those sites and somehow capture, is really quite, for me, rare. And it does feel like a kind of, it is a mapping, it's a form of cartography, which is done, only in sound. You can think of maybe something like Chris Watson's Sheffield sound map, also of a city, in that case, which is a immersive multi-channel composition, which is, projected over multiple loudspeakers. In that case, it was the Millennium Gallery in Sheffield, but also doing a kind of mapping of the city as you're through its waterways and as you're going kind of from the outskirts to the industrial core. Again, also thinking about it as a post-industrial city and what that means and how that's reflected in, the soundscape. So I think there are, examples like that. I think the kind of visual emphasis has also been there as part of the tradition. When we look at something like the World Soundscape Project's early sound maps, I think our Marie Schaefer was thinking of creating a kind of sonic notation that would be interpretable by people in the urban professions, built environment professions, architects. He was kind of saying we need some way of representing soundscapes that can be interpreted by people across many different disciplines. And so I do see that as still kind of a predominating approach, the kind of visual aspect of it. And you also find that, as Marcel said, in the kind of Google map version of soundscapes, of sound maps. And, one of the other kinds of critiques of those maps is that they're maybe artificially fixing what is actually a dynamic phenomenon onto a map through those kinds of points. So, there's many ways in which the visual dimension of those online sound maps doesn't necessarily fully capture, those kinds of things that perhaps people working more in the sound disciplines are thinking about, and kind of flattens that visually as well. But one of the perhaps points that I wanted to make, even in drawing out the examples that I drew on, was that there are several, but one of them is that you can extend, I think, the conception of a sonic environment, not only by questioning the visual regime, which has predominated, but also thinking about the oral kinds of regimes. And the reason I find the work of people like Milena Jumeva and Samuel Tholen, also Chrissy Sterling, who contributed to that issue that Marcel mentioned of Journal of Sonic Studies, is that they do draw attention to the kind of ways in which there was an oral regime that also is operating within sound mapping practices. I think Ali Martin is also doing that in her wider work. I would point you towards other things that she has written on soundscape. And so I wanted to question what that is as well. What are the oral regimes that also predominate? And that's something I think that as sound artists and sound studies scholars and theorists, perhaps we can, do more of an unpacking of ourselves, and to think about that, how are we listening, and in what ways, does that listening privilege certain kinds of encounters with sonic environments, and also just certain understandings of sonic environments. So thank you again for the question. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Gashia, and thank you so much, Marcel. Unfortunately, we need to finish because we have run out of time. There are other questions, but hopefully in some other forum. Enjoy your days in Europe, and thank you so much for being here for the Sonic Session City today.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Thanks.
And that brings us to the conclusion of our symposium. I would like to thank everybody, all the presenters and all the facilitators and the audience for tuning in today and being a part of this fascinating set of conversations. You know, it's been a thrill for me and a delight for me as well. I just want to note to everybody that all of these recordings will remain online. They'll be uploaded to YouTube so that you can, you know, view these for perpetuity. And very importantly, I would like to thank the extraordinary technical team who made this broadcast possible. They're sitting next door, looking at me, waiting for me to finish, I'm sure. They've been at it all day and they're incredible. Simon Maish and Ari Sharp, who've worked with all the presenters and the facilitators to make it all run as smoothly as it has. And we're very lucky to have access to the RMIT TV studios, the coordinator who is Luke Raisbeck and his team of Chris Yip, James Gormley and Matt Dunham, who've been extremely patient and efficient and helped us with everything today. And not to forget, again, Edward Rossi for his wonderful job designing the website. And I'd also like to acknowledge once again the Australian Research Council and the RMIT University School of Design for making all of this possible. And again, finally, and most importantly, I pay my respects to the Woiwurrung Wurundjeri and Bunurong people on whose unceded lands I now stand, and where those ancient songlines continue to crisscross and vitalise this entire continent. Thank you.